Right, there we go. We're live, and it looks like the screen has remembered where I put everything, which is nice. I don't have to redo all of this because I've got like 4 different sources going off at once. Yeah, hello Rags, hello chat.
Hello, hi.
Yeah, we are today going to be ranking every character from Arcane, and importantly, before anyone makes any mistakes, I will just tell you guys how you can vote on this. In the link in the video description, there is a link to a page on TierMaker where you can vote, and the link that is there is only for Season 1. Once we've finished with Season 1, I will then have to refresh it, give you a new link, so that you can then vote again for Season 2. And the reason for that is because they've just changed. You can't change your vote, basically, so I've got to reset it while we're going, which is annoying, but that's how it goes. Yeah, as far as the actual tiers that we've got, I've kind of included everything because I figure we will probably need everything.
It's called a tier. The Arcane Season 2 tier list. It's called a tier list because we're gonna rank how many tiers it brought to our eyes for each character.
Oh God, indeed. What could have been? I might have to rename some of these to like the misery tier and all that kind of thing as we're going. We'll see what happens.
I was curious. I was like, hey, you know, I know you sort of have a you kind of have your format here, which is a good one, but much how we had like Cuck tier for Rings of Power Season 2 and stuff. I was wondering, well, does Arcane Season 2, does it warrant special meme tiers? But I guess we'll get to it if it ever pops up.
Yeah, my guess is that it probably will, especially if we end up with like the only character in Perfect is like Jericho or something. But yeah, the way that the tiers are going to work is the same as how I've used them before, and I've definitely never got any of the orders mixed up before. If you saw that happen in one of my videos, then that was not me. That was a lie. So Perfect is like the best characters in like ever. The only time I've used this was for Gollum in The Hobbit, because I think Gollum in The Hobbit is like, yeah, you know, he's on par with Gollum in The Lord of the Rings, essentially, even though he's only in it for like 2 scenes. Obviously you've got Wheelie Boy as well, but yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. Excellent is generally where like the best characters would go, unless they have that extra spice that pushes them over into Perfect. Good is like characters that, yeah, they're good. Do we have an example? I guess some of the dwarves in The Hobbit reached that.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't Walsreg. I'm thinking Rings of Power now. Was it the horse? I think it was the horse.
Beric?
Yes, Beric from Rings of Power.
He was a good character.
Yeah, so Beric from Rings of Power ended up in good. That was as high as...
He was competent and consistent, even though he was a horse.
Yeah, he was. And, you know, I took pity on him because his owner was Isildur. Mostly functional is if a character is generally good and like they're generally used to improve the story, but there's maybe a couple of minor issues that could be tweaked, then they would go into mostly functional.
Yeah. Fine. It's fine tier. Like, this character is fine.
Yeah, they have to be fine, and I feel like if they don't have a clear purpose within the story and they just kind of exist, so like Caitlyn's dad, for example, doesn't really accomplish anything. So I would say that disqualifies him from being here, and he would probably go in non-character. Yeah,
I'm thinking non-character for him as well.
Inoffensive is middle of the road. Like, I just don't care, to be honest. Like, inoffensive is the I'm not sure which side to put them on tier.
Yeah, there's not enough information. They're more than a non-character. They have some characterization or role, but it's very small, or you don't really know what to make of it, or you don't have enough information to know if that writing that they do get is good or not.
Yeah, so my guess is that there's a handful of characters, in particular the Chem Barons, who are absolutely non-characters in Season 1. In Season 2, they do a little bit more, so they probably end up in inoffensive. For some reason, I need to remember to keep clicking this part of the screen because otherwise it will do that, but yeah. Bad is characters that are bad. They're not good enough to be anywhere else, and they're just bad. But they're not as bad as the characters in Terrible, which are, I mean, generally they're like the worst that you're going to get. For example, that's where I ended up putting Galadriel in Rings of Power both times we did it.
That's fair. She was consistent, but she was badly so, typically.
Yeah, and that's where this I think is where most of the discussion is going to come, is like what quantifies a character ending up in breaks the show, because I think you could make an argument for basically all of the main characters. I don't think I would put most of them in breaks the show, but I
don't think
I've got one in mind that definitely goes in there.
Say.
Yeah, it's basically breaks the show is I don't necessarily think that characters that break the show are worse than characters that are terrible, because the impact that they have on the show might be less than a character that is pervasive but terrible. But a character that breaks the show, to me, is a character whose existence just alters everything around the show, and it makes the progression of like the sequence of events stops working. So Sauron in Rings of Power, for example.
Yeah, like their impact on the plot is almost like a multiplier on their writing, and it can either put you in breaks the show or it can put you in perfect or excellent. Yeah,
depending on how it's pulled off. My guess, actually, yeah, I'm not going to say. We'll wait until we get there. And just to answer in chat, because someone in chat is asking, what if a character is good in season 1 but was ruined later on? So the poll that we're currently doing is just season 1. Disregard season 2. We will get to season 2 afterwards. And the final category is non-character, which non-characters are not, they're at the bottom, probably because there's nowhere else for me to put them, but they're not worse than any of these other tiers. There's just not enough to them for us to say that like they belong in mostly functional or they're definitively bad.
It's inoffensive's cousin, essentially, where we don't know what to do with them. We don't really know what role they play. We don't get any characterization for them, really. They're just sort of around.
Yeah,
or they're not agents. They're forces of nature, or they're not like they can't be characters. They exist in the plot, but they're not like decision-making entities.
Yeah, so, I mean, one clear example would be Marcus's daughter. She is important, and she exists, but she only functions in relation to Marcus, and arguably Silco, but she doesn't actually do anything. And, I mean, there's another child that appears in Season 2 who may or may not end up in that tier. We will have to see.
I guess we will see.
Yeah, is there a way for me to specify that this is Season 1 only on the screen? I don't.
Can you put text on anything, or can you? Is there a name for the tier? No, because it's scrolling.
I can make a new source on OBS. Hold on, let me see if OBS is just going to work and do what I want it to do. Season 1 only. Oh my god, it worked. It worked.
Oh, just right through OBS you can do. Oh, sweet.
Yeah,
excellent.
I did not know you could do that. That's amazing.
Oh, me neither. That's awesome. That's excellent.
I swear to God.
Season 1 only.
Season 1 only for now, and then I will change that when we start doing Season 2.
Do you want to put it on the top right of the tier list itself, or do you think that there's room for it to pop up?
Let's see if I can. I mean, I could make multiple.
I guess you could just plaster it everywhere, just to help delineate the difference between this is Season 1, not 2. Very important distinction to make.
Right, we'll put one there, and we'll put one
that's not bad.
down here, so that no one gets confused. There we go. I swear, like, OBS is... sometimes OBS doesn't work, it's just like Discord, but, like, I would happily pay for OBS. But as far as I'm aware, there is no paid version. That's just not a thing you can do.
Hey.
But yeah. Okay, before we get started, there are a couple of super chats coming in. So what I will probably do is wait until we finish Season 1, and then I'll get to the super chats, because I'm sure some of them might relate to where we're putting characters. So that way we don't miss any. But I also don't want to stop and talk about a character that we've just done when we're moving on to the next one.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Okay, so the next question is, where do we start? We can just go through from the top left. This is just a randomized order. Or we can pick ones.
We can do the randomized order. That way we get important, not important. Takes us all over the place. And it is Season 1, so...
Yeah.
I mean,
okay.
As well. Just follow the order.
So Season 1, this is this character here is never named in... I don't think she's ever named in either season, but her name is Margot. She is one of the Chem Barons. And in Season 1, she does nothing. She suffocates on the air that Silco poisons them with. That's
Yeah,
it.
the masks, yeah.
Is there any argument for anything other than non-character?
I don't think so. I don't believe. Does she even have lines? Does she have like one line or maybe two in their little having a discussion? But it's not even a character line, if that. I can't remember even specifically if she has a line.
Not in season
Non-character
one.
either way, I think.
Yeah, season 2, she has, I think, 2 lines. I remember one of them. I can't remember the other one, but yeah. I mean, the only interesting thing I can think to say about her is I did hear that apparently she's got like studs in her face, and
She does have face studs.
Yeah, like apparently the purpose of that is that she is much older than she looks, and the studs kind of hold her skin out to make her look younger, is the idea. That's it, though. That's kind of all we've got, and it's never addressed in the show. It's just a thing.
That's flavor. That's on the Arcane wiki. You're like, ooh.
I think it might be on the Arcane. I can't remember where I read that, but yeah. Okay, next one is Rennie, which is this one. And I'm not putting her in perfect. I'm just moving her so that everyone knows who we're voting for. So Rennie in season 1 has the most characterization out of all of the Chem Barons, with the possible exception of Finn. And my thinking, basically all that happens to her is that her son is killed by Jace, and she's not happy about that. And she then allies with, she thinks she's allying with Savika, and she is allying with Finn to take down Silco. And then Silco lets her live. So she doesn't do very much, but she definitely has more characterization than the other Chem Barons, I would say.
I'd say so. Yeah, the little that she does is informed by the things that happen to her. It's pretty intuitive and understandable. She has an emotional response to her son being killed. She does seem to hold that against Silco. It's not much, but I think it's enough to put her in mostly functional. Do you think that she's sort of used as a way to show that Finn has been able to gather support from more people than just himself?
Yeah.
And they use Renee and her son's death to sort of be like, oh, there'd be a reason why people would want to side with Finn, but ultimately he doesn't have what it takes to oust Silco.
Yeah, it's definitely that, but it's also, I really like the fact that she is given a specific reason not just to like Finn, but to dislike Silco. And that then, I like how they kind of give her the emotional core of like, her son has died and we knew nothing about the son, but it's her son. Like, obviously she's going to care about that. So she's very angry with Jace, and I just kind of wonder, like, what was their plan at the end of season 1 with Rennie? Like, had season 2 been good, you got to think that she's going to pop up again. And you've got to think that she's going to do something to Jace.
You'd think that about a lot of the Chem Barons in season 2, wouldn't you? Because, there was allegedly this important plot line about Zahn and Piltover. Allegedly. Yeah. I'm making no claims. But I think Renee, she's kind of like a lesser Savika in the fact that she should be much more important than she actually is. But they just don't do anything with her. I think mostly functional.
I think I'm happy to go with mostly functional as well. Also, I forgot to click this. I need to remember that I've got 2 different screens going at once. And yeah, so you guys, for Margot, you agreed non-character. And for Rennie, you guys are saying, for the most part, mostly functional. And I think I would agree. Rennie in season 1, in season 2, she's probably dropping a little bit. But in season 1, there's nothing really wrong with her. And she's, pretty clear in her purpose in the story.
Yep.
That character is not in season 1. Next character we're doing is Ambessa in season 1. So she only appears in episodes 8 and 9. And I just love how that character is introduced and used in season 1, because there are a lot of characters in Arcane, and a lot of them are very, bold, as in it's very clear to tell them apart. They have very strong opinions on things. And this also includes like the design of the characters. They're very striking for the most part. So when Ambessa shows up, she is a very important character, and they manage to make her feel like she is important, even though she only has like 15 minutes of screen time in season 1, and she only appears right at the end.
She leaves us wanting more.
Yeah, and I do feel like season 1 pretty clearly sets her up to be the villain for season 2. And my guess, I don't know if this has been confirmed, but my guess is that had they ended up doing like 3, 4, 5 seasons, Ambessa would have been the villain of season 2. The Victor stuff, obviously that's in the pipeline, but it wasn't necessarily going to come that soon after season 1.
Yeah, the Victor stuff seems like it's an entirely different show.
It really does. I'm in the process of editing that part of my video for season 2, and they don't turn Victor into a raid boss until the end of episode 8. Like, prior to that, he's not even a villain.
It's like the part in a video game where you cross that line in a video game story where it's like, well, it's basically it's a new game now and it's the end of this game, but it feels like a new game and everything we've done before this just like almost didn't matter or wasn't leading to this, and this has just suddenly happened. We're in a poorly transitioned phase 3.
Yeah, pretty much. So, yeah, there's not a huge amount more to say about her in season 1. Season 2, we will get to. My thinking is excellent. I really do like this character, and I don't take any issue with her. She had a huge amount of potential at the end of season 1, and then they just squander it in season 2, like so many things.
I'm thinking excellent or good. I think I'm leaning to good because of like maybe screen time and plot impact. A lot of good setup. We're left wanting more. We get this hint that she's looking out for something. We've got our familial connections. We got this desire for power, this warrior-like character, this analytical, smart, sort of scheming, tactical person who's setting up connections, like with Salo and with Jace, obviously with Mel. We've got our fingers, we got our webs, but I'd say excellent or good. I think I'm leaning to good.
If you're leaning towards good, chat is also saying good for the most part, but some of you guys are saying, perfect or excellent. So I think let's move her down to good, but we'll keep her towards the top of good.
It's not because of flaws why she's not an excellent in my mind. It's about presence and impact. It's like when you're scoring a diving board jump in the Olympics. Like the more complicated and involved, the higher you can potentially get.
Sure, and like the main thing I think that Ambessa does, there's a handful of things that Ambessa does in season 1, but the main thing that she does is she is just setting up threads to be further explored in season 2. The main thing that I think is kind of concluded that she does in season 1 is when she convinces Jace that he has to be more like aggressive in dealing with Zorn, which then leads to him killing a child, and then that leads to her being able to do what she does in episode 1 of season 2. And it allows it essentially, Ambessa allows Jace to reach what I think very well could have functioned as the end of his arc. If they had killed him at the end of season 1, he gets there because of Ambessa. But yeah, we'll stick her in good for now. Next character is going to be Grayson. So, I mean, Grayson is another character that is very memorable, very impactful, and something that I do really quite like about her is the relationship that she has with Vander. You get that primarily, and then you get a little bit of her and Marcus, which I also appreciate. But the main thing that I like is how her death almost comes out of nowhere, and it is like a massive inversion of the status quo. And they do that in the same episode that they do the same thing with Vander by the end of episode 3 of season 1.
It's all coming together.
And they just, Grayson and Vander are the two people that are preventing the kind of shit that Marcus does in episode 2. And the kind of stuff that, because if Vander had got his way, Vi would obviously not have gone in to Piltover and caused the explosion that ended up setting everything in motion. And then episode 3 kills both of them. And her absence forces Marcus to change completely as a character. Any thoughts on Grayson?
Similar to Ambessa, kind of, I feel like, is the area where I feel like she ranks. Maybe a little higher, but I can't tell if that's just me having a particular affinity for this character and her role. This is a tough one. I feel like
Yeah.
I'm fluctuating between good and excellent. I think that I might want to put her, if in good, high good, or excellent.
I think the issue is, because I would put them both in excellent, but I think the issue is that we know what they did with Ambessa, whereas Grayson is safe.
She is safe. She's one of the dead characters who is actually safe.
Yeah.
I'm fine with her being an excellent.
Okay.
I think she's so densely good is something that I particularly like. We get so little of her, but she's clearly got her perspectives. She serves as not just an important element for the Zahn Piltover plot, and her absence shows how important her role was, but also we get our setups with Caitlyn as well in those flashbacks.
And Marcus as well, where you get who was she?
Yes.
And she was a good woman, which you wouldn't really get that impression that was Marcus's perspective of her just based on Act 1. So it implies more about their relationship. And I feel like if you wanted to, if the quality of the writing was going to, remain consistent, you could make like a one-off bottle episode about Marcus and Grayson during the events of Act 1. I think that could be fascinating.
So.
But yeah,
Marcus's failure to live up to be her, Caitlyn in season 1 wanting to live up to, be like her. Yeah, I'm good with putting her into excellent. I think that's fair.
I'm happy to go with excellent because I think that she is definitely more impactful than Ambessa if we are disregarding season 2. Because she is kind of front loaded in season 1. She dies by episode 3. She's barely in episode 2, and then we get a flashback with her in episode 5. So she is very important in setting up the various threads that are going to keep going. So yeah, you guys in chat are saying predominantly good. A lot of you are saying excellent and perfect. We're both saying excellent. So we're going to stick her in excellent.
They did put good more, yeah. But yeah, I think excellent's the way to go.
Okay. Next character is Jace.
Jace.
Just from season 1.
I mean, let's see. Obviously, he's at least excellent. At least excellent. We're at the point with Jace where I'm thinking about, are there any flaws? Based off my memory of season 1 and having, gone over it again for our season 2 coverage, were there any complaints that I had about Jace that were...
I can give you...
Man.
I have one, but it's not relating to his characterization. It's relating to presentation.
I think it's his combat skill kind of comes out a bit out of nowhere. But I think you're right. That isn't character, but writing him to have that like inexplicable hammer skill in combat. But should that count against him?
I don't think so, because it doesn't speak to his character. It just means that the writers kind of amplified his skill in a fight scene. The character part of that fight scene is the reasons why he decided to go there and his dealing with the fallout after what happened. And they didn't bungle that. I thought that was all absolutely perfect.
I feel, with that in mind, considering how important he is to season 1, how much of there is of him in season 1, and what he does as a primary character. He has so many relationships with other characters. Obviously, the political element. I think he goes in. I think he goes in perfect. Unless there's anything else that pop up as being an issue. He's too complicated, I think, to be an excellent. He's got too much going on, too much screen time. There's too much good about him.
Yeah, he's somewhere between excellent and perfect for me. I don't agree with this criticism, but the main criticism that I have seen of him is that he is too easily manipulable. He basically, if you boil down his character in season 1, he basically spends the entire time just being kind of influenced and told what to do by people that are smarter than him, or not smarter than him necessarily, but, you know, more experienced in like politics than him. Yeah, exactly. But what makes him fascinating is how he deals with it, and how he also, relating to Heimerdinger, like, yes, Heimerdinger is more experienced than Jace, but Jace is also a scientist, so Jace thinks that he knows better than Heimerdinger. And by the end of the series, he realizes that Heimerdinger was absolutely right. So he doesn't just do exactly what Heimerdinger said because he thought he was right and it turned out that he wasn't. Whereas when he is influenced by Mel and by Ambessa, and I'm forgetting if there's anyone else, but primarily those two, it ends up causing him problems. With Ambessa, he ends up attacking the Shimmer facility, which gets a child killed. And in the case of Mel, it leads to him losing sight of what was going on with Victor. So, you know, Ambessa clearly had more selfish intentions with Jace than Mel did, or less noble intentions at the very least. Because I think Mel is selfish to a degree, but she generally has good intentions. But the fallout on Jace was a lot worse for, you know, Ambessa's involvement rather than Mel's.
It's not a character flaw to be able to be influenced. If anything, it would be odd for him if he didn't become influenced by all of the powerful and influential people around him. He can be pulled in different directions. He can see different perspective as he tries to sort of figure out his place and what he should do, especially as he's coming to terms with his new political role and what he needs to be doing with his new power and what everyone else thinks about it. I think it's better for his character, what you'd mentioned that criticism, or its supposed criticism was. I think it makes him a great character, the fact that he does listen and can be influenced by others.
Yeah, agreed. There's two comments in chat that I just want to address quickly. So Sparks says, how do we feel about him not destroying the Hex Core before Season 2? That is only revealed in Season 2. So I think that needs to be disregarded because we're just talking about Season 1. He says he's going to do it, and then he gets blown up. Like, it's not addressed after the fact.
It is also, I think it's implied by the nature of Hex Core and its instability that it might not just be something you can destroy. Like, oh, I'll just smash it with a hammer and it's done and there's no side effects and there are no implications of this.
That's possible. Yeah. And the other comment that I wanted to mention is Marauder reminds me of, this is something that I mentioned in my Season 1 videos, is after he realizes that Victor is terminally ill, he goes to Mel, and my read on the scene is that it's a bit strange because he is when he says the line, like, nothing feels impossible when I'm with you. And the reason why he was unaware of how bad Victor's illness was is because of Mel's actions. So, like, Mel didn't mean to pull him away from Victor, but at the same time, she did distract him from what was going on with Victor. So it, to me, is a bit strange that one single scene it is a bit strange that he isn't at all angry or accusatory with Mel.
Yeah, it might just be that he just doesn't blame her for it. He might just consider this is our relationship, our role together. You've got your things to do. It's busy. It pulls you away from things. I don't think that's an issue, unless I'm just forgetting some parts of it. But
if it's an issue, it's a minor issue. It's a very minor issue because it doesn't, you know, the conversation would have resulted in her convincing him that obviously she didn't mean to do this. I guess the point that I would make on it is that I would have expected that Jace would potentially be a little bit frustrated with Mel rather than being, oh, I love you so much. Also, Victor's ill. You know, it's a little bit odd, that scene. But yeah, I don't think that's enough to bring him out of perfect, if that's where we're going to stick.
I don't think so either. Yeah, I don't think so either. When you suddenly realize that a best friend and colleague for many, many years is like sick and dying, the responses that people have to that information can be all over the place. There's different ways people process that and deal with that.
Yeah.
I don't think it's an issue.
So we'll stick him in perfect for now. You guys in chat are saying predominantly excellent, but preferring perfect over good. Well, 4 of you are saying that he breaks the show. I'm guessing that you didn't read the 3 times on the screen where it says that we're only doing season 1.
I assume so.
But yeah, so we're going to stick him in perfect for now. my guess is that he will probably end up towards the bottom of perfect, but that's just because of how good season 1 is with its characters. You know, most TV shows, most stories would kill to have a character as good as Jace in season 1. And
yeah, absolutely. To be able to write a character this complicated with this many relationships involved in this many sort of things, it just goes to show how good season 1 is.
Okay, next character is Vi. So, yeah, Vi just going from season 1. There's an interesting... No, that isn't as much of a spread as I thought it was going to be. Yeah, you guys are all saying perfect, and I mean, I have to agree. Vi is fantastic in season 1.
I agree too. I think she's above Victor. Or sorry, above Jace.
Who?
I think part of that is because of
Who would you say is like your favorite character, or do you want to save that, or not your favorite necessarily, but the best character in season 1, or do you want to save that for when we get to them?
That's actually a tough question in a good way. The best written character in season 1. If I was to answer objectively, it might be Silco, Jinx, or... Oh, that's a really tough question.
It's tricky.
I don't know if I could answer.
I would say those two, and then probably Victor, as
because
you know, rounding out the top 3. Yeah,
because then you have a lot of other characters who don't have as much screen time, but are incredible. Like I think Marcus is one of my favorite characters, which is an unusual pick, but I love Marcus in terms of like what they do with it. You don't get a lot of those kinds of characters.
Oh yeah. It's all coming together.
But I mean, I'd rank him, really high on the list as well, even though he doesn't get as much screen time. I don't know. I feel like we're just gonna have a question talking about like, wow, aren't there so many good characters in season 1? And I'd be like, yeah, there sure are.
Yep. And then they're all going to go down, apart from the ones that died, or apart from most of the ones that died. We'll get there.
Yeah, most of the ones. Death isn't safe.
No, death is not the end. What is it? Death is only the beginning from the Mummy. Okay, so Vi, I mean, what are the potential problems with Vi? Because everything relating to her relationship with Jinx and like in Act 1, everything, or Powder, I guess, everything relating to what she does with Caitlyn in episodes 5 and 6, I think it's fantastic. In Act 3, I don't think she is quite as interesting until we get to the final episode, because all she really does in kind of the first half of Act 3 is you have the interactions with Echo, which I do really like them. I just don't like them as much as her and Caitlyn or her and Powder.
Yeah, they're not complicated. They're good. They're good for her character. There's no issues as far as I recall, but they're not complex.
Yeah.
But that's fine.
And then in episode 8, you have episode 8 is the episode that I think does the most for the relationship between Caitlyn and Vi. And I think it's great, but I also think it's potential. It's not like actualized storytelling at that point. It's like they have a conversation and you can tell that there's something there and there is the potential for it to go in certain directions that it may or may not go in season 2. But it almost functions as setup. It's not like on its own. I wouldn't put it at like, peak storytelling for season 1. As far as problems, the only real problems I can think of is she's going to be one of the primary instances of plot armor in season 1, depending on how we want to grade that.
I think it happens a couple times. I think Jinx has some plot armor issues. Caitlyn has 1 or 2. It's not character, though. It's not their fault they have plot armor.
Yeah.
But it depends on their decision to put themselves in certain scenarios. While I prefer Jace as a character, but that's just in terms of just the simple appeal of what their character is and whatnot. I think she's in terms of screen time. Do you have it handy? Who has most in season 1? Is it Vi who has the most in season 1 in terms of screen time?
I will check
Jinx?
for you right now. For season 1, I'm 90% sure that it's Vi. Yeah, so for season 1, it's Vi by half an hour, actually.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Vi has 2 hours, and then you got Powder Jinx with hour and a half, and then you've got Jace with only 1 hour 13. So it's super tightly focused on the Jinx Vi stuff, and the reason why Vi has so much more is primarily because of all the Caitlyn stuff that doesn't involve Jinx.
And that is true. Do you think that she should, if anything, because she has way more screen time and there's no issues, that puts her above Jace?
I think I would agree with what you just said. Like, I personally prefer Jace, but I think I am willing to put Vi above Jace for that reason, because she and her relationship with Jinx is like the backbone of the show. And if they hadn't nailed that, the show would just disintegrate. Whereas if they fuck up Jace, like, he is the main character in the secondary narrative, the Piltover stuff. And if they had fucked up Jace, like, that would seriously damage the show. But the emotional core of the show is Vi and Jinx. It's not Jace. So
I think if you write 2 equally, quote unquote, equally perfect tier characters, but one has, 50 minutes more screen time, then it's more impressive.
So just one thing to address quickly from chat is Vi knowing what she knows after prison is a bit vague. So I agree that it is a bit vague, and there are various mental gymnastics to varying degrees of how justified they are that can allow us to, like, rationalize it. But predominantly, how did Vi not know that Powder became Jinx while she was in prison? And there's a section in a video that I did for part 1 for season 1 where I kind of went through this, and essentially I think what it boils down to is that when Vi is in prison, she hears a story, people come in and out of prison, and she hears stories about this, blue-haired psychopath. Yeah, but she's not hearing about the girl that she knew. She's hearing about a blue-haired psychopath who blows people up when she's bored. She is not going to make that connection.
You would not assume, you're not assuming that's Powder.
Yeah. And even if if she heard the name Jinx, which I think it's probably reasonable to say that she would have heard the name Jinx, would she make the connection based on what she and Milo had said to her in Act 1? That's possible. But again, like, the whole focus of season 1 is so closely on, like, Vi is not willing to give up on Jinx. And because, if they had explained what happened to Vi in prison more thoroughly, and it didn't make sense, then I would agree that damages Vi. Because they leave it vague, I think it makes enough sense to where I'm willing to just accept it. If this was something that popped up in season 2 as well, I don't think it's something I would criticize, because we just don't have enough information.
Yeah, I think there's enough leeway to sort of explain it.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll stick Vi there. The next character is... on my list, it's Clagger. So where is Clagger? Clagor. There he is. Yeah, Clagger. He's a poor lad. He seemed nice. And he likes cake. And he's nice to Powder. And I don't know if you saw the theory that Clagger is actually Vanda's biological son.
I have not seen this theory.
Yeah, so
it sort of look it.
It doesn't change anything in season 1, but it's just interesting to think about that he had an actual son, and then just adopted a bunch more children because of the various shit that went on in Zorn, rather than him being childless and then adopting kids from out of nowhere. Because that might explain how he ended up with Milo, as if they were both friends. Then, yeah, so that's possible. And the evidence would just be that they kind of look vaguely similar. Obviously, you slap a beard on him, and I guess you could say that he looks a little bit like Vanda. But yeah, Milo and Clagger, we should probably do them pretty much at the same time, to be honest, because they...
Yeah, I think that's fair.
They basically... Is there any deviation in how you guys ranked them?
I don't think that I would... Yeah, I don't think that I would rank them differently. They're both...
Well, more people are saying that Clagger should go imperfect. If anything, I think that I like Milo, or I think that Milo is a better character than Clagger because he is more obnoxious and he is more antagonistic, whereas Clagger is just a nice guy who's there in the background and he's supportive. Whereas
Milo stands out more, certainly.
Yeah.
He has a more abrasive, sarcastic personality. I think, is he more plot? He's more plot relevant because of the lock picking, right?
Yeah, the lockpicking becomes important twice. Honestly, the scene that I really do like the most with Milo is that in episodes 1 and 2, he's a bit of a little shit. And then in episode 3, Vi comes back and is like, oh, they've taken Vander. And he immediately just changes and he's like, he's our dad too. Like, tell us what happened. We're going to go help him. He just totally drops this, arrogant little shit act that he was doing. I think it's great. Yeah.
It's a good distinction between like personality and character, how they're similar, but they're kind of different. One is almost kind of like flavor, and the other one is the core like attributes of who you are or how you express those. But he's a good person. He's just like rough and a bit aggressive and sarcastic, and it does help him stand out a bit more. I think it fits in as well with the fact that he is a lock-picking kind of guy. He seems like if Clagger was the lock-picking one, you'd be like, oh, but you seem so nice and well-adjusted.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd probably put them both in good, mostly functional. Probably.
I'd be leaning towards good. Because in particular for Milo, because he has a big impact on Jinx for the rest of the show. Clagger doesn't. He's the nice kid that died, but Milo is the face of Jinx's torment, essentially.
Yeah. I am totally fine putting them both in good. I think that's fair.
Okay. Above or below Ambessa? Because I think we're going to put Milo above Clagger. Would we put them above Ambessa? I would say probably not.
I was thinking no. That is the order that I would put them in.
Okay. And you guys in chat are saying predominantly good, but a bunch of you guys are saying excellent and perfect. So this is why it's difficult, is we're kind of having to stretch out the top 3 categories a little bit to accommodate, because I could see putting all 3 of these.
Credit to the show.
Yeah. It's great.
I don't think they have enough. I think they're not. I think they're higher not because of any problems, but because of presence, sheer presence. That might be kind of what holds them back a bit. But I would say it's mostly. Yeah, I'm fine with them being in good. I think that's perfectly reasonable. The lowest they're good.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the best things about season 1 is that they really do build up not only Vander but Milo and Clagger. Almost as if they're going to be like the main characters that the show is going to follow. And because if you've played League of Legends, you will not know who Milo and Clagger are because they don't exist.
No.
But when you're that early on in the show, Vander's also not a character in League of Legends. Neither is Silco, neither is Marcus. And, there's the number of characters in League of Legends at the start of Arcane, you can basically count on one hand. So I don't think that gives you or should give you any kind of preconceived notions that some characters are immune to death, even though that definitely starts happening later down the line, especially in season 2. So they spend like so much time setting up these characters and then they kill them off. And had they not put in the time to actually build these relationships and make them seem believable, even though like they're pretty simple characters, had they not pulled that off, then again, the big tragedy of Act 1 would not have been sold anywhere near as well as it was. They're super important.
Oh no, your shitty friends are dead. Oh no, isn't that a shame that these poorly written characters that we all hate are dead? Definitely didn't sell the tragedy. It's fair that I think some people are mentioning like that Milo should be higher than Ambessa, and I don't think that's unreasonable at all.
Let's hold on. Let me just check what chat said for Clagger. So that's Clagger. That's Milo. The thing is, chat is saying that Clagger needs to be... Sorry, the community voting is saying that Clagger needs to be higher than Ambessa. I'm going to make
Milo,
a call.
That would be the one who might be
same.
higher.
I would put him higher if either of them, because I think Clagger is maybe getting voted up for the memes, whereas I think that Milo is a better character.
Look, we gotta be. Not everyone has the meme power. Clagger does not have meme power. Okay, don't try and force it. He just doesn't. Oh, is Milo higher than Ambessa? Stop it and think about it. Thinking about it objectively.
It's tricky.
That is tricky. I mean, Milo's impact on Jinx and Vi's childhood versus Ambessa's impact on Mel and Jace.
I got an argument for you. So Ambessa's primary function is concluding Jace's arc and setting up threads that may happen in the future. Milo concludes his arc, and his impact is finalized in what it does to Jinx. So he is complete, whereas Ambessa is not. So potentially that's a reason to stick him higher.
I think that's like his narrative role is, quote unquote served, whereas she is yet to come in a way.
I think
it's like a fucking coin flip, isn't it?
This is one of those ones where I would put a poll in chat, but we've already got polls going, so I'm not gonna make multiple polls. Let's put Milo above Ambessa and move on, because we need to get through season 1 before we get on to the juice of season 2.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, there's a whole bunch of these that will be quick, but I think it's kind of front-loaded for some reason because of the random order. So the next character is Cross. Again, he's not mentioned by name in season 1. Where even is he? Where's his face? There it is. So this guy is the old...
Grandma, yeah.
It's a dude. He's not a grandma.
I know. But
okay.
I look at that and I think that the hat is like a poofy bit of hair behind him, and it's like, Grandma, it's so good to see you.
So
hello there.
Did you have your shimmer?
Do you have any shimmer? I baked you a shimmer pie. It'll make you really fast. And
Smeech, have you stolen my medication again?
Smeech.
I mean, yeah, this he's down here, but like the most interesting thing about him is he has a telephone tattooed on his forehead, and he also, you don't see it until season 2, but he also tattoos numbers on his henchmen, so he just numbers them, and he's the phone guy, so I guess information. That's kind of all there is to him, I guess, in the show, but season 1, you don't get any of that. And he's going
character like he should have been, then who knows? Maybe we would have learned more about him, but I guess not. I guess he's non-character with what's-her-face.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm not even going to bother like ordering the non-characters, because there's just no... We're arguing about like who has the least of non-characters, so we'll just... it doesn't matter for down there.
It'd just be aesthetics that we'd rank them on, or vibes.
Oh yeah, in which case Grandma's going above Margot. Okay, next one is... this is Jace's mum.
It's all coming together.
Do you know what her name is? It's not in the show, if that helps.
Oh, well, then I definitely don't know it.
Yeah, her name is apparently Zymina.
Gertrude.
It's not, well, Gertrude. We can call her Gertrude. That's fine.
It's fine. It's fine to call her Zamboni. It's fine.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, what does Zamboni do in Arcane season 1? She gets lost in the snow with Jace for some reason, and we never really understand why that happened. If she was
it happens. Sometimes you get lost in the snow.
Yeah, I mean, if they were out skiing or whatever, that's one thing. She just got lost and nearly got herself and her son killed. If they were fleeing from a battle, slightly different. But we just have no information to work with, which means that I don't think that speaks to her character. The only other thing that she does is she shows up during Jace's trial and pleads with them that, like, Jace is a good boy and he didn't mean to cause harm. Please don't banish him. He's all I have left. And I think that, like, that's obviously what a parent would do. So I don't know.
It's what a parent who has a good relationship with their son and loves him and wants what's best for him would do.
Yeah. I don't know if that's enough to bring her out of non-character, because, like, chat is saying mostly functional. I'm not sure if she has a clear enough purpose in the story. Like, I don't take any issues with the character. I just don't think there's necessarily enough for us to bump her out of non-character. Do you Any preference?
I think that what she does makes sense, but it's in a weird way. It makes too much sense, so it doesn't tell us about the character too much, unless she had a really really bad relationship with Jace to the point where she hated him. Then what she does just makes sense and is what a parent would do. Whether or not that's enough to make her a non-character, technically that is characterization, but it's so baseline for what you would expect for a mother to their kid that I don't know if that's enough to really meaningfully elevate her out of non-character.
Because the most interesting thing for her, I think, is that it applies to Jace's character, not hers, is that he is not happy at all that she embarrassed him. He thinks that she embarrassed him in the during the trial, and that's before like he's decided to like I've lost everything. You've made me look like a joke, kind of thing. But she's like, well, I saved you from being banished. So there is a bit of conflict there, but it doesn't get resolved with her as a character, because she basically doesn't show up again. She's in the crowd a couple of times afterwards. That's pretty much it.
I think I'm fine with her being in mostly functional, because it does have an impact what she does. It is technically some characterization. I'm fine with her being in mostly functional. Not going to put her as high as Rennie. But
I definitely agree there.
I'm fine with her being mostly functional. I think she serves a purpose in the story. It is some characterization.
Okay. Yeah, chat is saying mostly functional, so we'll stick her there, but I think Rennie's probably towards the top, and Zabuzi, Zymina, yeah, she's...
Zamboni, yeah.
Zamboni is going to probably be towards the bottom, but we will keep it going. Who is next? Next is Caitlin for just season 1. She seems to be one of the more controversial one. I say controversial. When I say controversial, she's, it's like, how good actually is she? Is she the weakest one of the main characters? Which still means she's like brilliant because of how good season 1 is.
Excellent, yeah.
But she seems to be the one of the main characters that people are like, yeah, but she's not. She's a bit of an outlier. She's not as good. In particular, I think, because she doesn't do much after the end of Act 2. Like, Act 2 is the Caitlin bit of the story, and I think it's great, but she doesn't exist in Act 1. She's a child who does nothing. And in Act 3, she's a pawn that gets fought over. And they obviously set up the romance with Vi, but that doesn't actually happen in season 1.
Yeah, she's used by Jinx more than is a character, though she has characterization and is done very well. I think it is worth separating her from perfect tier, but I think she's high excellent. She's got to be. What?
That's kind of what I'm thinking. That's what chat is saying as well, for the most part excellent, and then we've got a split kind of between perfect and good.
She has traits that are used multiple times and reiterated upon. She has a personality and a perspective. She is appropriately influenced by other people. She has aspirations and relationships with other characters that are emotionally resonant and logical. I'd put her in high excellent. I think she has one over. I think she's going to be higher than Grayson, but a lot of that has to do with, impact and the amount of people that she interacts with and the kinds of stuff she does. I think high excellent is totally fair.
I think that's fair, and I do agree, just because of how important she is, and that there aren't really any problems with her, that she goes above Grayson just because she is a lot more important to the plot than Grayson. But yeah, by the way, we are going to probably be putting a handful of characters in perfect. I don't dish out perfect. Like, if anyone has seen my other tier list rankings, I just don't do it. The only characters that have gone in... There's one character that has earnestly gone in perfect tier before. It's just that Arcane Season 1 is so good that there are going to be probably at least 4 or 5 that go in there.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Gollum. You know, you're comparing, you know, Jace in the League of Legends TV show to fucking Gollum. Like, that tells you how good it is. But yeah, I think I'm happy to put Caitlyn in excellent, and it looks like chat agrees.
Feels appropriate.
So the next character for just Season 1 is, there's a handful that are only in Season 2. It is Mel. So, yeah, Mel is important in Act 1. She is very important in Act 2, which is when all of the politicking starts, and her motivation is, you know, becomes a little bit more fleshed out, where it, you know, her characterization kind of leads you in the direction of she's only out for herself and she's going to use people, and then she gradually kind of, you know, Jace grows on her and then they do start a romantic relationship. And then Act 3 is when you have the Ambessa stuff where she, you know, you have the conflict of her past that, you know, jumps out on her and she's like, oh, shit, I can't deal with this. I'm not letting you weaponize the dream of Hextech, because she has now come around to it, you know, how it can be used not only to make her wealthy, which was that was the angle she was playing in at the start, but also it is actually making everyone's lives better.
Yeah, she's, it's okay to be a character who is both, like, how can I be selfishly good? That's fine. I think a lot of people are like that. They're good people who will, you know, they'll do something for themselves if they can, and they want to make money, and they want to be, you know, powerful and influential, especially if that is supposed to be contrasting with is like I tell people about, like, YouTube, is like, don't worry about the people who hate you. The most important thing that you can do to make them angry is to be successful. And
Yeah.
I think when it comes to Mel, there's definitely an element of, I'm trying to get away from my past. I'm trying to be more than my family name and, you know, more than you think I am. So the more successful I am here in Piltover, the more I can kind of stick it to you.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's definitely partly because she is a, you know, nice person. She's a good person who wants to alleviate suffering, but also she's going to monetize it and get really fucking rich as a middle finger to her mum. And like, that's the angle that I find really, really interesting about Mel in Season 1 that is completely gone and arguably undone in Season 2. Yeah, I mean, where I think that she is towards the top of excellent. I personally would put her above Caitlyn, but I don't think that she's imperfect.
I think that I agree. I think that there is something in my brain. I don't know if I can like quite grab it, but there is something in my brain that says, yeah, she is above Caitlyn. And then if I'm asked why, I'm like, I don't think I know specifically why, but I would put her above Caitlyn. I think it's because she's more complicated. I think that Caitlyn is, unfairly in some ways, a character who is just a good person can come across as boring or too simplistic. And I don't think that's necessarily fair, but I think that there's a complexity to Mel and why she's doing what she's doing that is more than just because she is a good person that puts her ahead.
Yeah, I would agree. And I also think that's an interesting distinction between like Jace and Caitlyn, is that they're both very much good people. You could describe them both as like goody-goodies. The difference is that like Caitlyn's preconceptions about Zorn are challenged, but that's about it. It's like it changes her way of thinking about things that she previously was prejudiced against because of her upbringing. Whereas Jace, it's not anywhere near that simple. It's far more complicated because basically everything surrounding his like core values in life are challenged relentlessly throughout Season 1. That's not the case for Caitlyn, which means that they tried to do that in Season 2, arguably, and then they bungled it. So I think that's partly why Jace is a better character than Caitlyn in Season 1, I think, because they do more with him, and his responses are more complex, and he is challenged in ways that Caitlyn is not. Absolutely.
They're both high. They're both top of excellent for a good reason. I do think Mel's a bit more complicated, so I think that gives her a little bit of an edge over Caitlyn. And as Chad had pointed out, she's hotter. That's why. Well, if that was true, then Grayson would be at the top of excellent. But we could talk about that another time.
Well, if that was true,
We'll
just
do another
that,
tier
right?
list for that later. Yeah, we'll just rank them.
Sorry,
Milo, you're dropping down a bit. Yes, there we go.
Okay, the next character is going to be Marcus, and this is going to be
there's a lot of good-looking moms in the show. That's weird. Hey, carry on, Marcus. Marcus is perfect.
I can't disagree. Chat is saying we got 52 votes to 52 on perfect excellent. I think part of why he comes across as perfect, or like why he would fit that category, is because he is a very simple character who is just pushed to the fucking limit, and he is always just forced to do what he knows is the wrong thing because he is not capable. He is not the hero. Like if he was Jace, potentially, like Jace is the kind of guy that potentially would be able to get out of a situation like that. He might have the courage to do what Marcus could not. Marcus doesn't. Marcus's daughter is used as his weakness by Silco, and that's what prevents him from being able to be the hero that he wants to be.
I am, as I mentioned before, Marcus is one of my favorite characters. Part of the reason is because he's the kind of character you don't really see done this well that often. The conflicted, not terrible guy who does bad things, who knows that they are bad, who dreams about being able to, like his daydream with the grenade and killing Silco. He is definitely a very well characterized person. He has his failings, and ultimately it ends his story in an incomplete tragedy. His story is essentially cut short, and that's what completes his character, almost oddly enough as it sounds. He is the natural result, the realistic result of someone in his position who makes these decisions, is that you might get killed. There is no real redemption for you. You've died as a part of what you're like. He was there on the bridge. He was pointing the gun at Kate. He was probably about to kill her. He was about to do a really bad thing that he understood to be bad. I think Marcus is excellently well done, excellently characterized. I think he's perfect.
I think one of the great things about the way that they kill him is that they don't commit either way. Was he going to kill Caitlyn? You know, he didn't actually commit to doing it and then was interrupted, and he also didn't commit to putting his gun away and then got exploded. He was like right on the line of, you know, finger on the trigger, like just waiting to essentially murder an innocent person to protect his daughter, and then his story ends and he is not able to actually conclude that part of his story. I think that's so good.
If you ride the line, you might die on the line. It's just the way that it's a realistic outcome for that sort of character. He doesn't get that blaze of glory. He doesn't make that final big decision. It's cut short.
I also, he's probably like, I don't know if there's a proper name for this, but like the character archetype that he is, or that he fits into, is probably purely subjectively my favorite that I can think of. Like other examples, I'm thinking of like someone who would like to be a hero, but and in some ways is heroic, but they are unable to because of like circumstances out of their control, or because of like character flaws that they may have. So another example would be Boromir. Another example would be, I can't remember the character's name, but Colin Farrell's character in Minority Report, I really like. And another example would be, actually, I'm not going to give that example because that would be a spoiler. But yeah, well,
there's Daredevil season 3, the cop in that. What's his name? Because that's kind of on my mind now. Because we had Nadeem, right? He's kind of that sort of character in a different way. But he's
I've actually not seen
kind of
Daredevil season 3. This character is similar to Marcus? Because I don't know who this character is.
Sort of, yeah. I would like you to... There are good shows if you ever get around to it, but Ray Nadeem is his name. He's a similar kind of character to Marcus, though he doesn't necessarily act as a mirror to him. But he's sort of close in that kind of character, the conflicted cop general archetype, and he's done really well. I really like him.
Okay.
He's who he reminds me of.
I take it the new Daredevil is not worth watching?
Do not watch Born Again. Instead, watch our coverage on EFAP, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Central.
I will need to catch up on those, because I only saw seasons 1 and 2. I never watched season 3. I just never got around to it of the Netflix Daredevil. But yeah,
Definitely worth watching. Season 3 is definitely worth watching. Do not watch Born Again. It's absolute ass.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting that like the I guess normies seem to have the perception that like, wow, they've fixed it. They've just done what Netflix did, but now it's properly part of the MCU and everything. They haven't Disneyfied it. But then everything I'm hearing from like everyone else is, what are you talking about? This is shit. This is just slop again.
Yeah, Born Again is obviously terrible. The fact that there's any sort of disagreement on it, it's bizarre. It's obviously awful. The only people who think Born Again are good are the people who think that Falcon and the Winter Soldier are good. Right,
okay. Anyway, back to Marcus. Where are we going to put him? He's obviously imperfect. Do we put him... Because my personal preference would be that I would put him above Vi and Jace. However, I do acknowledge that he is nowhere near as impactful and nowhere near as complicated and arguably nowhere near as impressive of an achievement in writing as either of these two characters. So probably there is what I'm thinking.
We're kindred spirits in that regard. He is one of my favorites. I think he may be my favorite character, but for the reasons that you mentioned, impact on the plot, complexity, and things of that nature, he can't get above Jace and Vi. Jace and Vi have too much going on for too long.
Yeah.
Marcus is imperfect, but he is not at the top of perfect. I think he is where he belongs right now.
And don't worry, because these two will be moving down in short order, so Marcus will end up at the top of perfect, I think. Like, what's the competition? Okay, next character. We've got, they're all in season 2. Okay, well, so we got Rictus now, just for season 1.
Oh, for season 1, I'm drawing a bit of a blank. I remember barely nothing about him.
Okay.
Season 1. You might have to really take the reins here.
So the only thing, well, first of all, the chat is saying perfect because he's Rictus.
Obviously.
Yeah, so he's not going imperfect. He is going in non-character for season 1. Because in season 1, the only thing that he does, the most characterization you get from him is, do you remember the scene in the final episode where Mel confronts Ambessa and is like, stay away from Jace, and she spills a load of, I think it's wine over the local cuisine guy? And Ambessa's like, what the fuck? What are you doing? When Mel comes storming in and does that, there's a shot of Rictus and he just kind of goes, huh. Like he just does like a little smirk. And it's just like a break in his like demeanor. I don't know what the word would be, but like he's usually, his stoicism, it's like a break in that.
Yeah.
To where he's just like, huh, you actually just did that. Okay. That's the most you get from Rictus in season 1. Apart from that, he follows Ambessa around, and even when she's in the tub having a scrub, and that's kind of it.
Scrub in the tub. I want to see Rictus get a scrub in the tub. We don't get to see that though.
Unfortunately not. There's probably fan art of that somewhere.
Scrub.
Yes.
Probably.
Just Ambessa cleaning his feet or something.
I think that's why I don't recall him.
Smeech giving him a bath.
Smeech. He has those little
it's all coming together.
Those auto mail prosthetic thingies, and they have a bunch of gadgets on him, and one of them's like a scrubber, like a little loofah scrubber, and it comes out, and he's actually quite good at it.
Like an Inspector Gadget type thing. He just puts on his bathtub arm, and it's like a massager.
Yeah.
Don't make me want things that I can't have.
That's what season 2 is.
That's pretty much
that you can't have.
Pretty much. So yeah, Rictus. If season 2 did not exist, we would not even be having a discussion about where Rictus is. So Rictus is going in season 1.
Yeah, he'd just be a cool dude in the background.
Yeah. And it would be a case of like, oh my god, is that Darius? That's pretty much it. Darius being a champion from League. because he's a big red Noxian man. So people were thinking, is that Darius? But yeah. Okay, next character is Cassandra Kiraman, Caitlyn's mum.
All right. I got to get something out of the freezer real quick. I will be right back.
No problem. So, well, Rags is gone. Actually, yeah, hold on. Can I... No, I'll wait. I'll hold off on Super Chats until we finish Season 1. Yeah, so Cassandra Kiraman, she is obviously important to Caitlyn as a... bloody whiskey. She is important to Caitlyn as a character. She's also one of many voices on the council. She is the most characterized out of all the councillors, apart from Mel J. Simoninger. The other 4 are just background people who don't really do anything. And even once you get to like season 2, you have characters like Shula in particular, who just does fucking nothing. Cassandra has so much more characterization than her. So, yeah, what does she actually do? She clearly does not like the Undercity, which you can partly get that from reading Caitlyn's characterization, because she will have been, taught not to like them by Cassandra. Not entirely unjustified, of course, given the kind of shit that goes on in the story. She eventually, she is responsible for funding Jace's research, but doesn't seem to really care about him as an individual. Because after Jace cocks everything up and gets, well, yeah, I slipped up there. So he actually doesn't cock everything up. It's because he had the crystals in his lab, and then someone broke in and accidentally used the crystals to blow up the lab. So yeah, you could say that that's irresponsible, but that wasn't actually Jace's fault. And that then leads to the trial. And in the trial, or after the trial, Cassandra is just like, yeah, he's Jace. Like, I don't care if we sponsored him. He's just, gone. Like, I don't care anymore. Caitlyn, get away from him. We don't want to see you. You're not allowed in our house or anything like that. But then, once you get past the time jump, after Hextech has been invented, she's very much like, this is Jace. We sponsored him. Look at me. I'm amazing because I also helped give you Hextech, even though she didn't really have anything to do with it other than giving Jace money initially to make herself look good. So, she's not... I don't think that she's complicated enough to where we can say that she is a fully sympathetic character, but she definitely has characterization. So she's absolutely not going in non-character. You guys are saying predominantly good. Large chunk of you guys are saying mostly functional. That's pretty much where I'm thinking. I don't think that I would put her as high as these 3, but I think I would probably put her above Rennie.
That sounds correct to me.
The only problem that I can think of, which isn't really a problem, it's just something that I would have expected would happen, is that Cassandra has Jace as her guy that she sponsored and funded his research and everything. And then once you get past the opening 10 minutes of Act 2, Jace then falls, metaphorically and literally in bed with Mel, and Cassandra just doesn't really care. She doesn't react to that in any way. Oh, yeah. She doesn't confront Mel. It seems to me like we could have had a scene in the council chamber where Cassandra confronts Mel and is like, what the fuck are you doing? Or I know exactly what you're doing. Stay away from Jace. He's mine. He's my prize that I'm going to use to elevate myself. Don't even think about it. And then Mel would respond and be like, yeah, that's not happening. I'm smarter than you and all that shit. But it's not really a problem in that it doesn't happen. It's just something that I guess I would have expected to happen. But yeah, if we're all happy with putting her in mostly functional, top of mostly functional, does that sound right?
That sounds right to me. That sounds pretty reasonable.
Because she's definitely not any lower than that, but I also don't think I can put her as high as Clagger.
Yeah, she would feel a little bit out of place in good, but high mostly functional is, I think that's fair.
Okay, next character is Deckard. This guy. So this is the guy who kind of attacks. He's working for Silco. He's like a small-time criminal, and he attacks Vi and Jinx and Milo and Clagger to steal their haul because he was watching them, and it's implied that Silco had multiple people just kind of keeping an eye on things And he realizes that they had a lot of valuables because Milo couldn't keep his mouth shut. And so he attacks them. And he then returns to Silco, and Silco's like, you kind of fucked up. And then he reveals that who did the stealing. And then after that, he is convinced by Silco in that rather memorable scene where Silco whips out Deckard's knife and just taps himself on his like injured eye, and explains about like having the power and the will to do what your enemy will not. That's how you're going to be strong. And that's what convinces Deckard to take the shimmer. And after that, Deckard is essentially just a monster. He doesn't have any characterization after that. So I don't think that he's going anywhere above mostly functional. I don't take any issues with the character. Do you have any problems with him?
Either. I think his reason to take the shimmer serum, especially in its very experimental phase early on, is, I think, driven by his desire to not want to be seen as a failure by Silco. It implies that he's got some level of personal pride or maybe insecurity, and he treats Silco's approval very highly, which makes sense, given who he is and his role in this world and what his aspirations realistically are. But I don't think that's enough to put him, like I said, he would feel out of place in good. Mostly functional seems appropriate for his character, his involvement in what he does.
Yeah, I think him taking the drug, you can basically sum that up as he was embarrassed about being beaten up by a girl, and he also clearly looks up to Silco. So he wants power. That's why Silco is telling him about power.
We feel special. I think if he's being told the one he could take this and be powerful and strong, and Silco is personally wanting him to do it, he could be led to believe, oh, I can't let him down. He's specifically asking me.
Yeah, he's picked me for a reason, rather than because because he says, like, at the end, like, do you have a subject in mind? Someone just volunteered. Like, Silco does not give a shit about Deckard.
Disposable, yeah. You're a disposable meat chunk that I can inject with a spooky serum and you could do my bidding.
Yeah, exactly. I actually hadn't considered this until now, because in season 1, like, it obviously Silco is willing to and tries to kill children. Like, this happens multiple times. He also essentially gets Deckard killed, because he just does not give a shit about this kid. And he's like, here, take this drug, become a monster, and then, oh, whoops, he died. Oh, well. He just doesn't care. Yeah, I think putting him right about there is fine, because he predominantly is giant monster, but he also has, I think, a little bit more development than Jace's mother.
I agree.
Okay. The next character is Shula. The clockwork lady from season 1. This is what she looks like in season 2, but we're just doing her from season 1. So chat said, mostly functional. The thing is, with most of the extra counselors, there's 4 of them.
In a character?
Exactly. I think that they are so thinly characterized that they're going down here in non-functional. Even though, like, chat is saying mostly functional, because, like, I'm trying to remember exact lines that she gives. Because there's a handful of scenes where you have the counselors discussing things, and the extra counselors are given, like Hoskell, for example. When we get to him, he's not a non-character. Neither, I think, is Salo, because they have enough to them where you have an idea of what a conversation with them might go like. Shula, yes. You got nothing, right? She sits there. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's...
I think it's non-character, yeah.
Yeah, given that I can't remember a single line of dialogue from her in season 1. I know that she has some, but I can't remember what she says. So she's going to go down there. The next one...
Below Rictus, though.
Below Rictus? Let's put him below...
Rictus has to be at the top of non-character for season 1.
Let's put her below Grandma as well. Okay, next character is Tobias Kiraman. And... I mean, he's also a non-character, right? He basically doesn't do anything.
He is a non-character.
Yeah, he exists out of, like, biological necessity, because Caitlin would have a dad. The only scene of characterization from him is... Oh, no, saying that, there's 2 scenes of characterization. One of them is in Act 1, when Caitlin is, like, 10 or whatever. and he's kind of talking about Jace, and he's like, oh, that idiot nearly blew up our daughter or something. So that just tells us that he cares about his daughter, which, like, fine, that's kind of it. And then later on in... Where is it? It's when Caitlyn and Vi sneak back into her house after their escapades in the Undercity. And Caitlyn's mum, like, has a rifle, and she's there to, like, defend the property. And he's like, oh, shit, it's Caitlyn. And then kind of helps. I think that she had, like, bits of metal because of the explosion. Bits of metal in her side, and he kind of pulls them out and, like, dabs her with alcohol and that kind of thing. So, you know, he cares about Caitlyn. That's kind of all we've got.
It's too default for a parent to care about their kids to elevate them out of non-character. It's got to be something more than that.
I think I'd agree.
Too default and basic.
Yeah.
Because if every parent who just cared about their kid automatically got them into, like, mostly functional, it's too easy. You don't get points for that.
Yeah.
It's how you express that that's important.
Okay. Next, factoid, Tobias Kiriman, same voice actor as Marcus. I don't know if you noticed that when you were watching it, but yeah, same guy.
All Asians sound the same, so check it out.
Oh dear.
True.
Okay, next character is Hoskell. This guy, the idiot man who gets the child's toy from Mel and spends season 1 playing with it. And he is angry about, like, trade routes being blockaded when they switch off the hex gates, because he's like, how am I going to tell the Noxians? Like, what do you think they're going to say? That's pretty much all there is to it. He's like an old curmudgeonly man who is only really interested in being rich. There's not really much else to him.
Mostly functional. Yeah. Does he do anything?
I don't believe he ever argues.
Then.
Well, I don't believe he ever argues for anything that anyone else wasn't already arguing for. But he is kind of the one... I just remembered Schuler's line of dialogue. He says... That's Richter's. Schuler's line of dialogue. He says, have you gone mad? Am I to tell the Noxians that they're going to have to wait for their wine until winter or something? And then Schuler says, the hex gates must remain open. Our status as a global shipping lane depends on it. That is a line from Schuler in season 1. But
Ooh.
Again, that doesn't really tell us anything about him.
I agree. But he does have a personality. He does have a character. You can imagine what a conversation with him would be like, but he doesn't really do anything.
Yeah.
Is he mostly functional or inoffensive?
His purpose... I think his purpose is clear enough, because he is the only one of the counselors that is characterized like that. Like, yeah, there's generally speaking, the council are shown to be selfish and ignorant, but he is kind of, possibly apart from Salo, he is the most ignorant one. You know, he is shown from the start to be very easy to manipulate. He is I guess, stereotypical outsider's view of what a politician is. He plays with a child's toy, but he's also not shown to be completely useless at his job. He's not just an idiot that shouldn't be there.
On the council, he's rich. He knows how to make money. But is that function or flavor?
Chat just pointed out he does also help his vote is, like, crucial in saving Jace on his trial, because Mel manipulated him with the toy. So that is a function.
Fair enough.
I think it's honestly, this is where I would put him.
Yeah, if his mom isn't mostly functional, I feel like Haskell needs to be as well.
Yeah, let's stick
him there. It would
be
odd if she was and he wasn't. That being said, yeah.
Next character is Salo, who is he has a lot more to do in season 2. And in season 1, he is characterized as the most sort of arrogant and ignorant member of the council. He doesn't seem to care about anything other than how he is perceived. He's introduced immediately as being like, oh shit, did I forget about Hoskell's birthday? Here, have the nuts that I was already eating. And he didn't know that Hoskell was allergic to nuts. Like, just little flavorful moments like that, I think, do give him character, which is why I don't think that he's down here. Potential question mark with him is that he is the most anti-Undercity member of the council.
Yes,
but he also
very outspoken in that regard.
Yeah, but he also changes his mind and votes for their independence at the end of season 1. And I feel like that conversation would have been fascinating to watch, but you can't insert that kind of political discussion.
Yeah. There could be reasons why. Maybe he's just way more pro Piltover than he is anti Zahn. Maybe he thinks that will just keep them out of their hair and it resolves the issue. It'll take up less time and less of their resources to deal with. Maybe he thinks it'll just be good economically. We don't know. It's possible that he just doesn't like them. He thinks they smell bad or whatever, but he doesn't like really care that much apart from that visceral reaction.
Yeah. I would be putting him there. I would stick him just above Hoskell. They're pretty interchangeable towards the bottom of mostly functional.
I think so. Yeah. If you swapped around all of their lines, how much of an impact would it have?
Well, I don't think that you could necessarily do that for these two. I think that, like, Shula's line that I said earlier, that could have been delivered by anyone. Whereas these two have enough of a personality to where if one of them said the other one's line, it might feel odd. I think that they're similar, but they're distinct enough.
Okay, all right.
Okay, next character is the Donger. Mr. Professor Heimerdinger.
Yeah. Big dong in the house.
So, yeah, Heimerdinger is really, really important in Acts 1 and 2 of Season 1. He basically does nothing in Act 3. And for me, him and Echo, those are kind of the two characters where I feel like we lose the most if you just view Season 1 as its own story. So if you completely disregard Season 2, because Echo and Heimerdinger, like, Echo is important in Episode 7. But then in episodes 8 and 9, he does nothing. He just meets Heimerdinger and brings him back to the hideout. Heimerdinger, the conclusion of Heimerdinger's story in season 1 is him getting voted off the council and getting replaced with Jace. Yeah. So he could have just never been seen again, and that would have been perfectly fine if you just take season 1 on its own.
It just would have been like isn't it sad that this guy essentially got outplayed and manipulated, and he was a victim of his better nature, and Jace kind of fucked him over, and the council did for their own purposes. Where is he going to go? Well, I mean, much like Echo, you do expect that even though they're not really in Act 3 that much, Season 2 will do a lot with them. You assume, logically, especially Heimerdinger. But, well, we'll get there.
Well, because they were doing...
season...
Yeah, they were doing the whole, like, he was learning firsthand how nasty the Undercity was, like how bad the living conditions were, that he just didn't know about. Like, that was clearly going to go somewhere.
Legitimately ignorant. He's a good person who's put into the situation, what the life that he knew was essentially gone from him now. He could just live in, comfortable retirement in Piltover, but he chooses to do something else instead because he's a man of action. He does do things. He's got a lot of experience and a lot of perspective. Well, that's what it would have been so interesting. Someone as old as him, who's been around as long as him, interacting with this young guy like Echo, and them having real conversations and perspectives on the Zahn Piltover conflict and how Echo would see Heimerdinger's role and how that conflict happened. Where were you when all these other events of the past happened? Oh, what we could have gotten.
Yep. And
damn, I mean, the Donger's got it. The Donger's perfect.
He's up here somewhere.
He's I think Donger's up and perfect.
He, like, part of why I really like him is that they could have very easily made him like just a one note, no, science bad, or innovation bad. We've got to do like traditional science. Don't bring in your newfangled sciencey, magicy, spacey, hex tech shit. They could have just done that. But Heimerdinger, on, I believe it's at least 2 occasions, he directly acknowledges that, like, I was wrong. You have improved people's lives, and you deserve to be rewarded for this. And that's what kind of makes the back and forth that he has with Jace and Victor in season 1 so interesting, and then they completely ditch it in season 2.
Yeah, he can give you a reason for everything that he thinks. He doesn't just go by vibes. He's got a lot of experience, and it shows. He is, which is something you don't get a lot in a lot of fiction, is when someone who's been alive for an extremely long time, they just never seem to feel like there's someone who has a lot of perspective and experience to them that, you know, their age would imply. But his does.
So, yeah, chat is saying somewhere between excellent and perfect. The majority is saying excellent. I personally, I think he's better than
higher.
I think he's better than Mel, arguably better than Marcus, even though I prefer Marcus. This is difficult.
I'd put him in perfect above. Is he above or below Marcus? Marcus
Well, I mean,
has like perfectly executed simplicity, but the Donger's role is bigger and I think more emotionally.
That's true, actually. Donger is definitely involved in like one of the most emotionally effective scenes in season 1. Marcus a lot less so, because all of Marcus's conflict is restricted to him. You know, am I willing to do this to save my daughter? Whereas Heimerdinger is like, he gets betrayed by Jace, his student.
Yeah, and I think that that puts Donger is above Marcus.
Yeah,
and the fact that Jace is so high and so prominent, and that factors into the relationship that he has with the Donger. I think he's number 3 right there.
And just the way that whole scene goes, the scene, the council meeting where Jace is like, I think it's time we give the father pulled over a long-deserved retirement. And then Heimerdinger knows exactly what's about to happen because he knows that he is not an effective politician. He's essentially being kept there out of politeness because none of the other counselors seem to care about science. Like even Mel, who will use it for finances, he is the scientist. But then they bring in Jace.
He's the moral backbone of the council that is going to get in their way.
Yeah, and he gets replaced by Jace. And that's, again, an interesting question with Mel, was Mel planning on that happening when she initially inducted or suggested that Jace be inducted into the council?
I don't think so. I think that I get the feeling that, like, well, this is where things have gone now. I guess he's got to go, you know?
Because she supports it and she goes with the flow. But yeah, I think it's up in the air whether or not she
ain't happy about it. I don't think she's pretty like, well,
yeah. Okay. Next character is and Gilgamesh. Yes, we are doing season 2 after or in this stream. We're going to do it all in one go. So it looks like we've got a lot of characters left, but a good chunk of them don't appear in season 1. So I would say we're close to the end of season 1. Who is next? Next up is, this character is called Ren. She is Marcus's daughter, and she's a non-character. Is there anything else to say about her?
No, she's a non-character. She's a kid, and Marcus loves this kid, and she is that kid. So there you go. Yep.
She looked up to Grayson, probably because Marcus taught her to. That's kind of it. And I don't know if you saw, like, when I believe it was the trailer for season 2 came out, and you see Maddie. There were theories that Marcus's daughter was Maddie because they look kind of similar. Like, it doesn't work with the timeline, but people were thinking that, like, oh, did Marcus's daughter grow up and become an enforcer because that's what her dad did and that's what Grayson did. And yeah, maybe that'll happen in future, but I don't trust that they'll be able to do it, at all.
They'll ruin her.
Yep. Okay, next character is Silco.
Let's see. Well, we're gonna have to decide where in perfect he is.
Dude, 93% of chat, 131 people have voted Silco into perfect. That is overwhelmingly perfect.
Silco is quickly, very, very quickly after watching season 1, and that's only solidified as time has gone on. When people say what's a great villain in a story, Silco like instantly pops up to the point where he's like, he comes to my mind better than, the greats like Darth Vader and stuff.
Yeah.
Silco is you put him there. Yeah, that's where he needs to be. Silco is one of the best villains ever written, excellently characterized. He is everything that I wish all kinds of villains could be. He is not he's not like completely psycho evil. He has goals and motivations. He has relationships with, you know, Vander and of course Jinx. He is thoughtful and pensive. He can be worried, like when he thinks that Savika might kill him. And he gives that, you know, talk about loyalty.
Yeah.
He behaves intelligently without being super, like, suspiciously super intelligent, you know? He's got a goal, he works hard for it. It's just he's got it all. He's got it all.
Yeah, he's not anything approaching one-dimensional. He is one of the most multi-dimensional characters in the show. He is not a mustache twirling. This is I don't know if this was your take after the end of episode 1 of season 1, when you get the whole setup of the story with the robbery and Vi and Vander and Powder and all of that, and then you get like a quick, like 2 or 3 minute scene in the evil underwater lair where there are giant spooky monsters swimming around outside, and there's this mysterious man in the shadows, and he's got a scientist making goo, and they give it to a rat and it kills a cat, and then he's like, I'm gonna put that goo in that kid. I was like, okay, we're doing this kind of character. He's just gonna be a Saturday morning cartoon villain. I was so wrong, but I almost feel like they did that deliberately. Like, his introduction as a character is, there's nothing wrong with it, but I think that it's part of why episode 3 catches you off guard, is because
I think so too. He views people differently. He is an excellent example of how one person it has completely different takes on people depending on who they are and how important they are to him. Just because someone is, you know, a kid or in Piltover or in Zahn or a Kim Baron or some thug or someone who works for him, he has different perspectives on different people. He portions out his concern and care to other people relative to either their usefulness, their loyalty to him in particular, their willingness to do what needs to be done, and what they've done to him and the people he cares about. It's really easy to get into his head after they've explained what they have. Top tier of perfect.
I mean, yeah, he's up at the top. He's up at the top. Oh, Gilgamesh says, are we knocking him down a tier for kissing Jinx? No, unfortunately, we're not. Although that
I think him and Marcus are my favorite characters, Silco and Marcus.
Probably same.
There's so many up there.
Yeah. Also, yeah, another bit of fun trivia for you. Apparently, originally, Silco's intro scene where he's, you know, ever wonder what it's like to drown, that is the opening of episode 3. That was originally going to be the opening of the show. That was going to be how they opened episode 1. And then they ended up changing. It would have been very interesting because it would have affected your perception of Silco from the start. It would have removed the subversion of the Saturday morning cartoon villain. And it also, part of why they changed it, or I think the reason why they changed it, is because they wanted to hard focus the story on the Vi and Powder relationship, and solidifying like her hatred of Piltover and why she hates Piltover. Whereas the Silco Vander stuff is crucial and it's gold, but it's not necessary for the very, very start of the season. Yeah, Silco's up at the top. Perfect. We'll see if he stays there. Next character is, this guy's name is Locke, and he gets punched by Vi, and then they do it like 3 more times in season 2. Yeah, he's Big Chungus henchman who gets he works for Silco, and then he gets thrown in prison. That
I don't know what else. I mean, does he do enough stuff to be out of non-character?
I would say yes. So the only dialogue that we ever get from him is when he's speaking to Caitlin after the crime scene on the airship, when he's like, "Oh, she shot me, she's nuts," and then Caitlin says, I'll bring you in and you can talk to me or whatever." And then Marcus interrupts and stops that from happening. So his and I think it's quite important because his perception of Jinx is very negative, which tells us that it's not just Savika that feels that way. So
okay, so that at least bumps him up to inoffensive.
I would say so, yes.
But he might be. Yeah, that doesn't sound like it's enough to put him in mostly functional. And if it was, he'd be at the bottom of it. but
Yeah.
maybe this is our first inoffensive character.
Yeah, I think he goes in
Well,
inoffensive purely because he has enough to not be a non-character, but he's also not, he doesn't really have a purpose in the story beyond big henchmen. So I don't think he gets out of inoffensive, honestly.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It's all coming
Yeah,
together.
that's fair enough. I have no complaints about him. He's got a he's got a great thuggy kind of look. It seems fair to me.
Yeah. Okay, next character is Huck. This guy, I quite like Huck. He's nowhere near the best character in season 1, but I do quite like him because he is similar to Marcus. I guess he's really simple and he's just done really well. He's only in season 1 for like 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes or something. Because he gets his drink in the last drop. He's clearly out of place in the like violent, brutish criminal underworld of Zorn, but he's just trying to make some money. He's very timid. He doesn't really know what he's doing, but he does stand up for himself against, until they like threaten his life, and then Vander steps in. And then later on, we realize that he has fallen to drug addiction, and he is a victim of Silco. Yeah. So that's basically. Oh, and obviously he helps Caitlin because Vander helped him once upon a time, so he feels that he owes it to Vi. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, I like him. I think he's probably towards the top of mostly functional.
I would agree. Who would he? Yeah, it's a matter of where he slots in.
I would be tempted to put him there, in between Cassandra and Rennie. Possibly above Cassandra, to be honest, but somewhere around there.
Cassandra's, what she does is really kind of baseline what you'd expect for the most part, but she gets a little bit more than that. For him going out of his way to talk to Kate in the second act, when we see him those years later,
that's pretty much because he's not seen again after that. That's like the end of his story.
He tells him where the weird potion person is, I think.
Well, actually, yeah. The last time we see him, yeah, he does. But the last time we see him is when he accepts a vial of Silco, a vial of shimmer from Silco.
Silco juice.
This is the Silco juice. Oh god, that's where Singed has been getting it from.
Directed into my eyeball.
Oh no. Yeah, that's the last time we see him. Which I mean, this was never my read on it, but that's probably a me problem rather than the show's problem. I never read that as Huck has betrayed Vi. I read that as the other shimmer addicts there have told Silco where Vi is, and Huck was just like, well, there's drugs, so I'm going to have them, and then walk away. But yeah, it is possible that that Huck did betray Vi there. I don't know if that is the only read of the scene, though, but that's not what I originally got from it. Because in season 2, she accuses him of being a traitor, and I was like, what? Like, he betrayed you? And then I rewatched that scene and was like, okay, yeah, I guess that could have been the intent, but I didn't think it was particularly clear that he had betrayed her.
Probably. There's a part of me that doesn't want to put him as high as Renee, but I think he might be.
He's definitely higher than Deckard, I think.
I think so.
We'll stick him there in the top half of mostly functional for now.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I think they're pretty close.
Okay, next character is Bulbuck, Counselor Bulbuck. Where is he on this screen? He's here. So yeah, he has a little bit of characterization. The Arcane is the scourge of our world. My race was nearly destroyed by it. Does the boy have any experience? And I believe those are his 2 lines of dialogue. That's all we get.
He reminds me of. Do you remember the Ukes from Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles?
I do not. I am totally vanilla on Final Fantasy. I don't know it at all.
Okay, let me send you a picture. He reminds me of he always reminds me of the Ukes from Crystal Chronicles.
Huh, okay.
But just kind of tall, fairly slender, helmeted faces. There's a callback for you, chat. But yeah, I think he's. Oh, is he inoffensive or at the bottom of mostly functional? Top of inoffensive or?
He doesn't. The thing is, I would almost say that he doesn't have enough characterization to break him out of non-character. The only characterization is kind of an implied history that his, for like world building purposes, like his race was nearly destroyed by magic, establishing the dangerous stakes of magic. But that's not him. It's not like he fought in a battle against the mages and he failed, and now he's become a counselor of Piltover to, redeem him. So it's nothing like that. It's just my race is nearly gone.
Yeah, yeah. You don't become a better character because of a backstory with your race in general.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't take a problem with Bulbuck. I just don't think he's as characterized as either of these three counselors.
I think that pumps him in offense of them. If he's not as well characterized as them, and they're at the bottom of mostly functional for the most part, I feel like that puts him in inoffensive. You
would say inoffensive over non-character?
I think that him asking for verification on, I guess, being a little skeptical about Jace, him, yeah, because what character do we have about him? Not
Essentially
really
nothing. No more than the baseline for the counselors, which is that they all make sort of, underground deals with each other, and they'll trade, and they're corrupt to varying degrees.
We don't even know that he does that.
We do, because he's part of. Well, it's implied that he does.
Right. Yes.
During the montage.
But is that enough?
I don't think so. I would say that he goes in non-character. But he's a character that I wanted to see more of in season 2, because I thought, well, they're not going to kill the entire council.
Looking.
Well, because he's a robot, I figured he could have survived, like, more plausibly. So I figured they might make him survive, but they didn't, and he's gone now.
Do we know he's a robot, or is that just like a mask he has to wear for some reason, or
is
that a cultural thing? I guess we don't. We just know so little.
It's never stated in the show. He's not a character in League of Legends, and his race does not appear in League of Legends, as far as I'm aware. He's made of steam, I think.
Is he is he part of the Techno Union?
No. Well, I mean, maybe. Depends how many multiverses there are. I believe he's made of steam, and he, like, his little voice modulator thing works because he uses steam to speak or something. That's kind of it.
Okay.
So he isn't technically a robot because he has, like, a consciousness in there, I guess. And, like, there is no AI in Arcane that is advanced enough to have a consciousness. So I guess that means that he isn't a robot, but I don't know, honestly. Yeah, I think we'll stick him in non-character for now.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess the more I think, the more I wonder, could I put a character to him? I can't imagine a conversation with him and how that would go.
Yeah.
And I don't really know anything about him or what he wants.
Okay, the next character is Victor. And again, we have not quite as much of a majority as Silco, but we have 73% of chat is saying perfect. I mean, Victor in season 1, I would be putting him in perfect. I don't take any issue with him at all. I think he is such a fantastic exploration of testing the limits of where he is willing to go to save himself, essentially. Because him and Jace are similar in a lot of ways, but they're also different in others. Because Jace was like, he is like the face of success. He kind of leverages what he does and ends up becoming, like, thrust into the world of politics and becoming the head of the council and all the rest of it. Whereas Victor never takes to the stage. He is always the brainiac that's behind the scenes doing sciencey shit, because he just wants to.
Not a spotlight guy.
Yeah, exactly. And I think part of the reason for that difference.
He's not the cult leader type, you might say.
Yeah, exactly.
But who knows? People change. But,
like, part of why I find that very interesting is that Jace is a conventionally attractive person. He hasn't really had too many problems in his life. He's never really had to struggle with anything, apart from when you have the trial and he was... that happened right at the start of season 1. But apart from that, there's nothing really. And then everything from then on, as far as Victor would be concerned, Jace has just been like basking in glory and living it up, having sex with the richest woman in Piltover, like all of that good stuff. Whereas Victor's like, well, I'm dying. So Jace is interested in like using hex tech to improve everyone else's lives. Victor needs to use hex tech because he is personally going to die. It's a like personalized, internalized reason for doing it. He has to do it for himself, which is why he is pushed, further than Jace is in, doing things like taking Shimmer and experimenting on himself with the hex core, using his blood, all of that stuff that Jace would, if Jace was there, he'd be like, that's probably not a good idea. And even earlier on in the season, like in Act 1, way before all of that, Jace, it's in Episode 5, Jace is like, hey, is that safe? How do you know that's safe? And Victor's like, yeah, of course not. Like, I don't know. I don't really know.
I'm gonna die, man.
Yeah.
It's like, we're there.
Yeah. Obviously you've got the scene with his leg as well, which is amazing. When he's running
with the boat to parallel the childhood with a toy boat. Stuff that doesn't happen by accident, because this is a really good show. So it is just a matter of where in perfect he goes. Is he above or below Jace? Maybe might be the first question.
If it was your own purely subjective opinion, you would be putting him in top 3? Because I believe you said Silco. You said Silco, Marcus, and then you weren't sure about a third. I believe I said Victor.
I don't know, but a lot of that's just because of how stiff the competition is.
Yeah. I would want to slide him above Heimerdinger. I would also, honestly, I would slide him in between Silco and Vi, personally.
Is he better than... So he's you think he's on the upper side of Jace?
I would say so, yes. I could be convinced either way because we're dealing with characters in the perfect tier here, but yeah.
Yeah. I'm just kind of looking, it's kind of going through a lot of these scenes and conversations, his relationship with Heimerdinger, his, like, oh shit. We might have to play this one by vibes, is what we might have to do, because where would I put him personally? I think I would put him above Vi personally in terms of, but that's just subjective. I think having him be the second best character in Arcane is not an unfair thing to say.
There's a couple of others that could dethrone him, but he's going to be up there if we put him this high.
Potentially. I feel like when we start talking about this level, it really is a matter of who, like, thematically and in terms of their relationships and their characterization, who do you like the most? Because we're just so... I'm fine with him being there. I can't complain.
Yeah. And part of what I guess we need to remember is that because we are just talking about season 1 for now, the tragic conclusion of Victor's story in season 1 is, Jace, you have to destroy it. Promise me you have to destroy it.
Cast it into the fire.
And he
says, okay.
Yeah.
He says yes.
And he, in that scene,
says,
he is accepting...
Why shouldn't I keep it?
It's odd. Yeah, and in that scene, Victor is...
olive Piltovers.
Victor is accepting that he's going to die. Because he's saying, get rid of the hex core, we're done. Like, it's not worth this. I have gone too far. He comes to the same realization as Jace, essentially, in the last couple of episodes, but for very different reasons. And then they both get back together in that final episode with in the pursuit of great, we failed to do good, we have to make it right. They both want to make it right. They both want to destroy the hex core. They both know that Victor will die. And it's acknowledged in that scene, and that's why that scene is so good. because they both know that it doesn't matter. Victor, sorry, but we have to get rid of the Hex Core because Heimerdinger was right. It's brilliant. I love that scene.
I'm fine with him being, he doesn't dethrone Silco, but Silco's special. Victor's special as well, but I think number 2. I'm fine with him being number 2. I can't argue against it. I don't know if I even want to.
Yeah. Okay, next character is Benzo, who is barely in season 1, but I quite like Benzo. I mean, he's barely in season 2 either, but yeah. Honestly, Benzo is like the definition of just a good character. He's entertaining. He has a really fun relationship with Vander. His death is very impactful on predominantly Echo, but also Vander, because this happens like moments after Grayson is killed. You kind of get that 1-2 punch at the opening of episode 3, where it's like, okay, we're not playing around anymore. This is not a Saturday morning cartoon.
People will die. Yeah,
people are going to die.
Will die.
Yeah,
good people will die tragically. I'm fine with him being. Would I put him below Clagger?
I think there's more to him than Clagger, potentially memes aside. He's definitely, I don't think he's as good as Ambessa. I would
don't
put him above
reference the Clagger memes. They're not there. They don't even acknowledge them.
Then Benzo is a better character than Clagger. That's controversial, because you've got his. I don't think it is. You've got his relationship with Vander as the kind of like kind-hearted but still criminal head honchos that are trying to keep everything together. The fact that Vander trusts him enough to use his shop as like a means of communicating with the enforcers, when basically Zorn just does not deal with the enforcers. They don't like them. He's also adopted Echo. We don't know where Echo came from or why exactly. We can guess, possibly similar circumstances to what happened to Vi and Powder. We just don't know.
That one night of passion with Esmeralda, and there we have Echo.
Oh, that's possible.
That's not body paint on Echo's face. That's just Benzo's,
What the fuck? Body paint? What? What?
Hey, guess
I'm
what?
so
Benzo's
lost.
Great.
Yeah, okay, Benzo. We'll stick Benzo in good.
Benzo's not great. He's good. He is good. I think that is a fair place for him to be.
Okay.
He's in good company.
Next character, I mean, this will be a quick one. This is Elora. So she basically does nothing in season 1. She kind of follows Mel around as Mel's assistant. There were theories in season 1 that Elora was going to be revealed to be LeBlanc, which is not the case as of season 2, because LeBlanc kills Elora.
Yeah, what they did was way more interesting. So.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they definitely made the right call.
Yeah. Someone says, did the audio go out? Are we still good? You guys can still hear us?
Yeah, it's fine with me. Yeah, I could hear you just fine. Stream is working fine, so.
Okie pokey. Yeah, if there's any problems, then just tell me in chat. We're still good. Awesome. Yeah, Elora basically doesn't do anything. She has a conversation with Mel about, like, it looks like Jace was a really wise investment. And then she has another conversation before they kind of get with Jace, where she's like, I can't remember the dialogue, but it's at the party when Mel is looking at the balloon with the Man of Progress written on it. So she's kind of just there because Mel would obviously have an assistant, and she is used by the writers to bounce dialogue off Mel so that we can learn a little bit more about Mel. That is all she does, but that is a clear enough purpose to where I'm not going to put her in non-character, I don't think, unless you disagree.
I don't think I disagree. The smell test of can I imagine, like, envision a conversation with her? It's like, I don't think so, but maybe.
She only interacts with Mel is the issue, so yeah. I could not imagine what a conversation would go like with her because she only interacts with Mel. And that the relationship there between Mel and Elora is very much a case of, well, you're working for me, you're like my servant, my assistant. So, you know, what would just a conversation about something else with Elora be like? I got nothing. Inoffensive, non-character, she's somewhere around there.
I feel inoffensive. I don't think she gives enough input character-wise or serves... I think if we were going to put her in mostly functional, I was like, well, what's her function? Well, like it's more of like it's not even like a narrative function so much as so as to get what Mel thinks out loud.
Yeah.
I'd put her. Yeah, I think inoffensive.
Okay, we'll go with inoffensive. Next character. Let me
She
just.
does enough function. Yeah, so inoffensive.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we've still got a handful of characters to go for season 1. A bunch of them barely do anything. Harold, he's the guard. He's a non-character. Is there anything else to say about him?
No.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see him in season 2.
Yeah, he's going to still be guarding things. He does show up at Jericho's, though, in season 2. He also shows up again at Jericho's in the alternate universe. It's fun. It's Harold. That's it. That's all there is to him.
Yeah, non-character. Nice stash.
Okay, Singed. Dr. Revik in season 1. So Singed is an interesting one because in season 1 he primarily serves like 2 purposes. One of them is that he is a means for Silco to be able to do what he does. And the other thing is that he is like really important to Victor. But he doesn't become important until episode 6, and he isn't important after episode 6 because season 2 doesn't exist. So yeah, 2 totally different and totally like separate things that he interacts with in the plot. But he is very important for both of them. Also, he does heal Jinx. That's another thing. So he's kind of used as the science man who, you know, when spooky alchemy and science shit is needed to advance the plot, he's there to step in. We don't know why he does anything that he does in season 1 because the best we get is we get a line where he says, "I used to have a daughter," but that's it. There's no suggestion that he's doing anything, you know, with that daughter.
The question is, does he have enough characterization to lift him out of mostly functional? And I think that with his Victor stuff, he might.
Yeah, because you've got him interacting with Victor when Victor is a child, and they're, I can't remember the name of the little amphibian thing. It had a name, but I can't remember what it was.
Frog?
Yeah, it was like a little, the frog thing that they were trying to heal it, and then it was revealed that actually Singed was only interested in the mutation. I can't remember what it was called, though. It'll come back to me. Anyway, that...
Rio. People are saying Rio.
Yes, Rio. It was Rio. Rio has a really rare mutation, and I'm attempting
to... Oh, it was like a... He was like an axolotl.
Like a giant... Yeah, it was... Yeah. Yeah, so that all happened before Singed started working for Silco, heavily implied because he created Shimmer out of Rio. But it was, of course, after he got ejected from Piltover. But we don't know anything about why that happened or that happened in season 1. The only thing we get is that he used to work with Heimerdinger or for Heimerdinger. I forget exactly what the dialogue is. So an implication of some history, an implication that he had a daughter, so more family history there. He's obviously no longer a scientist in Piltover anymore. So again, there's like potential to do things with this character. But I think I agree. I think that the interactions that he has with Victor, like 3 separate ones. One of them is the sort of we can be loners together one. The second one is the mutation must survive. I thought you understood. And then the third one is I understand now the mutation must survive, which is when he gives him the shimmer. And he's like, I must warn you, if you do this, they will despise you. So I think there is enough characterization there to say that he's in good. Even though
I think he's above
we don't know
Clagger.
Why. Yeah, let's stick him above Clagger. Possibly above Benzo. No, I really like Benzo. I think I want to keep him below Benzo.
I agree. I think he's... Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Next character is Vander. And 69% of chat is saying that Vander is perfect. And Vander is one of my favorite characters in the show. He is so good, but it's because of the layers, and it's similar to a character like Silco, although I don't think that he's going to end up as good as Silco. Predominantly because Vander he's not as complex, and he is only in Act 1 instead of all 3.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, I think he is absolutely one of the best characters in Season 1. He is established like thoroughly as Vi's emotional like rock. He is her stability. even though the father-daughter relationship there, it's not all, sunshine and rainbows, because they do have fundamental disagreements, and Vanda is desperately trying to make sure that she learns from the mistakes that he has already made. So yeah, and then obviously that leads to episode 3, where he tries to turn himself in. And then Silco gets involved and everything goes horribly, horribly wrong. He's somewhere up here. The question is where. I think it's probably fair to put him above Marcus.
I think so, because he's got more going on, and they're both written so well. Is he above the Donger?
I think he's arguably more important than Heimerdinger. Whether he's better, personally, I would say yes, but I don't know if we're trying to be as fair as we can.
Yeah, I think plot-wise he's more important than Donger. Arcane. Oh, see. Okay, let's think. Well, is he above Jace?
That's tricky, because I prefer Vanda, but Jace, they do more with him.
With he's above Donger in terms of, I think, on the perfect tier. So like that, I think that was pretty solidly a yes. And then we're like, okay, well, is he higher than the next person? Is he higher than Jace? Well, because he's not above Vi.
No.
Is he above Jace? I don't think so.
I think I agree. Jace is too important and too thoroughly well done.
Yes.
Vander is like compressed perfection, I guess,
Yeah. He's simpler, but not in a bad way. He just has less conflict. His conflict is different. And a lot of it is past. We don't necessarily see it play out so much as understand it based on what we have seen. If that makes any sense. He's not. Yeah, I'm happy with him being there. He is in very good company up in Perfect, and he's a great character. I'm happy with him being right there.
And again, the fact that they did so much with him is partly why it is so shocking when he dies at the end of episode 3. They put the work in.
Definitely a big watershed episode. For that reason, among others.
Yeah. Okay, next character. This is Amara in season 1. So she only appears in one scene, which is the politicking scene. The only thing she does is she shakes someone's hand. I can't remember whose. I think she's having drinks with Hoskell. It might have been Salo. I can't remember. And then Mel invites her in, and she is kind of used as the test for Jace. Like, is Jace willing to compromise on his values and play the role of the, sort of smart, well-presented politician who is willing to monetize Hextech, which he believes is not ready to, to become public. He has that whole discussion. He previously had a chat with Heimerdinger, and then Mel brings out Amara, and Amara's like, hello, and then they start talking about Hextech partners. Mel kind of forces Jace to either step up or leave the room, essentially. It's pretty, I don't know if vicious is the word, but she's very, very forceful with Jace in that scene. And then Jace buckles and decides to play the role that Mel wants him to play. Amara is the tool that Mel uses. She's not really anything more than that.
I think this might be we might have to ask ourselves whether or not she has enough characterization to lift her from, where is she between, she doesn't get enough to being good. She's not bad. So I think we might be in a situation where we're asking, is she mostly functional or just inoffensive? Is she characterized enough to get out of inoffensive? If she's used as a tool by Mel, is that enough to keep her in mostly functional if we don't really get anything else out of her?
Well, yeah, because she only does one thing, unless I'm forgetting another scene that she's in season 1. I believe it's only the politicking scene. So she only does one thing. And she is used by Mel to inform Jace's characterization. That's kind of it. I'm leaning towards the bottom of, she's similar to these counselors. She has enough character to where I could imagine what a conversation with her might go like. But
Fair.
I don't think that I would probably put her below Hoskell, because she doesn't have as strong of a personality, or she doesn't have as strong opinions, I guess, as Hoskell, is what I would say.
So you'd put her above Jace's mom?
That's where I would put her, yeah.
Zamboni.
Yes.
Fair enough.
I need to read this from chat. But what if she secretly has superpowers and has a magic battle with Ambessa and Richter?
Oh, that could perfect then.
Oh yeah, we'll get there. Don't you worry. Okay, next character is Finn. Where is he? There he is. I quite like Finn. He is such an asshole, but he is so well used.
This is I feel like Finn, I at least good. At least.
Yes.
So the question is, not perfect. That's no. But is this good or excellent? He's not.
Because he's kind of used by the story as a test for Silco and predominantly as a test for Savika, because he is clearly, well, saying that, I don't know how old Smeech is. He's clearly very young and very eager to, become like the crime kingpin of Zorn. Like he dresses to impress. We don't really know what his skills are. We don't know what he does.
He has an aesthetic that leads us into what his personality is. He has aspirations. He does not have traits that that contrast him with Savika and Silco. He is, I think he's a bit vindictive. He takes personally the gas thing that Silco did. He doesn't like to be seen as weak. He wants to project this air of, power and being in control. And I think by the way he dresses, we can get like he wants to be seen as like wealthy, flaunting his wealth. He wants to be flashy. He's
because the only things that he does is that he tempts Rennie and he tempts Savika, and he kind of teams up with them both to turn on Silco. And that primarily functions as a test for Savika, which then tests Silco. I would say, he's towards the top to middle of good is where I would put him.
I think that he's definitely in good. I think he is too well characterized. Even though he does perform an important function that ultimately is a test of Savika and Silco's character, he himself, he has a character. You can imagine the things that he would say. The way that he's presented aesthetically implies things about his character. The way that he speaks, he's too... Is he... Oh, well, okay, let's do the test. Is he above Benzo?
I would say definitely yes. There is so much more to him than there is to Benzo, I think.
Agreed. Is he above Ambessa?
I would say no.
Fair enough.
But that's maybe that's because I really like Ambessa in season 1, and Ambessa was leaning towards excellent for me. So
I think that's fair. I think he's good between. Well, let's see, that'll put him between Ambessa and Benzo. Yeah, that's fair. He's too well characterized to not be in at least that position, I feel.
Yeah, I agree.
He's a great example of how do you have like a character who fulfills a very clear plot function that's mostly for other people, but him still be a character in and of itself. There's nothing about him that seems out of place. He seems like a Zonite through and through. He has a personality. He's got his own unique aesthetic.
He's a very simple archetype that absolutely has shown up elsewhere. But he's used very deliberately and very effectively in the story.
Someone says he's insightful enough about Savika. Certainly he knows how to talk to her. That is true. He could at least sway her a bit to consider his side. So he's not stupid. He's overconfident.
Yes, yeah.
But that's not a flaw in writing. That's a character flaw. So, yeah, I like him there. He's good. I like it. I like Finn.
Yep. Agreed. Really do quite like him. So, the next character, this guy's name is Theorem. Jinx decides that his name is Chuck, and she makes him think that she's going to just blow him up, but it turns out to be a paint bomb. And I believe he's present in the... He basically takes over as the barman in the last drop after Silco takes over. And I believe he is present during Savika and Vi's fight in the finale. And he just, when Savika's like everyone out, he just like slowly like lowers himself behind the bar and just waits. There's basically nothing to him. He gets intimidated by Jinx and reveals that Savika is looking for someone. It implied to be it was Caitlyn and Vi, but he doesn't want to reveal that. That's it. That's all there is. I think he's probably a non-character, possibly inoffensive. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Do you even remember this character? Because he is so minor.
I actually don't. I was about to just ask you. Does his character is much like Caitlyn's father? You know, does his characterization, is it enough to depart from just the expected norm for an agent to where that would lift him out of non-character?
I would say he's definitely clearer than like Caitlyn's dad, because he exists essentially to be intimidated by Jinx, and the scene is really quite funny. It's the scene when, I'm trying to remember the dialogue, where she's like, "Hey Chuck," and he's like, "Oh, what the fuck?" And it's when she's kind of got the Hextech gemstone and she's playing with it on a straw. She's like sucking it on a straw and then drops it into her mug again. And then she's like, "Oh, focus, Chuck, you're doing great." Well, he's just shitting his pants because he knows that Jinx is a complete nutcase. So there's definitely more to him than someone like Caitlyn's dad, but there's not really much in the way of characterization beyond he's scared of Jinx. That's kind of it.
Fair enough.
So I think I'm gonna put him in non-character.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, we'll stick him there for now, but he's definitely towards the top. Next one is this guy. So this guy, his name is Scar, and he is Echo's number 2. And in season 1, he's a non-character because he doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I don't remember him being anything other than just one of the firelights.
That's it. He seems to be. I mean, yeah, it's implied that he's Echo's number 2, but that's it. He's Firelight Man, who he doesn't ever speak in season 1. Oh no, sorry, he does go like "Ooga booga, we're the Firelights" right at the end. When I don't know why they all yell that they're the Firelights when they're trying to hide, but they do. I don't like that scene. Yeah, that's all he does. He's a non-character. We'll stick him there.
Yeah.
Next character is this guy. This is the Warden from Stillwater. So in season 1, he gets one scene in each season. He is established to be abusive. He abuses the prisoners of Stillwater because he doesn't care about them. He gets bored doing his job, and he roughs up the prisoners sometimes. That's really all we get. Until season 2, when they make him less intelligent, like many things in season 2. I'm kind of leaning towards probably inoffensive. He's a similar character to Locke.
That's something.
But there is more to him than Locke, I think.
They give us something. Yeah, that's a bit more than just... Yeah, I'm fine with him being inoffensive. I don't feel like there's enough to elevate him higher, and I think that it's a bit more than nothing, so yeah.
Okay, next character is Smeech.
Perfect.
This
next
is a
character.
This is a test of who read the thing that it's season 1 only. So, yeah, Smeech in season 1.
Don't know anything about him. I don't think does he have more than a line?
He does absolutely nothing in season 1. He does not speak. He sits on the table with the other Chem Barons, and he's there. That's it. That's all we got.
He's not yet ascended to godhood.
No,
so.
We have not yet reached the ascension of Smeech in season 2. Okay, next character is Jericho. Where is he? There he is. 46% of you. So those of you who know the memes have put him in perfect. Those of you who don't have put him in non-character. I mean,
he's kind of...
What is there to say about him? Go for it.
He makes a mean bowl of something.
Yeah, and he really enjoys his job. He just cackles while chopping fish into pieces. This is where, honestly, this is the first one where we're actually encountering meme territory, and the question is, do we want to sabotage the tier list by acknowledging memes?
Not for season one. Season one is, look, I love a good meme. All right, we love a good meme. This is season. We have to treat the season one Arcane tier list with some level of solemnity. All right, he is a non-character. I appreciate him a lot, but
he's a very colorful
the perfect tier must
non-character.
remain perfect. Yes, he is. He really is.
Yeah, I mean, all he does, like mechanically, the purpose that he serves is that he makes really nice food, and he gives Vi information to let her go and speak to the Hordle. That's kind of it. That's all he does. Yeah, the Hordle. I could not stop laughing when someone told me that was, yeah.
Hordle is great. That's a
actually
great portmanteau.
Yeah, for season one, I think I'm going to put him above Rictus in the non-character tier.
No,
we got it. Well, because Rictus is going to go up, whereas Jericho's probably not.
That's true. No, yeah, you're right. He does have a personality, and he does have some lines, and yeah. It is true.
Okay, we got 5 characters left, and 2 of them are probably going to be very quick. Next up, we have the Hordle. She only has 1 scene. Well, technically she has 2, so we see her very briefly outside the brothel in the opening of season 1. Not the opening of season 1, the introduction to Zorn in season 1 when the kids are returning to the last drop, and she's sat there outside the pub, and she appears to proposition Clagger. Presumably...
She knows the memes. She wants to see if the memes are true.
Yeah, I mean, presumably she's...
Your memes be dreams, kid.
Show me your memes. Oh, no.
Show me your memes.
But then, yeah, in Act 2, she kind of gives Vi a load of information, and she is kind of used as like a POV character of what life has generally been like since Vander left, or was killed, and since Silco took over. And, it fills in some world-building questions, like what actually happened? Did people fight back? How does Silco have control? And it is strongly implied it's not stated, so it is only implied, but so strongly implied that she knows exactly what happened to Powder. She knows that Powder is Jinx, but she just doesn't have the heart to tell Vi.
It is, yeah, like what good would it do?
Well, she wants Vi to see it for herself, because the reason why Vi is there is because she is looking for a lead on, I believe she's looking for a lead on Savika, and she is then told that, yeah, Savika is one of my regulars, this is where you can find her, but doesn't reveal any information about Vi's sister. So she has a very clear function in the story, but she is also predominantly an exposition machine. There's not a huge amount of characterization to her. I'm thinking somewhere around inoffensive, mostly functional.
That's what I'm thinking too. Well, let's do this. Is she better than the Warden? I would say yes. So that puts us in at least top of an offensive. So let's keep moving up. Is she better written than Mama Jace? I would say that she is.
Probably, yeah.
I think so, yeah. Is she better than
Amara?
Amara.
Again, probably yes, because I think there's a bit more to her.
Yeah, I feel like there is. The fact that she wants Vi to find out for herself and does help her, and well, all right, let's keep going. Is she better than Heskel?
Honestly, I think she's... Yes, I would probably be sticking her right about here in between Deckard and Huck. I don't think she's getting past Huck.
I would agree. I'd probably put her... It's whether or not she's above or below Deckard in my mind. And I don't feel strongly. She's not above Huck.
Yeah, she's somewhere around there.
Is she better than Deckard? I think so. I don't think by much, if at all, but I'm fine with her being there.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Next character is Jinx. 81% of chat have said that Jinx is perfect. So, I mean, we've already mentioned Jinx is going imperfect. The question
Jinx
is where?
Perfect, I think. My
the line from Silco at the end of season 1, "Don't cry, you're perfect." Oh.
So, for me, Jinx is just, my perspective is, I acknowledge that Jinx isn't, she's more than an excellently written character. She's perfectly written as far as storytelling goes. She is like the apex tier of this kind of archetype, and it's an archetype I hate.
Yeah.
I hate the damaged fighter woman, the Harley Quinn kind of type. I do not like that archetype, but that's just personal. That's just a visceral sort of thing with me. But I recognize that she is a imperfect tier. So I
she's
guess
such a big
aside,
risk.
Yeah. I am thinking. Well, let's see. Is she better written than Jace? And let's start there.
I would say because of the, honestly, like with Jinx, in terms of how impressive what they pulled off is, she's at the top. So I think it's a case of going backwards from the top.
Okay.
Personally, she is definitely not my favorite character in the show. Because again,
yeah, same for me. I don't like the crazy lady fighter archetype kind of thing. It's not something that I like. I don't really enjoy it.
But in terms of how impressive of an achievement it is, because of how complex the character is, how many different things they're dealing with throughout this period of time, the different things that challenge her and all the characters that she interacts with, all of that combined with how well they pulled it off, and how, like, I think I said exactly this in my season 1 videos, is that if they hadn't nailed the character of Jinx, then the entire season falls apart. Because there is so much that is reliant upon us liking and accepting that this character is the way that she is.
Yeah, I never doubt it for a second. And I never go, oh, she did it because she's crazy. And that's just the explanation. Like, it's hand waved away as if her craziness is used as a way to excuse anything that needs to happen or anything she does.
Yeah, they never do that.
There's definitely a logic to, like, an internal logic to what she does.
Yeah.
I really want Silco to be on the top, though. But,
oh, yeah, I think that we are going to move her down. The reason why I was saying, I like, Silco is at the top because I think he's the best character in the show. I think Jinx is a more impressive achievement than Silco, was my reasoning there.
I think that's fair. Let's see. Well, is she better than Victor?
That's where things start getting difficult.
I think she's above Vi.
I would say so. The question mark with Victor is that Victor is so much more simple than Jinx.
I think that's true. I think that's what might keep her at number 2.
Yeah, and like Victor is executed perfectly as far as I'm concerned. Honestly, there's a reason why this tier is called perfect. These are like the 10 out of 10 characters that I just would not change. Whereas Jinx, there is so much more to her, and to her story. She is connected to so much more of the story of season 1 than Victor is, that as much as I love Victor, I think that Jinx is more impressive of an achievement, I would say.
I think that's true. So, yep.
Okay. We got 3 more, and then we'll take a couple of minutes because I need a wee, and then we're going to start moving things around for season 2.
Oh yeah, this will be where the fun begins.
Okay, so we've got Skye. Skye in season 1 is essentially the definition of a non-character. She exists to do one thing, which is to die. And the whole point of the character is that she is unrealized potential. She is what Victor missed because it was standing right in front of her, standing right in front of him, but he wasn't able to
crush on him. You know,
yeah. We see that
he admires him.
Yeah, we see that, but it's like it's fleeting glances. I think we get 2 very brief glances, one in episode 4, one in episode 5, prior to the scene where she walks to Victor's lab and then gets vaporized. That's it. That's all there is for Skye. And like the whole point of the tragedy is that we don't know her, and neither does Victor.
He regrets not knowing her. Yeah, Victor
exactly.
regrets not knowing her. But it's kind of odd because typically that would mean that you would, that would slot you into a place on the tier list. But the fact that she is sort of unknown is part of the tragedy of the story of the role she serves. So,
and she is super important as well.
Yes, and so she's at least mostly functional. She's not well characterized enough to be good, I don't think, but she's very important. So is she at the top of mostly functional?
This is where it's very difficult to rank characters like Skye on this kind of tier list, because I would want to put her down here in non-character, because non-character is it's basically, not applicable. But the whole point of this character is that we don't know who she is. I think that's kind of my thinking.
I think that is too, but I don't think that's an accident. I think that's crafted to be that way.
Absolutely,
we get
yes.
Little glimpses, we get glimpses of her personhood, essentially, despite being a woman. So we can kind of tell what's going on. We can tell that there's obviously a character there. There's obviously a person there. And then when she does die, that has a huge impact on Victor. For me, I feel like that puts her in mostly functional in the top half.
We can go, yeah. I mean, because I'm thinking. Crafted. I agree. This is why I just find it very difficult to rank characters like this. Chat is predominantly saying mostly functional, and then they're evenly split between good and inoffensive. So let's go mostly functional.
She ain't good. She ain't good yet. Yeah, she's not that high.
As for where she's gonna go in mostly functional, I don't know how we would rank her, because there's nothing to pit against Huck, or there's nothing to pit against Rennie.
We would have to compare plot significance and the understanding that she's not characterized as part of the tragedy of her death, and how Victor views not knowing her and how he should have.
If that's the case, then I would put her right there. I would put her below Cassandra, but above Rennie, because Rennie is not really very important to the plot, whereas Cassandra does allow Jace to do what he ends up doing in episode 2. If not for her, Jace would not be able to do what he does. And she is also very important. Yeah, I think that's probably fair, because the role that Caitlyn's mum fills for Caitlyn is very similar to the role that Skye fills for Victor. But
I think that's fair.
Yeah, but Cassandra has slightly more of an impact on the plot itself than Skye does. So I think I would probably put her there.
Yeah, I think that seems fair. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's a difficult one to rate.
Very, yes.
But I think that's fair. I think you could justify it. Yeah.
Okay, last 2. We have Echo. First of all, yeah, Echo's a difficult one for season 1, because he
kind of is.
In Act 1,
that much about him, really.
Yeah, like 99% of his characterization comes in episode 7. Apart from that, like in Act 1, he follows people and he's one of the kids, but he is by far the least characterized of the kids. In Act 2, all he does is follow Vi and Caitlyn, because he suspects that they may be working for Silco, and he is obviously invested in disrupting Silco's operation, because he wants to, get rid of Silco. He wants to, save Zorn and be, I guess, the boy savior, but not in a literal sense like they do in season 2.
Yeah. He's a bit of a foil to Silco in terms of like political goals. Like, he wants what's best for Zahn, but he's definitely like on the good side. We don't turn people away. We're hiding here. We're fighting against the bad guys who are making Zahn worse. I'm feeling like he is a character from season 1 that everyone obviously expected to have a huge role in season 2, particularly because him and Donger, met up at the end.
Yep.
And you would think that, oh, like, what do these characters get up to? I like them both, especially Heimerdinger. So what will they talk about? What will their roles be? How will Heimerdinger, settle into his new kind of place in Zon? And what perspectives will he give about all this stuff happening? But Echo, he's obviously above mostly functional. He's got characteristics. He's got personality. He's got backstory and relationships. He is more than just a function of the plot.
Absolutely, yes. And we have to
So-
remember that his scene with Jinx on the bridge is one of
yeah,
the
you're
best
right.
scenes in the
Fuck.
show.
That is one of the best scenes. That
that-
scene alone might get him to at least like the top of good.
Well, because I was thinking top of good, bottom of excellent. But I think
That's-
that scene is possibly going to push him higher than Grayson. That's the kind of area I'm thinking at the moment.
Oh, is he higher than Grayson? That is tough.
There's more
That's
to him
actually
than
really
Grayson.
difficult.
It is very difficult because Grayson is a very simple archetype that is just pulled off really, really well. Whereas Echo,
Very
it always,
condensed and,
it always is similar to Vander. Whereas with Echo, it felt to me like Echo was the character that he was the League of Legends champion that they did the least with in season 1, to where like it felt like had they dedicated the time that they gave Vi and Jinx, that they could have done something really amazing. But they didn't, because that wasn't the story that they wanted to tell. That is not the story that they tell in season 2 either, because Echo barely does anything in season 2 as well. So yeah,
what
I
little
mean,
he does is we'll get there. As for season 1, is he above Grayson? I'm fine with him being above Grayson. When you think about like him and Vi and the bridge scene and his relationship with Jinx and Vi, and Benzo, and I put him above Grayson. As much as I like her, I think he's got a bit more going for him in terms of variety and who he knows.
yeah,
And
he's connected to more
what
of
he
the plot
does.
for sure.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, last one, Savika. I really, really, really like Savika in season 1.
I
have
do
to
too.
add that caveat now, because we have to.
I like her a lot. I have a soft spot for like secondary-ish characters who are really well done, who don't necessarily get the spotlight that they kind of deserve. The question
It's all coming
is
together.
she excellent or perfect? I think is
yeah.
where we're at.
That's, yeah, because she is very similar to Marcus. The thing is that with Marcus's whole, I mean, we've already discussed Marcus, but like Savika's whole, the focus of Savika in season 1 is her relationship with Silco. She's tested at the end by Finn, but also you have her relationship with Vi. She is the target of Vi's vengeance. She wants to defeat Savika to avenge Vander. And obviously she wants to also take down Silco, but Savika is like the immediate like henchman that she has to punch her way through. And she nearly fights Savika in Act 1, but Silco kind of holds her back because he wants to use Decade instead. Savika essentially cheats with her bladed her bladed like arm that she has in episode 5 when they fight. And then when they finally fight again in episode 9, Vi is finally able to defeat her because she has the gloves. So I don't think that Savika's plot
Well, Caitlyn does have to save her.
She
by
does,
shooting
yes.
the goo on her arm, so it's Savika's a force to be reckoned with. One of the coolest mechanical arms I've seen in fiction. It's very believable and neat. The blade that comes out and just the look of it.
Oh yeah, it's so much better than what they did in season 2.
Easily.
But yeah, the thing,
boy.
I don't think that I definitely don't think that she's going above Marcus, because Marcus's journey is, I think, definitely more emotionally engaging than Savika's. Savika exists primarily to like facilitate Vi's journey. And then you have the extra layer with Finn and her relationship with Silco and Jinx, that she's just constantly trying to make Silco realize who Jinx is and that she's not worth it.
Well, let's just go run through it. Is she better than Mel?
Immediately that's very difficult because Mel is more interesting. I like Savika more, would be my answer.
That is legitimately what I also think. Caitlyn, is she better written than Caitlyn?
I would say so, because I think that Savika is more consistently relevant in the story. Caitlyn is not in Act 1. She is the primary thrust of the narrative in Act 2. And then in Act 3, she essentially does nothing.
She's kind of used by Jinx a bit, and that's kind of her primary focus.
Like, that's not necessarily a problem.
That can be done because, the reason that works is because we've characterized her as an excellent character, and Vi is a perfect character, and we are invested in their relationship and the Piltover-Zon conflict. So it's a credit to her writing that can be used in that way. If she wasn't well characterized, then Jinx using her would seem strange and bizarre, and we'd be like, "Oh, I don't give a shit about her. Who gives a damn?"
Yeah.
I like Savika more than Caitlyn, and I like her more than Mel, but I don't think I can't rate her writing-wise above Mel. She's not as complicated. She's got more than
I agree, yeah.
what meets the eye. Is she above Caitlyn?
That's difficult. I think she's definitely above Echo. I think she's comparable to Caitlyn.
I agree that she's above Echo. She is comparable to Caitlyn. I like her more. She was one of my favorites from Season 1, and one of the people I was most interested in seeing in Season 2.
Yep. Well, yeah, especially the ending that we had with her during when the missile got fired and she sat in Silco's office trying to light the cigar, but she only has one arm now and she can't do it.
Yeah.
Because she doesn't have anyone there to help her like Silco had Jinx. Shame they didn't do anything with that.
Yeah, shame they didn't do anything with the fact that what do you do with this character when they lose their mechanical arm? What's their next step to like getting a replacement? What do they do in the interim? How do they project their influence and their strength when it is needed most now that Silco is dead and she doesn't have that arm, at least for a little bit? We'll talk about that in Season 2. I am totally happy with her being number 2 and excellent. She's one of my favorites. I think writing-wise, if I'm being objective about it, I think she is below Mel, and I think she edges it over Caitlyn.
Yeah, and you guys in chat. Yeah, she could move up or down slightly, but for now, we'll leave her there. But we're pretty much in agreement with what chat has said. 61% are saying excellent. And then it's a split between perfect and good. Yeah, so are there any changes that you would want to make to this tier list just by glancing at it now? And if not...
I'm kind of scanning around and looking at this list. This is not at all shocking to see how this is weighted.
Oh, yeah.
Very top-heavy. I was kind of wondering before we went live, and while I was thinking about it, like, tier list for Season 1. Is there going to be anything below that's bad or below?
Yeah, no.
Because the biggest flaws with Season 1 aren't character related. It's just like some plot armor here and there, and maybe like, oh, Jinx probably shouldn't be able to do this, or Caitlyn probably should have died from that explosion. It's something along those lines, but it's not character stuff. They didn't know. It's not their fault.
Yeah, and you can see like all of the non-characters like that. Yes, it's at the bottom, but we can just essentially ignore this for the purposes of the tier list because this just means there isn't enough to them. Yeah.
Yeah. Non-character just means they're around. That's most of the people in your life are essentially non-characters. They're not bad. They're not good. You just don't know. We know, but we know that there are characters there. We're just not exposed to them enough.
So there are super chats that I want to go through, and some of those might prompt us to move things around.
Yeah, do it. You bet.
Okay, so we'll go for this. We'll go for the super chats now, and then I need a wee, and I'll grab a drink, and then we will keep going with season 2. So, super chat from Mad Season says the best character of season 1 is obviously the Victor Ball. If only we could have foreseen that Victor was going to end up in a Victor Ball, but not really when we had his introduction in season 1.
The Goon Tomb is obviously in perfect tier.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't add the Goon Tomb to the tier list. I should have done that. Oh well.
The empty Goon Tomb is just a better character than most people in season 2.
It's such a good character that it was able to convince Heimerdinger that everything was okay with Victor.
It in terms of just the imagery, a semi-magical scientific apparatus that has the empty cutout of a human being is shockingly appropriate as a visual for season 2.
Yeah. Or of course the empty Victor Ball, similar thing. It looks
I can't believe they had a magic Kinder egg and it just wasn't anything in there.
It's just Mel's just like, behold the Victor Ball. Wait, what? How do you know that? Doesn't matter, it's the Victor Ball. We have to stop it. They just don't do anything. Okay. Next super chat from Gentle Mandra says, be honest, the best character is Fishman. Everyone else is in F tier. I don't know where Fishman's going to end up, because I want to put him in non-character, but he does a lot. He just never says anything.
He does all the things that you would expect a person to do.
Yeah.
You can't say, oh, this soldier guy is doing soldier stuff. That's not character. That's just him doing his job, you know?
Yeah.
You have to do something a little bit more than just like the bare minimum defaults to get out of non-character.
But yes, we will see where he ends up, but thank you for the super chat. Bartolomej Mucha says, 2 of my favorite YouTubers are streaming together and it's not EFAP. What kind of black magic is that? Well, thank you. And I hope you are enjoying the stream.
It only took the 2nd season of Arcane to make this happen, okay? The special occasion.
Yes, well,
it's a holiday.
Yeah, we may end up doing it again. We will have to see. It depends on what shows come out.
That's true.
Sparks says, Rando helping Rags avoid his Gollum shots.
I don't know if I'll be drinking for the next Gollum stream. I am sorry about the delays on things. I really am. But hopefully it really will be soon. It's not that I'm not putting it off. I promise I'm not putting it off. It's not like I don't want to do it. It's not the reason. It will happen. Do not you worry.
Do you recall how far you got?
Then I need to watch. Yeah, I'm it might take me 1 or 2 more streams, maybe another really long one, because I hear that one of the later chapters is really chonky.
Chapter 7 is obnoxiously long, yes.
That's what they keep telling me. I haven't watched your playthrough because I don't want to. Can't have spoilers. I can't remember spoilers. I saw the super cut of the others playing it, and I laughed more than I think any other time in my life. But I'm at the part where you're still trying to escape Mordor. You're in the water section with the fat man.
Yes.
I think that's where I got to before I just didn't have the energy or the lucidity to continue.
Yeah, okay, so that I think that's chapter 5, but I would say that you're still in the first half of the game. Because the chapters in that game are anywhere from about 30 minutes to about 3 hours. I don't know why, but that's just how it works.
Oh, it's because it's a bad video game. I think
that's true.
Answer to that, I think that might be the answer.
Yes. Shady Puffer, member for 7 months, thank you, says, Rags, get on with Gollum, you massive, or Joe Danger will get bored in his editing cave.
I will. I promise.
How fun. I can't wait to watch that supercut. It's going to be so funny.
That's going to be amazing. Probably because I don't remember a huge chunk of my first stream. So it'll be interesting to see it.
Yeah, you'll have to remember how to play the game again. That was an issue I had because
unironically, it's a concern of mine. Like, oh shit, what are the controls?
Yeah,
I'll pick it up. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
And he continues, how fun to get coverage of the good season again and with Rags 2. Yeah, well, we're nearly, nearly. We are now done with the good season. We're about to do the bad season. And everything's going to move.
You kind of have our own. Well, EFAP, we spent 3 episodes covering the first season. Obviously, Random has his videos on the first season. This was before we joined Powers, joined our Powers of Darkness.
Our Rings of Powers.
But you get, so you get them both from us, just not quite combined. But as you know, Random was there for our season 2 discussion, and that was fun, and we really enjoyed that, and it was great. And so you can go and check that out if you haven't. Sometimes you think, oh, it's obvious they know, but then some people don't even know that, like Mahler and I maybe even have channels. They just think it's only EFAP. There are people on the essentially the EFAP Reddit who don't even know like who Mahler is or anything like that. And there's some people on the Mahler Reddit who don't know what EFAP is. It's weird how people get compartmentalized on the internet.
That is weird. I always just take it for granted because I discovered both of you through EFAP. So yeah. Okay, super chat from Tamas Bazo says, it would be interesting if the Noxus show would be as great as season 1 of Arcane. Then once again plummet in season 2. I wonder what that would tell us about the creators of the show. Hello, Rags.
Hello. I don't care what they make next.
Same.
Unfortunately, Arcane season 1 to 2 is the biggest drop-off in quality of anything I've ever seen, and that will become apparent in our tier list.
Completely agreed.
Nothing has been so completely and wholly destructive of the world building, the plot quality, and the characters on this level before. It does too much damage to too many different things in such a complete way. So whatever they make next, I don't give a shit what they make next. It's clear that their process changed. It is clear that the people and the strategy that they used to make this tier list and this season of TV did not exist.
Yeah, the only thing that I've seen that is comparable is Game of Thrones. But the difference is that Game of Thrones did not die in one season. It was not a sudden drop-off. It was a gradual decline, and then season 8 shat the bed. The difference in quality between seasons 7 and 8 of Game of Thrones is not anywhere near the chasm in quality between seasons 1 and 2 of Arcane. Katie Easton Neko says, season 2 doesn't exist, it can't hurt you. It's about to hurt us. It's also been hurting me for about the last 4 months. It's about to hurt us, and you.
In the thick of it.
Yeah, nearly finished now. I've got about 2 hours or so left to edit of the final video, and then we're done with it. And then I can get back to doing good stuff like Return of the King. But yeah.
That's true. Yeah, the light at the end of the tunnel.
Indeed.
So to speak.
And then actually what I might do once I finish doing the videos for season 2 is I might just watch season 1 and hope that I can still enjoy it.
I think you can. Sometimes the drop off in quality is so obviously terrible that it's so easy to divorce the two. For me, I just don't consider season 2 to be canon, and it's really easy for my brain to accept that. It took a little while for me to do that with a sequel trilogy for Star Wars, for instance.
Yeah.
But it's pretty firmly and squarely in non-canon. There are, it's not Star Wars. It's this, some asshole came in and did something with it. It's the same thing with Daredevil Born Again. It's just obviously not canon. It's been hijacked. It's not really, Daredevil's story. And with Arcane, super easy to divorce the 2 seasons.
What the film says, Kratos is better than anyone in Arcane. I really like Kratos, having only played the newer games. I don't know if I would put... honestly, I don't know the character as well, because I have only played each of 2018 and Ragnarok once each. But
what I know about him is I watched we did an EFAP on Ragnarok and watched the
Synthetic Man
play
one
of it with Mahler stuff, and I think we did 2. We did the Synthetic Man one specifically, and we talked about the story specifically. That's my favorite game I've never played. Don't have a PlayStation, but
it is now on PC.
That is true.
I played it on PC a couple of months ago, and I mean, obviously would recommend. So yeah.
The issue for me is that now that I've like savored the narrative juice of the game, could I go through the gameplay, which looks good? I just don't know if I could, because I've already like engaged with it on a story narrative level. That's just how I feel. I probably won't end up playing it, especially because my list is so long of stuff I need to do.
Yeah, and it's not a short game.
No, it isn't. Would you rate Kratos higher than Silco?
I mean, me personally, no, but I would need to play through both games again at least twice more before I would want to make that call. But for the moment, no, I would not. I would put Kratos.
Maybe we can ask some like if Mahler and Metal and some people who have played or who are big God of War fans and also big Arcane Season 1 fans, maybe they can let us know.
Yeah,
There, I'll ping Mahler and I'll ask him. Hey, Mahler, random question.
Where would you put Kratos on an Arcane Season 1 tier list?
Yeah. I was like, who do you think is a better written character? Kratos or Silco? And I'll let you know what he thinks, because I don't know myself.
Yeah, like the thing
I like them both a lot, but Silco is
the thing that's difficult for me because with games, not games, I'll get to games in a minute. With TV shows and movies, the formatting is very different because you get to spend so much more time with the characters in a TV show, which is why you end up with a situation like in Rings of Power where you spend so much more time. Well, assuming that they don't die early, you have longer to tell the story in your TV show. So
I thought you meant you'd have longer to tell the story in the game. I thought that's what you would say.
Well, that's what I'm getting to. So basically, you have more time to tell your story in a TV show than a movie, and then you have even more to tell it in a game, provided the game is long. Which, in the case of something like God of War Ragnarok in particular, it is. Because if you play Ragnarok back to back with 2018, that's, I mean, if you 100% it, that's like 50, 60 hours. Like
2 seasons of TV. Easily.
Oh, that's more than 2. That's like longer than Game of Thrones.
Yeah, that's a shit ton of time. Now, obviously, that's not all going to be narrative stuff, but the narrative stuff is sprinkled so thickly throughout the whole experience that, well.
Yeah, that's why I haven't
but
really.
You are right. Yeah, you're right.
I haven't really like properly considered analyzing like a character or a story in a game or anything, because also the difference with a game is that you can miss things, whereas, you know, if you miss something in a TV show, it's because you weren't paying attention. In a game, it's because you didn't talk to the NPC. Yeah. But maybe at one point. Anyway, need to get through the next super chat. So we have a handful from Mad Season, thank you, saying Rags is too ambitious to be ruining some grandmas. I'm guessing that's in relation to Ambessa? Maybe?
Ambessa's not a grandma until Mel has kids. And
no, I know, but
I guess
who else?
That ain't happening.
Who else?
Probably Grayson. Or oh no, it's what's his face down there?
Cross.
Yeah, the Kim Baron guy.
Okay. Yeah, all right. And Mad Season also says, I think a big thing that brings down Marcus's character is that he is unable to kill Caitlyn because he is too racist.
Oh, that's true. God, what was that from? That was from...
I can tell you what that's from, because I ended up watching a bunch of...
Remind me.
Schnee.
Oh, Schnee, that fucker. Yeah, that's right. That dumbass. Jesus Christ, what a fucker.
I watched a bunch of his videos, kind of doing research for my Season 2 videos, and I don't know what it is about his videos that I don't like, but I haven't seen him say anything quite as strange as that Marcus is too racist to kill Caitlyn.
That one's bizarre. His Heimerdinger video was like actually maddening. Oh my god.
I haven't seen his Heimerdinger from Season 1, presumably.
Yeah, this is all Season 1 stuff that I'm aware of.
Okay.
He probably thinks Season 2 is fucking glorious with how good his Season 1 videos are.
His views on Season 2, as far as I can tell from watching about 4 of his videos, is that it is very positive, but not as positive as Season 1. So he likes it a lot.
I can believe it. Yeah, I can believe it, dumbass.
Mad Season also says, YouTube, i.e. me being dumb and accidentally removing the message, censoring my based opinions, so I repeat, boo Mr. Random Phil Talk, boo, how dare you remove Rictus from his deserved place. Well, Season 1 Rictus is a non-character. He's about to...
he just isn't a character.
Yeah, he hasn't competed yet. He's still at the start line.
Yeah, he isn't, he's... Non-character does not mean bad. It just means they're not a character. They're not characterized enough for us to put them on the tier list, essentially.
And Mad Season also says, my favorite character trait is lock of his balls. I guess...
Lock of his balls.
Do you know what that refers to, by the way?
It's something about Gollum, but
that's
I
fine.
haven't got to that part yet.
That's fine. I won't tell you anymore, because it is... I was aware of the meme, but I didn't know exactly how it was in the game. And then when it happened, I died. It was so funny. Skeleton Gentleman says, I watched Season 1 recently and I thought it was fine. I felt the plot was forced in some areas to get certain payoffs, and the world building was left vague to the point of writing for the writers, such as shimmer effects, prison info, etc. I think that's probably fair, because would it be controversial to say that the world building is the weakest part of Season 1? Because I don't think there are any holes, really, but there are things where it's like...
It's fair to... I would say it's the weakest, but it's on the relative scale. It's not bad world building. It's just that outside of Zon and Piltover, we don't really get anything about the world other than it exists and it's out there, I guess. But it's not that it's bad. It's just that the character and the plot are so strong that the world building is... It serves the characters and the world building well, or the character and the plot well, but we don't really know that much about the world.
Yeah, because the Season 1 is a pretty localized story.
Yes,
all of it, with the exception of the flashback with Jace in the mountain, takes place in the city. Like that's it.
It does feel, and it makes that flashbacks feel like oddly like out of place because we're not in Zon or Piltover.
Yeah,
not in a bad way. It's just like, oh, we're somewhere else. That doesn't happen.
But yeah, the world building elements, as far as I'm concerned, don't ever get in the way of the characterization, which means that you're able to properly absorb the character narratives in the show without it becoming a problem. Okay, Mad Season says, I reckon Season 2 Victor might rise to the challenge of being a cult leader. Haha, I see what you did there because of how you spelled rise. Ha, ha. Yeah, Rags, you're not familiar with Rise. I guess you know of Rise because he's a blue man in the video game who teleports people, so obviously...
Oh, I thought you meant Rise, son of Rome, and I was like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Well, it's spelt the same, but I've not played the game, so I don't think it has anything to do with that. Maybe they named it after Rise.
Probably not.
Rusty Slug says, don't forget that none of his inventions... This is regarding Victor, I think. Don't forget that none of his inventions were intended to fix his leg, and yet Jace said he was always trying to fix his leg. Jace Season 2 speech cringe. I guess that's true, because at the end of Season 2, Jace says, oh, Victor, you're always trying to solve problems and stuff. But Victor was just living with a busted leg, I guess. Presumably because he couldn't fix it.
I wish that was all that was wrong with me. My fucking leg.
Jim says, so many great characters, can't wait to see more from them. Hi, Rags, I know it hurt you. No, I know it hurt, but you got to play more Gollum, you absolute massive.
I will. I promise to you I will. I promise. On my word. Cross my little doggy heart.
And Justin, member for 6 months, says, it's so sad how the Season 1 tier list is such a perfect inversion of either Rings of Power character list and Season 2, I suspect. Yeah, it's pretty much upside down if you look at those other ones.
Flip it. Yeah, flip it vertically and you've basically got, or flip it horizontally and you've basically got the tier list for, well, no, because non-character. But
non-character you've got to exclude,
it really is interesting because I think in the Rings of Power tier lists, the only good characters were, Beric, half as a joke, but I guess technically.
Beric was in good. Apart from that, it was mostly functional.
Na'vi
which was Na'vi.
Or mostly functional.
Na'vi decent, but not in Season 2, and that's kind of it.
I think you're right. Fuck me.
Yeah.
Whereas this one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 imperfect.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. What other season of TV is going to have anything close to that?
none that come to mind.
Yeah.
That's nuts. Like, I don't even think there's... Are there 8 perfect characters in The Lord of the Rings? Maybe I shouldn't have asked that.
We may have to do that another time, but...
Sure. Maybe. Chernobyl? Oh, I love that show. Have you seen Chernobyl?
I have. Chernobyl is fantastic. The issue with something like Chernobyl is that it being based on real events might complicate things.
It wouldn't for me. I'm just like, the show's the show.
Okay. Yeah, because I've seen it once.
Essentially, we treat it as it's an adaptation argument. You know?
Sure.
It adapts reality, but that's a separate discussion from its quality in and of itself.
Yeah, that's definitely a show that I want to rewatch because I saw it when it came out. I believe it came out pretty much alongside season 8 of Game of Thrones, so it was a nice detox from that.
Nice and short too. It's only got 5 episodes, but
yeah,
boy is it good. Chernobyl's one of my favorite shows.
Yeah, it's
just got the
brilliant.
Got the energy I love.
Okay, Jeremy Snowden says special guest appearance by Isildur's horse in the season 2 list would probably outrank all the Arcane characters except for Rictus. Also, hi Regs.
Hello. You might actually be right. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Honorary Barrack intervention.
I mean, I'm going to have like a JPEG of Barrack somewhere on my hard drive because I had to make the tier lists that I use. I make them because the ones on this website, the functionality of this website is great, but the tier lists that other people have made are never what I want. So I just make my own. Darkington gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, sir. Very much appreciated. And Mad Season says, my favorite part of Savika's character is when Arcane's Twitter account lied about her doing something in Act 3 of Season 2. What is that in reference to?
I don't know the tweet specifically, but the fact that she disappears means that they probably made some bullshit up about, oh, yeah, she did some stuff, yeah.
Well, the only thing I can think of is that she responds to Jace's invitation to go to the council meeting for some reason, and then declines to help, because Jace didn't do a good enough job of convincing her. And then she must have gone back to Zorn and bumped into Jace and Echo and been like, yeah, some bullshit about the end of the world. And then they were like, oh, if it's the end of the world, then we should probably fight. And then they all got convinced off screen to go and fight Victor. That is the only explanation, because otherwise why does Jinx and Echo show up at the battle?
The fact that we get virtually... Well, we'll get there, but yeah, the fact that we just get... Well, she's just a different person. I mean, there's just no other way to say it. She's just a different person. A shitty person. Mad
Season has clarified. The Arcane Twitter account apparently heavily implied that Savika was going to do some stuff in Act 3 that never actually happened. Okay, I may need to have a look at that, because I can believe it.
Basically, she basically just doesn't exist after the prison scene. And even before then, she's poorly written, so...
And last super chat for now, before we take a quick break, from Heem saying, could you explain to Rags about how Lord of Ring Gollum robbed me of $1? So basically when I was playing Gollum, Heem attempted to... You know that Gollum has DLCs?
I did not know that.
Okay.
Or at least I've forgotten if I did.
So whichever version you have, I mean, check on Steam and you'll see whether it has...
I have the Precious Edition.
I don't know if it's called the Precious. I would assume that the Precious Edition includes all of the DLC, but anyway, there's a bunch of different ones. One of them means that the elves have like extra audio lines in Sindarin. There's one that's like an art book or something. And then there's one of them that's like an emote pack, and it just adds emotes to the D-pad so that you press it and then he'll do something. I don't know what. And Heem gifted it to me, but my Steam never was able to acknowledge that that's what had happened. So Steam said that I'd accepted the gift, but the game did not recognize that I had installed the DLC, which means that Lord of Ring Gollum stole $1 from Heem.
Dang. I do have that edition, by the way.
Okay. You'll have to tell me what the emotes do, because I still don't know.
I've got to remember, yeah. There are 4 reviews for the emotes pack. The Gollum emotes pack. Only 4. I'm surprised that many people bought it.
Is it positive?
It's not enough to say.
Okay.
It's not enough to give it a rating.
It seems like the kind of thing that could be positive just for the memes, but, I mean, yeah, who knows?
Maybe. Like, oh, he Gollumed all over the place, yeah.
Right. So what we'll do now is I need a wee, and then I need to refill my beverage. So we'll just take a couple of minutes. I'll put up the BRB screen, and then we'll come back and do season 2. And I'll change the links and everything so that you guys can vote on the vote on where you want to put the characters for season 2. So
Sure, yeah, sounds like a plan.
yeah,
Slight intermission. Prepare thyself.
Yes, you are not prepared. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, we're back. And yeah, Mad Season, I got your message on Discord. So this here on the right is the tweet. This is from the official Arcane Twitter. It says, armed and ready, Savika's story continues in the final act of Arcane. And it's like one of, I think, 3 images of Savika in Act 3, where she's getting her brain removed. And that's it. That's the image they went with. Okay.
I guess, yeah, I mean, boy, can't wait to see where Savika's story goes.
Yeah, I mean, if Savika was your favorite character, then you're not going to be happy with season 2. And if you liked Savika in the start of season 2, you're not going to be happy with the end of season 2. Right, let me just quickly update the text on the screen to say that we are doing... Actually, I can just delete those because we're doing the whole season now. Deletey. Okay.
Season 2.
So the way this is going to work is there should be a new link in the video description if you guys want to vote. We are doing the show as a whole, not just season 2. So treat the voting on the poll as if you are taking into account the good bits from season 1 as well, but you're assessing the character as a whole is kind of the way I'm going to try and think about this. Of course, you can vote how you like, but that's what I'm going to approach this as. Yeah, the question is here, like, where do we start? Because we've got a handful of characters that did not appear in season 1, and then we've got a whole load of characters that may well move around.
Are you saying we manipulate this list instead of starting a new one?
That's what I was planning on us doing, because the poll that I have running is a totally separate thing that doesn't change this.
It might get complicated in terms of the ordering and rearranging them, because if we start rearranging them, then we have to remember, are we rearranging them based off of characters from season 1's position or season 2's position? Okay,
in that case, what I will do is I will screenshot the tier list as it is and stick it in our chat.
Yeah.
And then I can reset the tier list, and then we have a reference for where we were, and we can just go again. So what I'll do is...
put them side by side or something.
Yeah, as we rate each character, I will put them where they were, and then we'll move them to where they are going to end up.
That sounds like a good way to do it, yes.
Yeah, that will mean that it's clearer. So
we won't confuse ourselves.
Chat, for anyone who missed what I said, so you will not be able to re-vote on the original poll. You need to open a new link, which there's a different link in the video description now. I have refreshed it. You need to click the link that is now there and get rid of the original one, and you will be able to vote on a fresh poll to see where you want to put these characters.
We love democracy.
Yes, indeedio. Okay, so the first character is going to be Margot, the Chem Baron lady who was a non-character in season 1. Yeah, stud face, stud lady. Yeah, I mean, what does she do in season 2? She's not a non-character in season 2 because she does things. She fights back against Caitlyn, and she is engaged in a turf war with Cross, primarily. Doesn't seem to be involved with Smeech. Smeech kind of seems to be doing his own thing. And the battle takes place during a music video, like many things in Arcane season 2. But yeah, she exists.
We need a music video for this tier list. We need to just have, that would be the perfect, if we had unlimited time, money, and resources, then we would just be like, all right, we're gonna do a tier list of season 2 characters in the form of a music video. What's your favorite annoying pop song? I hope it's this one.
If I'd thought about this, I could have made a tier list for the music video.
This tier list will have you drooling for a squeaky.
Oh no. And what the heimerdinger-dongering and being like nothing matters. Let the chips fall where they may. I hate season 2. Yeah, I don't know where Margot is going to end up. I don't think that she's bad because there's nothing wrong with her. The question is, I mean...
Inoffensive?
I guess inoffensive because she's not a non-character.
She has a character.
So her only line in the show is during the conversation with the other Chem Barons and Savika, where she's like, is he dead? Referring to Smeech. And then she says to Cross, like, oh, you started it. I was just fighting back because you invaded my... whatever it is. that's it. That's like the only. It's all like purely utilitarian dialogue.
And that is barely enough to even get you out of non-character. If someone put her in non-character, I wouldn't blame them. That's such a basic kind of thing, you know?
I don't even think she's named in season 2. I don't believe she's named. Yeah. The question is, how harsh do we want to be on how you bust out of the non-character tier?
Let me see. I feel like if we were rating this as we have been doing before, I feel like this... Oh, does that break her out of non-character?
So for reference, the characters that were closest to non-characters that we busted out before was Elora, the Warden, and Locke. And I'd say there's probably a comparable amount of characterization for Margot in season 2 as there is for Locke, for example.
I think that's fair. Yeah, fair. Okay. I feel like she's at Locke level.
Yeah, pretty much. She's generic antagonist who says antagonistic things. That's pretty much it. And you guys in chat are torn between inoffensive and non-character, as are we, so yeah. Okay, next character is going to be Rennie. And Rennie, in season 1, was towards the top of mostly functional. Now...
Yeah, she was third and mostly functional.
Yeah.
Pretty functional character, with a bit of characterization.
Now... In season 2, Rennie only appears in episode 1. She appears in a flashback in episode 3. Essentially, Ambessa found Rennie and understood that Rennie really wanted revenge on Piltover. But somehow the information that Rennie wanted revenge on Jace because Jace killed her son, that never crossed over to Ambessa, presumably. I don't know how that didn't happen. And so Rennie accepts this invitation and comes up with this insane plan to assassinate Jace with a triple-bladed chainsaw while surrounded by enforcers with rifles.
And the plan, yeah, the plan doesn't make sense in really any way. It revolves on what we can only assume to be a coincidental fog overcast that conceals a massive blimp that deploys shimmered up super soldiers as Rennie is trying to melee chainsaw Jace and anyone else who gets in the way. She basically has plot armor because none of the bullets hit her. They hit the chainsaw, and the bullets don't ruin the chainsaw. It still stays effective. And the guards don't run away from her when she gets within melee range. She's very incompetent at killing Jace when he has insane plot armor in the first episode from not being killed by her.
I will say, I think I'm happy to kind of forgive that to a degree because Rennie does seem sadistic. It seems like she wants Jace to suffer before she kills him.
Okay.
All
right.
Yeah. But her means of killing him, the chainsaw and the plan, all of that is just really dumb and really lucky, and I don't know why it worked as much as it did. But like her wanting to do what she does, I think that makes sense. It makes complete sense. And had season 2 not gone the way that it did, and they had not addressed Rennie, then I think it would have been a reasonable criticism to be like, wait, were there no consequences for what Jace did? Because, you know, Rennie was pissed. And we got some consequences in season 1 where she considers turning on Silco, or tries to turn on Silco. But you can't leave it there. She is absolutely going to try and get revenge on Jace. But the way she does it is not sensible.
And we don't get any interaction between her and Savika, do we?
We do not.
Another conversation that should have happened, but that'll be a long list. Now that Silco's dead, you know, what does Savika do with Rennie and what she wants to do and this potential plan, and what is Savika?
I think I'm agreeing with
reasons are good
chat
for being there.
She's definitely not terrible, but
no, she's not that bad.
I think she's in bad. I think I agree with chat because she is too bad to be an inoffensive. I think she's just a bad character.
Yeah, they turned her into a bit of an idiot.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, next one is, it's a new character. This guy is basically a non-character. His name is Henot, and he is Smeech's accountant. And yeah, he basically works for Smeech. Smeech doesn't seem to really care about him and sends him into the Grey, and he nearly suffocates. Then he gets attacked by Caitlin and the Enforcers, and they look like a monster because the Grey makes him hallucinate. They let him go, and I don't really know why. And then the next time they encounter Henot is when he's been tied up by Jinx, and then they arrest him. You know, he cooperates and tells them about Jinx, but then Caitlin just arrests him.
He's choking, yeah.
Doesn't really tell us about his character. I mean, there's nothing really wrong with him. It's just, does he break out of non-character?
I think there's a... Is it enough to say that he's scared in a position that most people would be scared, like the Grey and going into that, you know, space where the, you know, where all the chicks were laying down? Oh, and his conversation with Smeech, does that characterize him enough when he explains what he does? And Smeech is like, "Oh, just make the numbers work."
Not really, I don't think, because it's a similar purpose to like Elora, because he exists to let Smeech tell us about himself, essentially.
We learn more about Smeech than him.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So if he's a non-character, then he's probably going in inoffensive. Or, I mean, possibly. There's not enough to him to put him in mostly functional. He doesn't do anything.
Yeah. What does he tell Caitlin and them that... Like, what does he actually tell them?
He tells them about Jinx, about, like, she's rigged this plan and she's down there and you got to go find her. And it's obviously a trap, and it ends up being a trap. We never...
doesn't change anything, does it?
Well, exactly. We never know if Henot was saying what Jinx told him to say, or if he was just telling the truth because he was scared of the Enforcers. We don't know.
Non-character is fine with me.
I think non-character makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't no problems. It's just we don't know enough about him.
Yeah, chat's saying mostly functional or inoffensive. I think we're going to go non-character, but I understand putting him somewhere up there. But
yeah, I don't think he has enough of a function to be in mostly functional.
Yeah. Okay, next character is Ambessa, who was previously... Where was she? She was at the top of good.
Yeah, she was second place in good.
Yes. This is going to be the first instance of the mighty falling.
This is...
Question is how far?
Ambessa falls far. Unfortunately, her plan... So, her main concern in the second season of Arcane is that she wants to secure Hex Tech for her own purposes. That's why she's there, pretty much. That's her ultimate goal. And season 2, episode 1 starts off with her enacting a plan and organizing a plan that will very, very, very likely end up with the necessary person for Hex Tech, Jace, being killed, which is insanely stupid. That's a huge hit on our character right off the bat. That alone probably tanks her into bad, at least. That
would
alone.
Agree.
That's a really stupid thing to do.
Yeah, and like that's the first time that she really is able to get involved in the plot. Because the last 2 episodes of season 1, she predominantly just, speaks to people. You know, she will speak to Mel. She speaks to Jace. That's basically it.
Yeah, she's sizing up the field.
Yeah.
Sort of pulling strings, but mostly just talking to people.
She's getting ready to make plays, and then episode 1 of season 2 is when she makes her first play, and it is really dumb.
Bad play.
Yeah, it's a very bad play, yes. But it works out perfectly for her. So
it does, but then the more I think about it, it's like, well, her explanation of the Zon triangle of attributes,
the Noxian strength triangle,
the Noxian strength triangle is like really weird and flumpy and kind of stupid.
It makes no sense.
Let's see.
You've also
the fact
got
that she's never. Yeah.
I was going to say, so in Act 1, you've got the plan that you just went through. She then orchestrates Caitlyn becoming in charge because she was originally planning to do that with Sallow, and then decided after being attacked by the Black Rose Lady that, no, we've got to move things up. We've got to use Caitlyn because Sallow isn't ready. Then in Act 2, she does her whole thing with feeding goat people into the science machine to try and crack Hextech.
Again, that's very, very stupid. It hurts the world building because how stupid must you be to do this? But it also hurts her character because she'd be like, well, this is stupid. Why are we sacrificing our scientists to do these tests?
Yeah, why are we not doing this publicly? Why am I hiding in a prison and abducting scientists? Because there is no way that the higher-ups in Piltover knew that she was doing that, which means she's abducting scientists.
I would assume that they don't know, yeah.
They can't know. Well,
or the scientists are just...
Well, if they know, then they would say, please don't zap our scientists.
This is the problem with a really poorly written show or story, where we don't know what's supposed to be intentional or inferred versus what's just terribly written. I can't tell what's deliberate and what isn't.
And
I don't know.
Yeah, because then you get in Act 2, she teams up with Singed after Warwick rampages through the prison, and from that point on, she never mentions Hextech again. And it's suggested, or Jace, yeah, but it's suggested that she almost changes her mind and is like, I don't need Hextech anymore because what I actually want is to capture this insane murder beast so that I can use it as a weapon because it's the most vicious creature I have ever seen. I don't know if she still wants Hextech, but
because I need to, instead of having Hextech, which is like arming my entire army, right? I'm gonna stake it all on this beast that this one mad scientist made, and ultimately he's the one who has total control over it, not me.
Yep. But yeah, the worst part of Ambessa is in Act 3, although I'm missing a part in Act 2. So, sorry, towards the end of Act 2, she believes that Caitlyn might be fucking with her. She is suspicious of Caitlyn because she sends Rictus to follow her. Don't know why she's suspicious, but she just is. And then she allows Vi to continue fucking with her by doing her whole, hey, so Vander told me that there's 3 things that you got to do if you want to be... She doesn't just immediately execute Vi, despite suspecting that she might be being played. She just allows herself to be fucked with, essentially.
I think it's also it's worth not glossing over the fact that how important Jace is to her ambitions, and we never see her ask about Jace's disappearance. That's huge.
She never acknowledges it. She doesn't seem to even know that it happened.
I mean, not that anyone else does, but that's a problem on everyone else as well. But that's a huge issue. That's a big deal.
She also
just disappears right when she really needs him the most, and no one mentions it. Yeah,
she also doesn't know that Victor exists until halfway through episode 6. The obvious choice, once if Jace is gone, is to go and find his partner Victor, but she doesn't. And
yeah, that's true. Where did he go?
And then in Act 3, things get even worse because she absolutely hates mages, which is said explicitly at least twice, because she thinks that it's cheating. But she then decides to team up with Singed, who is an alchemist, and get him to extract Warwick goo and pump it into an egg with a space wizard in it.
That's okay, though.
So that way he can zombify her army, which means that she's willing to essentially give control of her army to a mage so that she can attack Piltover. And I still, having gone over it...
There's no way she has enough trust in him. There's no way she can have that level of trust in him, or that she would want to relinquish that kind of control.
There's absolutely no way.
It would be stupid to do so.
And even if she did have enough trust, or if she was desperate and forced into a situation where she had no other choice, I don't fully understand why she's attacking Piltover. Because the reason that she gives is that we're going to avenge Rictus, but Piltover didn't kill Rictus. And it is then speculated by Caitlyn that Ambessa will burn Piltover to the ground for my betrayal. But why would she do that? Why would she just destroy a city and then forego her, getting Hextech? It's really poorly explained, but even if it made sense for her to do it, everything involving her teaming up with Victor is complete nonsense, and it goes directly against like her core defining character traits. So she's somewhere down here.
At least that's the thing. She's terrible at best, I feel.
Yeah.
Her plot significance, though, is really like, it's such a departure from what we expect of her, and what she does is so. It's a mixture of just stupid and completely, like self. What is it? It's like contrary to her own goals. It gets in her own way. It's
Yeah. Like
oh man,
self-contradictory, you mean, or like
basically,
self-sabotaging.
like I said, sort of, yeah. It's terrible at best. There's no. It's either terrible or breaks the show.
Well, let's stick her in terrible for now because we've only got 4 characters, and there's going to be a couple
That's
here,
true.
I think, that may go and breaks the show, and then we can maybe reassess Ambessa. Chat is saying
fair enough.
predominantly terrible, but also breaks the show. There's a decent chunk that says breaks the show.
Not
So-
surprised.
Yeah, terrible. So that's Ambessa has gone from good down to terrible. Fantastic.
Yeah, terrible with room for demotion
Yes.
potentially.
Okay, next character is Grayson, who is not in season 2, so she's in excellent.
Thank God.
Right, Jace. Season 1, he was perfect.
He was.
Where is Jace? Here.
Well, first off, we have to accept that he's a different character now.
Yep.
Wow, where is Jay? I mean,
He, well, so in Act 1, Jace decides that actually he is going to continue making Hextech weapons. He decides not to destroy the Hex Core, even though he said that he would. He declines to attend any council meetings to prevent war, even though everything he did in Season 1, Episode 9 was to prevent war.
so we're already at assassination of his character. We're
absolutely.
already there.
Yeah, Jace is the biggest
already there.
casualty of Episode 1, for sure. And he, after they get attacked by Rennie, he doesn't come clean and explain what happened, even though he would absolutely do that because he wants to prevent war. He instead decides, I'm going to just keep my mouth shut and build Hextech guns for Caitlyn.
No follow-up with the Zonites and the council.
Nope.
No. He just like he simultaneously floats between disappearing from the show and being incredibly important. Like there's 2 modes that he floats back between.
Yeah. And the thing is, like in episode 9 of season 1, he tells the council that he has done led unsanctioned missions into Zorn. And he says that, like, if they've taught me one thing, we're not fit to govern these people. So they already know that he went and did stuff that he shouldn't have done in Zorn. He doesn't have to reveal that he accidentally murdered or accidentally shot a child. Because, like, that could be one defense of, like, oh, well, okay, he's hiding that from the council, and that's why he ends up having to support this invasion of Zorn. That's bullshit, because he doesn't have to tell the council that he killed a child. He can just be like, yeah, so those...
It's retaliation.
Exactly, it's retaliation for what you already know that I did in season 1. There's an easy out for him there. They already know that he did that. So...
What about
yeah,
his conversation
that's
with
just
Kate?
episode
Because-
1.
Yeah, because we've dropped the Kate having a relationship with Jace like they did in season 1, to where they could have potentially been like romantically interested, or at least they are friends. They
Yes.
are definitely friends. That is just basically gone. The only time that they really talk is just, it feels like it's an obligatory, like reluctant kind of thing. Doesn't he say in that maybe it was right that he needs to make Hextech weapons?
Maybe she's right, he says, referring to Vi's desire to take the gauntlets into Zorn and punch people until she finds Jinx. Maybe she's right. Like, no. Your whole thing in
No.
season 1 was realizing that Heimerdinger was right, not Vi.
Makes things worse.
Yes, exactly. You've learned this. You've already gone past that part of your character development. Stop going backwards.
And what do you even say about the whole Jace segment with him going to the alternate dimension and the Victor magic at the end?
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest. There's a lot about it that I don't know how mechanically it functions.
Oh, it doesn't. I've kind of in the process of doing a deep dive on it, and it doesn't.
I believe you.
None of it really damages Jace. It predominantly damages Victor because he had other options and didn't pursue them. The damage that's done with Jace there is that he learns from the future version of Victor that he needs to stop the past version of Victor from causing the apocalypse because he doesn't want that to happen. And he is told that in all timelines, in all possibilities, only you could tell me or could show me that there is no prize to perfection, there is only an end to pursuit. Please go back to your original timeline and convince me that that is the case. Jace doesn't do that. He goes back to his original timeline and shoots Victor in the fucking face without a word. He doesn't try to convince him of anything. He just starts blasting and tries to kill him.
Yeah, we're in the punished Jace arc or whatever.
Yep. And then in Act 3, what does he do in Act 3? He believes that he has killed Victor, but then is not surprised at all when Victor comes back. He knows that Victor is going to access the Hex gates, but then he doesn't try to turn them off until Victor is knocking on the door.
Very stupid.
Very, very stupid. And I think that's it for like serious character damage for Jace. Honestly, it's pretty front-loaded. For Jace, it's front-loaded, yeah. Again, he's somewhere down here. It's terrible / breaks the show. I don't know exactly.
I don't either.
He also murders Salo.
Oh, that is true. Yeah, he murders Salo. He doesn't even try anything else when he could just physically restrain him with his massive hulking masculine body. In his magic powers, his hammer and his castle full of guards. Terrible at best. He's easily assassinated. One of the biggest victims of season 2. He will breaks the show.
I think breaks the show is going to be difficult until we get a definite, and then we can reassess the ones in terrible.
I think that might be the case because the way that this show breaks is
so yeah, I guess
multifaceted.
We should probably clarify here. So the way that I usually approach this is that if a character does the opposite of what they would do, so they're characterized as liking their house and then they just blow their house up and it isn't addressed, then that makes them terrible. It doesn't break the show. And I believe that would apply to Ambessa and Jace because they just do the opposite of what they would do repeatedly. Whereas for someone to break the show, it has to have like serious mechanical consequences to where the plot just stops.
Can't keep up with it, and it doesn't make things. It's like it's actual nonsense.
Yes, like again, Sauron in Rings of Power, it just makes absolutely no sense. Yeah, it's not just that he's doing the opposite of what he would do, it's that his actions are like throw a dart at a board and he might do that, he might not.
It's like the difference between a really bad painting of a house and just random scribbles on canvas.
Yeah, pretty much. One of them is clearly a house, the other one is apparently a painting.
Yeah, one of them is like, oh, that's just a really terrible character, and the other one is this character is nonsense. They just seem to do things almost at random.
Yeah. There's gonna be a bit of overlap, naturally, but we'll reassess it when we get someone that's in Breaks the Show.
Yeah, you're not gonna have a character who breaks the show who's very well written, but all the characters who break the show are terribly written. It's just how they're terribly written almost. It's almost like a subcategory of terrible.
Pretty much.
Oh, yeah. It's all coming together.
Chat is saying predominantly breaks the show, but also terrible, so we may end up moving him down. I think, would we be in agreement that Jace is worse than Ambessa in Season 2?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think so. I think part of it is because he fell further, much further.
It hurts
also,
more.
Yeah, his characterization is, like, hers is generally, like, a lot of uncharacteristic incompetence. His is an actual, like, mega character assassination.
I think, honestly, given that distinction, for now, let's stick him in Breaks the Show, because like you say, Ambessa is just meant to be good at things, and she isn't. Whereas Jace, like, repeatedly, fundamentally breaks... It's like, so Ambessa
Well,
deciding
his-
to team
his
up with a
character-
mage, Jace does that repeatedly.
Jace's character assassination influences a lot of the direct plot, like, impact. Well, in a way, Ambessa sort of does too.
Not until the end would be the
Yeah.
distinction, I guess. Jace's
think
character
it might just-
assassination sets things in motion.
Maybe the difference in category is just the difference in intensity.
Yeah, quite possibly.
We
We'll
can
leave-
look back on it
Yeah.
at the end when we resort, because I was really happy with kind of where we settled people on tier 1 or the tier list for season 1. This one we might have to do a little reshuffling because of the spectrum area that we're dealing with.
Yes. Okay,
All right.
Vi is the next character. Vi was in Perfect. She was in the middle
Yeah,
of
she was number 4.
Perfect.
She was right above Jace in the perfect tier. Excellent, incredibly well written character in the first season.
And overwhelmingly, you guys are saying terrible, but also breaks the show.
I can't believe it's the 3rd time in a row, and I'm saying it, terrible at best.
Yeah.
She is completely and totally character assassinated through and through. We have regressed her entirely, not just what she seems to care about in a departure from season 1, which is, her home, Zon, especially taking into consideration the conflict with Piltover and her father Vander's role in that political situation and her upbringing, but also simply the fact that her relationship with Jinx is essentially reset, and then magic. I mean, it just sort of is resolved. They're buddies again. She trusts Jinx with her life, and then goes along with the plan. Accepts that this beastly monster. I mean, you probably have a big thing written out, so you should probably say it, because I'm just stream of consciousness-ing this terrible fall from grace that Vi has experienced.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing. I don't have my script up from my videos, but it's very fresh. Okay. It's very fresh in my memory because I've been going through it sequentially. So, I mean, yeah, Act 1, she decides to become an enforcer off screen. That's the first big character damaging moment, and there are ways that you could justify it. And after the end of episode 1, yeah, I was expecting
it would be a big payoff.
Yes, it was the kind of thing that maybe they're not telling the story chronologically, and you have the reveal at the end of episode 1 that Vi has decided to become an enforcer. We're obviously going to go into why that happened, and then we don't.
You could work really hard on it, but Vi could, I think, with enough work and time, Vi could be convinced by the right people that becoming an enforcer could be what is best for Zon. She sees it as more of a tool to help Zon, not as a symbol of her own authority, power, and a way to influence her will as she sees fit.
Yeah,
it is possible, but it would take a long time.
She is an enforcer in the game, so I kind of knew that was the direction that her character was probably going to go. And then in the trailer for season 2, she is wearing an enforcer's uniform. And I was thinking, well, how do you get there from the end of season 1? But I'm excited to see how. And the way that they do it is that she does it off screen, and then she is one. It just happens. It's never addressed. Yeah. So that happens in episode 1. Then in episodes 2 and 3, she goes about gassing her home with Caitlyn.
Joy.
That's a nice one.
That's something that's Vi through and through. That's something she'd do.
She was told that was the plan and wasn't please don't do that. Because this is the thing, is they even make it explicit in episode 1 that she was totally willing to just put on the gauntlets, go into Zorn as an independent agent and find Jinx. That she was willing to do that, and then she changes her mind and decides, I'm going to be an enforcer and gas them.
Yeah, well, you know what? They say the badge changes a man, okay? And it really, really changed Vi.
Yeah,
One could say it completely erased and rewrote her.
Indeed, yeah. It's funny how I've got this bit in my video that I'm doing where I'm just going to read out what each of the main characters' journey was from the start of season 1 through to the end of season 2. Right around halfway, everything stops making
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, I can imagine what that halfway point may be.
Yeah. Okay, so then in Act 2, Vi is not in Episode 4. She becomes a drunk, like, bare-knuckle boxer. And then she trusts her psychopath sister for
She
no reason.
abandons Son. She walks away from
Yep.
everything.
Yep.
She leaves it all behind. She says, like, I'm just going to go and drink and get punched. And that's my life now.
Doesn't consider Echo, doesn't go to the firelights, doesn't do
Nope.
any of that, doesn't ask Jinx about Echo, even though as far as she could be aware, Jinx killed Echo in Season 1, Episode 7. Yeah, and then everything is okay, it's happy family hug time, because they found Warwick, who is apparently Vander. She is convinced by Jinx. And then in Act 3, does she do anything? Oh yeah, obviously, she realizes that Jinx is going to go and off herself and then slams Caitlyn in her cell.
Does she have any interaction with Savika in Season 2?
She does not. The closest they come to... The only time they're in the same room is when they are... The fight scene in Season 2, Episode 3, where Caitlyn is kind of fighting Savika and Vi is fighting Jinx. They never interact. They never even look at each other, but they are technically both engaged in the same fight. So,
Jeez,
no is the answer.
That's rough.
Yep.
That's rough.
But
She doesn't interact with Echo or Savika in the second season. That's wild.
I love how, like, in the finale, you have the very quick bit after Echo joins the fight where Vi jumps on the hoverboard and they fly up to the balloon where Jinx is. And it's like a 3-second shot of Vi and Echo on the hoverboard. That is not only Vi's only interaction with Echo in Season 2, but it's also Vi's acknowledgement that Echo is still alive and that Jinx did not kill him. It's so bad. Yeah, I mean, the biggest character moment for Vi in Season 2 that damages her, it's possibly the worst moment of character development in Season 2 for any character, is when she realizes that Jinx is unambiguously going to end her own life, and instead of stopping that, she decides to have sex with Caitlyn. That is catastrophic.
That's the call that I'd make. I'm like, oh, whatever. Fuck this show.
I'm done with that nutbag. I'm done. Yeah, so I mean, she's somewhere in terrible. Chat is saying 59% is saying terrible. I'm not sure that she's damaged quite as badly as Jace overall, because there's less damage, even though the individual moments, the gassing and the sex with Caitlyn, those are the two most damaging moments. And then you've got becoming an enforcer
giving
and
up entirely on everything.
Yeah.
Oh boy, yeah. Becoming an enforcer after what they did to Zahn and just fuck. Is she worse than Jason? If we man. Oh boy, she might. I don't know. She might be, because it's such a multifaceted destruction of her character. Like everything she cares about, her personal relationships, the people she stops caring about, doesn't ask for, a total abandonment of just everything. She's got to be a Jace
it's comparable. Tier. It's comparable to Jace, definitely, and I definitely think that she is worse than Ambessa for sure.
She is worse than Ambessa. I do agree. I think that she should be in Breaks the Show.
Okay.
I feel like it is that much of a complete and total undoing of everything they built up, that it's worthy of being below terrible. That's what I think. So Zach says that it breaks her, but not the show, I think. The character assassination sets events in motion, as you've said. That is potentially the distinction between Jace and Vi, but they are comparable. The character destruction is comparable. The impact on the show, that is true. He does have a bigger impact on the plot and its resolution.
Okay.
His path leads him to saving the universe or whatever, and hers is
her path leads her back to Caitlyn, basically. It doesn't. Everything with Jinx and Warwick essentially doesn't go anywhere. She just gets led back to Caitlyn. So I think I would bump her up to terrible. We'll put her below Ambessa in terrible for now.
Okay, fair enough.
That may change, though.
Yeah.
Okay, next character, Milo, is going to stay where he was because he is not in Season 2, because we are not counting the alternate universe version of Milo, because that is a different character.
Some of the chat says sparing Ambessa breaks the show.
Sparing Ambessa... Oh yeah, Vi doesn't kill Ambessa. That's true. I don't know if that breaks the show, but that is something else that we didn't mention. Vi would understand, like Vi. So the factors of this is that Vi will kill people if she has to. That happens in combat. She fights people, and that presumably leads to their death. She would have to understand that Ambessa is like a much bigger threat than anyone else that she has ever faced. Would she just beat or strangle an unconscious woman to death? That I think that probably yes, given that it's Ambessa.
I think so.
Given the alternative.
She gassed the Zonites. She gassed her own people. So
yeah. Exactly.
It would be weird if she'd be willing to do one, but not like an actual enemy of Zon and Piltover, the probably the biggest threat to peace and prosperity.
Yeah, and I mean, this could have been resolved if it wasn't like a net launcher that she used, if it was just a grenade, and she just punched a grenade into Ambessa. Then if she had done that, we wouldn't be sat here saying, oh, it was so out of character for Vi to do that. Vi never kills people. No. Vi absolutely kills people. Rewatch Season 1. She absolutely kills people. And
Ambessa admitted to be the one who poisoned Caitlyn's mind.
I mean, I don't remember that being explicit, but Vi will know that by this point because she's spoken to Caitlyn. And she knows...
also, Ambessa, if she accepts that that Warwick is Vander, or is being converted back into Vander through Victor's Floomp magic, then would her attacking Warwick also give her a reason to kill Ambessa?
She absolutely. She considers Warwick and Vander to just be the same thing. This is Vander from Season 1 as far as she is concerned, which means that Ambessa is trying to separate her from her father. So... yeah, that's another reason. I think the reason that didn't happen is, one, because they didn't want Ambessa to die yet, and two, because they didn't want to show Vi, the protagonist, strangling an unconscious woman.
Well, then you can't put her in that position where she has to morally.
Exactly.
So that's on you, writers.
That was the right thing to do, and she just doesn't do it because, yeah, she just leaves. I don't know. That whole scene is so fucking confusing. Yeah, I see the point that it arguably breaks the show, but that is not, I think, as damaging as some of what Jace does. So we'll leave her in terrible for now, and we'll keep going. Milo is going to stay in good because he is not in Season 2. We are discounting the alternate Milo because he's a different character. LeBlanc is a new character, and she's never named. She is the leader of the Black Rose, the person/entity organization of evil mages who are trying to find Ambessa's magic child and kill Ambessa. I think she breaks the show because she seems to have the ability to just kill anyone she wants at any point and kidnap anyone she wants at any point, and she doesn't win immediately.
It's a big, powerful, spooky villain problem. If you're going to write them to have these powers, then unless you want them to be characterized as actually stupid and incompetent, you're going to have to come up with a reasonable reason why they don't just win.
She also tells Mel, for no reason, as far as I can tell, yes, I did kill your brother. Now can you please help me kill your mum? Like, there's no... She says, like, what? Truth is the greatest illusion. I'm smart and also untrustworthy. Now please help me. And I don't... And then Mel appears to agree, and it's revealed at the end that she didn't agree. But when Mel agrees, LeBlanc isn't like, are you serious? Was I that convincing? Like, the show thinks that this character is really smart, but if she was really smart, she would have won. Yeah. Like, immediately, before she was even introduced.
If she was a very average intellect, she would be unstoppable.
Yeah, it's the Sauron problem from Rings of Power again.
What if I just magically instantly killed all my enemies? Oh, well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much. I can just teleport them to, 100 meters into the air and then they die. Like, why can't you do that? Well, because sometimes Ambessa has some magic runes in her proximity and sometimes she doesn't. So therefore, I guess LeBlanc just wasn't watching. Sometimes. Yeah. She breaks the show. She's so powerful and so consequential that she can't go anywhere else, I don't think. And Noonish correctly points out she puts Mel in that pointless puzzle prison for absolutely no reason. That just
It's just part
goes
of
nowhere.
She's just going to use that to try and convince Mel to join her.
But she doesn't even do that. She spends that time disguised as Mel's dead brother for
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
no
she
reason.
did all of that to eventually just say, "Actually, you're really powerful. You should totally join us."
Yeah.
Like, why didn't you just send me an email and say, "Hey, I would like to meet with you and discuss some important things," and then they have a pleasant conversation, and she's like, "Okay, you should be on our team. We are the good guys, and I can easily convince you that your mother lied about the brother stuff."
Well, yeah, because she basically, her plan in season 2 is to convince Mel to team up with her, and her method is to murder Elora for no reason, and then to be like, to psychologically like torture Mel by disguising herself as Kino for no reason, and then afterwards to just drop everything and be like, yes, I killed him, now please help me. Like, why?
This is the Mountain of Skulls problem from Man of Steel, where if you're trying to convince somebody to do something, don't like drown them in a mountain of skulls to try and convince them that you should join them, because it makes you look really, really evil.
Yes. And Noonish says, but why is there a puzzle? That is never answered in the show. It's just a thing that was in the prison. The ocularum that LeBlanc is using to trap Mel, it has a puzzle on the wall.
Oh, yeah.
And that puzzle has absolutely nothing to do with the plot. It may as well have been like a dot-to-dot on the wall, like a connect the dots thing. Yeah, she breaks the show. Let's continue. So Clagger is not in season 2. He's going in good. Cross is in season 2. Now, similar to Margot, he has characterization, but basically all we get from him,
The barest.
yeah, it's the same thing as what we got for Margot. So all we get is that he is in a turf war with her and he doesn't like her, and that's it, really. Is there anything more to say about her, or does she just go straight next to Margot?
Did you call her a she?
She, he, it. Grandma. Does Grandma go next to Margot?
See, it works. Yes, I would rate her this beautiful queen a little bit higher than Margot, just for aesthetics.
Okay.
I like the gangs having like the gold like chins, and their dress with the bowler hats and the outfits. I like me some theme gangs, and I like the theme of his gang more than the theme of her gang.
I do like it, yeah. How, like, in particular, those two, they just like, right, you're in my gang, now you got to dress up and look like me. Whereas, like, Smeech's guys are just kind of all over the place, whereas theirs are...
Yeah, they're very thuggy and all over the place, yeah.
Yeah, as were Silco's, actually.
Yeah, Silco's, that's because he was just sort of like the quasi-government of, he's kind of like the guy in charge of Zon, so... Just sort of people working for him. He wasn't a vain man.
He was not, no. Okay, Jace's mum does not appear in season 2, so she's going in mostly functional, which is where she was before.
It's good she didn't see what happened to her boy.
Indeed. Look at how they massacred my boy. Next up is Caitlin, who in season 1 was right about there. What did they do to Caitlin?
What didn't they?
Well, they turned her into like a revenge person so that she could really want to get revenge, which makes sense. Like, Jinx did kill her mum.
They went there way too quick, and she knows that Jinx was acting alone. She knows that Silco's dead, doesn't tell anyone about that, which is a huge mark on her character. It is a bizarre decision of the plot. And this is a point against Vi as well, but Caitlyn shares in this. She turns into a super revenge fueled character very quickly, I feel, and directs that towards just like Zon in general instead of like specifically Jinx. She says, "Oh, we got to get Jinx," but the way she goes about that is to like essentially wage war against Zahn. I
Yeah.
feel like her descent into this dictator mindset is it's done way too quick, and it's a bit too awkward. I feel like she's we've dropped the fact that she's a good detective. That's just not a part of her character anymore.
Well, hold on. What do you mean? So she goes into the prison, and there's a vague scratch on the floor, and she knows that it was a giant metal robot.
She knows that it's a giant wolf monster that must have done this and set everyone free. Yeah, of course. They've hyper detectivified her.
Yep, she's even better at it now. Her dictator powers leveled her up.
I guess not. Yeah. Where? Let's see. Her relationship with Jace is basically gone now. That just doesn't exist.
You want to know how many scenes they talk to each other in?
Well, it's just once.
It is once.
At the beginning.
Yep, that's it.
It's just the once at the beginning. That's it. It felt almost like obligatory. Well, they have to talk, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was going to say everything relating to Ambessa. She is manipulated by Ambessa. She flips away from Vi because Vi tried to save a child. And we can inform that because she's really, really angry with Jinx and is fueled by revenge. She kind of allows herself to be manipulated by Ambessa, but acknowledges that she doesn't fully trust her, and then changes her mind and flips back to Vi and betrays Ambessa, and it's never clear why.
Don't know why. No clue. No reason is given. It's like she's operating off the information that the audience knows that Ambessa's no good. And now Caitlyn just knows that because holy shit, we need the plot to happen.
Yeah, the closest we get is that Vi calls her Cupcake, and then we get a close-up shot of Caitlyn's eyes, and it seems to be suggesting that she really, really misses Vi, which, yeah, okay, fine. But that's it. That's all we get. Like, in the same way, there's so much, basically everything that Caitlyn does in Season 1 can be informed by her desire to get revenge to bring Jinx down because Jinx killed her mum. That's fine, but that's all we get. Everything she does is singularly justified by that. And we never really explore, like, well, does she think that she's going too far? Is she getting in bed with, like, the wrong people? She just, I guess, realizes that and then stops doing that in episode 6. Flips instantly.
Black and white change.
Yep. And then in Act 3, she forgives Jinx, which I don't really know why she does that. But the fact that she does that means that she is essentially boiling down Jinx's crimes to how they affect her personally. And she's saying, well, her dialogue is that I essentially don't have the energy for this anymore. Like, I'm too, what's the line from American History X? Life's too short to be pissed off all the time. Like, that's fine in American History X, but here in Arcane, it just doesn't work because Jinx is a serial killer who has not just wronged her. Like, what exactly
Killed
is
a lot of people?
Exactly. What is Marcus's daughter going to think about Jinx being like, I'm just too tired to stay pissed off with you, and letting her go? She lets her escape justice because she's bored of being angry with her, essentially.
It's a complete reversal of her character. Not just between season 1 and 2, but like in this season itself, the flips with her. Also, her marksmanship is very inconsistent. I feel the fact that she gets fooled by the reflection, which makes no sense, kind of makes her a dumbass.
That's true, but that's more because like the physics of it don't line up, rather than because Caitlyn is dumb. The writers are lying to the audience there. I don't think
basically,
yeah.
She enables too much to happen, and once again, terrible at best.
Yeah,
it's
she's
just a matter
down
of
there.
whether she's in breaks the show.
So Caitlyn has the most screen time of any character in Arcane Season 2. She is the main character of Arcane Season 2. Vi takes a bit of a backseat, as does Jinx, to Caitlyn, because of how hyper-focused Act 1 is on Caitlyn. And I don't know why they decided to focus the story of Season 2 on Caitlyn, because she was a fine character in Season 1. She was a very good character in Season 1, but why her? You know, like there are things that you could have done, and her wanting her actions, broadly speaking, line up as something that she would want to do, but then it just goes off the fucking wall by the time you get to episode 3. She just wants to skin Jinx alive and will do anything to let that happen. And we're just told that is what she thinks, and we never understand why. And then she changes her mind, and we don't understand why. And then she forgives Jinx, and we don't understand why. So I think it's just a massive failure of storytelling, given the amount of time they spend on this character. But yeah, I'm thinking terrible. I don't think she breaks the show. I don't think she's as bad as these two.
Breaks the show is a special accolade for very special boys and girls. Oh, does Caitlyn get there?
Yeah, you gotta earn it. You gotta earn your breaks the show.
You gotta earn your breaks the show. I'm fine with her being on the bottom of terrible for now.
You would say she's worse than Vi? I would actually say she's better than Vi because, I don't think there's anything Caitlyn does that is as bad as some of what Vi does. Whereas, again, broadly, Caitlyn's actions...
Right. They're both terrible, but Vi is a special terrible.
Yeah.
The issue is that Caitlyn's position is one such that she can affect the plot a lot more. But does she affect the plot enough with her terribleness? We can leave her there for now, but I'm thinking about it. I think there's a good argument for breaks the show, but a good argument for terrible as well. Leave her there for now. I think we're going to have to revisit terrible breaks the show anyway at the end, so...
Okay. Next character is Oriana, and you don't know who Oriana is. This is Singed's daughter, who he resurrects at the end of the show, because he stole some goo from Victor and put it in his daughter, and now she's a robot person. And
she's non-character.
Yep, we got nothing. She fills the same role that Ren does, Marcus's daughter, and yeah. That's all we got. Right, next character is this one. It's Grogu. It's the random kid.
Oh, fuck.
This is going to be difficult because it's one of the 3 at the bottom.
It is one of the 3 at the bottom. She is at best terrible. Gosh, that's becoming like the motto of this tier list is at best terrible.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see if she's non-character. She is extremely young and impressionable.
Hold on.
Well,
just to interrupt you very briefly, we can't use the criteria of what would a conversation with her be like because she can't speak.
Well, she can sort of like wiggle her hands around, I guess.
She can do jazz hands and that might count, I guess. Yeah, that's true.
What is it, boy? Timmy's stuck in the well. So, what is her characterization? She really, really looks up to Jinx and wants to be like Jinx and emulate Jinx, and she is totally 100% enamored and caught up, swept away in admiration for Jinx. Her youth makes her extremely impressionable to where she like has emotionally, in a very unhealthy way, latched onto the psycho murderess that is Jinx. Which isn't a problem necessarily. That's what happens with kids in that position. That is just part of her character. It's an explanation of anything. If anything, she is a tragic victim of Jinx's influence. And just goes to show bad parenting. It's a thing.
Because like, what else does she do? Like, her arc is that she wants to push Jinx into being the savior of Zorn, which ends up working because everyone decides that she's the savior of Zorn. She then walks around with Jinx a bunch in episodes 5 and 6, and then she decides to blow herself up to protect her family, but also killing one of them, as in Vanda. Yeah, that's kind of it. That is her harnessing her explosive potential for good, is blowing herself up and accomplishing nothing in the process other than killing herself and Warwick.
So, Is
She
that enough characterization to get her into terrible or breaks the show? Is it enough characterization
I would
to
say
get her
so.
out of non-character?
I would say so,
agree.
because it's a similar concept to what they did with Skye in season 1, in that she is super like critical to another character, but like on her own, there's very little to her. The difference is that in season 1, Skye was in like 2 scenes, whereas this kid Isha is in. This kid has more screen time than Milo and Clagger in season 1. Like substantially more.
Certainly feels like it. God, she's she's like this. I mean, she's this bizarre like wrench thrown into the cogs of this show, and it just like crunches it up, and it. I feel like that breaks the show. Does she break the show? She acts in character when she does what she does.
Yeah, I can
At
totally
least in
buy
her
everything that
mind.
this character does. The disconnect.
So I think that puts her in. Is she a bad character?
This is why this is difficult. I think this is going to be one of the most contentious ones.
She might actually.
Are you thinking bad?
What's bad about her character?
So the problem with Isha, as far as I am concerned, is in how every other part of the story reacts to her. And there's a like
so like Galadriel.
Essentially like Galadriel, yeah. So like most of the story reacting to Isha is Jinx, and the damage done to Jinx by this character is catastrophic. But this character
her fault?
Well, exactly. That's the thing, is that her characterization, I can understand and accept this kid doing everything that she does. It's just that Jinx does not, it damages Jinx, and the perspective of the show seems to be that, oh, isn't this like tragic? Like, if only this could have been avoided, but at least Jinx is now the hero, and it's like, you're watching it like, no, this Jinx abused this kid. Like,
what Isha is a youth who's tragically been taken under the spell of a psycho murderer who incidentally saves her and then takes a liking to her.
Yes.
Everything that Isha does follows downstream from that accurately. As far as I'm aware, I don't think she does anything that would imply otherwise. And the fact that she is a dumb kid does help a lot. It adds to the impressionable nature of it. This weird maternal big sister kind of thing that they've got.
I think a good way to sum it up might be, the scene when they're entering the commune and Huck's like, no weapons. Jinx and Vi both drop their weapons. Jinx removes the gemstone from her gun. Vi does not remove the gemstone from her gauntlets. And no one notices apart from Isha. So, like, I can accept that Isha might be like, it's glowing and it's blue. I wonder what's that.
Yeah.
What that is. The problem isn't that. The problem is that no one else noticed. And the plot kind of twists itself in such a way as to allow this kid to hit the various narrative beats, which is why it seems like the show is absolutely desperate for you to feel emotionally engaged with this kid, and you're just not, because you feel like you're being manipulated. But I think I agree with you.
Like
I don't think it's the kid's fault. I don't think it's her fault.
She's like the eye of a tornado, where it's peaceful and calm, but everything outside of it is a fucking terrible mess of destruction. But the eye of the tornado, the eye of the hurricane, is the calm part. That's what she feels like. That's what she is. She's the eye of the storm in a way. How do you rate the eye of the storm and not the storm?
It's impossible. Like, the comparison that you made to Galadriel is an interesting one, because Galadriel has this effect, but on like everyone essentially.
But Galadriel should know better. That's why she's terrible. What she does oftentimes doesn't really make a lot of like sense to us, but to her, I guess it does. And she does stupid things constantly, but she's consistently stupid. But Isha's literally stupid. She's a kid. She's a dumb kid.
Yeah.
And that's not bad characterization. It would be bad if she was like super intelligent without explanation.
I think is the best way of summing this up to say that if we're treating her characterization, then she would be inoffensive. But the impact that she has on Jinx and the way that the show is desperate for you to feel a certain way about her would be breaks the show. That's kind of what I'm thinking at the moment,
Yeah,
but where we put her, because she's not a bad character on her
you
own.
can't halfway. Yeah, she's a fine character on her own. It's just that I hate her guts and I'm glad she vaporized herself. But
Yes.
it's the break the show part. There's no middle ground. You can't be like, oh, it's half breaks the show and half inoffensive.
I mean,
Isha is...
the cop-out would be to just say fuck it and put her in non-character, but I kind of don't want to do that.
She is a character. That's
Yeah.
the problem. They specifically made Isha to fuck with our tier list. They knew that it would be coming.
I can add another tier, I just don't want to. I don't want to have the Isha tier.
You know, it's actually strange you mentioned that because I was kind of like halfway to suggesting we make an Isha tier.
Where do we put it, though? Do we put it above breaks the show?
Where we put it.
No, the tier, not...
Oh, I thought you meant Isha, like this creature, this thing.
No,
this little gremlin.
It is
being.
going in the Isha tier, but where do we put the Isha tier?
The Isha tier is between...
Yeah, I need to do that once I know where it's going to go. She's a variant of a non-character to where she has enough of a character, but where the purpose that she is used for is...
If she didn't have any influence on Jinx, then she would be inoffensive, probably.
Yes.
But she does have big influence on Jinx, a massive amount of influence on Jinx, a bizarre influence on Jinx. So I would probably put the tier in between inoffensive and bad.
Okay,
I think.
let's go for that. Add a row above, and then I need to change the color. What color is she going to be? That's gray,
Black.
I guess.
Black
gray.
tier.
Yeah.
Or gray or black, because she's a fucking black spot on this otherwise terrible. I said otherwise terrible. She fit. You know what? She fits right in. You belong here.
So Vadan in chat says, yeah, she inoffensively breaks the show. That's a good way to sum it up.
In a bizarre way. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was good job, Isha. We had to make a special tier for your ass.
Yeah, hopefully we don't have to do that again. I don't think we will, but we'll see.
I don't think so either. She seems particularly special.
Yeah, because it's what's another example of a show doing that with a character like that?
I'd have to think.
I can't think of one.
There's got to be a special kind of character that this is in a story.
Well, it's very similar to, for example, Marcus's daughter in season 1. Grogu has more, from memory, Grogu has far more of a narrative purpose than Isha.
Even though Grogu shouldn't really. But that's because people rate the Mandalorian seasons way higher than they should. She is a worse version of Grogu. And Grogu sucks balls and I hate him. Which is, I don't know, I almost feel like Isha's more of a victim of the writing. Like, as much as I hate her, yes, viscerally. It's not, I think Grogu's an infant too. No, yeah, Grogu is an infant as well. I think it's because Jinx is so terrible and she's caught, like, it's more understandable to admire Mando as a character in sort of like a father figure. That's more understandable than Isha admiring Jinx. Then again, she's so young and impressionable. Whatever. They both suck.
Yes. Well, I mean, if we ever end up doing this for Mando, which I don't see that happening because I don't want to watch those shows again, we can keep the Isha tier.
Isha tier is fair. Isha is special.
Okay, so the next character is a new one. This character is Lest, the cat lady. She's fine.
She's fine.
Well, she's fine in episode 3. She's not in episode 4 because she's really, really nervous and twitchy about talking to Mel about Ambessa and being involved in this like spying, informing thing.
And then Mel says please, and she says okay.
Well, Mel says please, and gives her enough of a reason to be like, okay, fine, fuck it, I'll just tell you what I know. Then Mel gets zapped out of existence, and in 6 months to a year later, Lest is still working in Salo's brothel, and she just doesn't care that Mel is gone. Like, that should freak her the fuck out, given what they were doing, because Mel and Lest were in the process of.
Again.
We see her.
We see Lest.
We do. We have the second scene with Salo where she tells Salo about Victor. Right. And in that scene, she just doesn't seem to care that Mel is gone, even though that should make it look like someone has got rid of Mel. Because as far as she is concerned, she was gathering information to allow Mel to stop her mother taking over. Then Mel disappears inexplicably, and her mother takes over. She should be fucking terrified and should have left immediately.
Yeah, because the way that it's characterized, you almost wonder, like, would she have mentioned it to Salo? But she'd know that Salo and Ambessa are kind of close, so it's like, well, she wouldn't mention it to Salo. They think that they're in cahoots, maybe.
Well, exactly, because she was there to spy on him. Mel had him there had her there spying on Salo, yeah. They do mention Mel, like Salo just casually brings it up in discussion, like she's not coming back after she's been missing for this long. So they do discuss it, but Lest is not freaked out at all.
Would Lest want to reply? What would she reply to him with in that conversation when Mel is brought up?
I can't remember what she says.
Well, I mean, like, what should she say, right? If Mel disappears and in a part of a conversation with Salo, Mel comes up, I don't think I would expect her to say anything, but she probably shouldn't be in that position to begin with.
That's my point, because this is also 6 months to a year down the line. This isn't the next day. It means that she's been just living in Piltover, being like, oh, well, nothing bad will happen to me, I'm certain of it. And then nothing bad happens to her.
I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, I could see why maybe if she was convinced of the fact that she was some nobody who'd covered her tracks and couldn't be something, but none of that's in the show, so.
Yeah, she's really simple, and she's only in 2 scenes, which means we basically have nothing to work with. I think that she's going in bad. She's definitely not terrible, because there's enough to her to where she's not unbearably awful. It's just that she is dumb for sticking around after that happened. Because given the information that we know she has, she should be fearing for her life.
It warrants an explanation.
Yes.
I think that's fair to put her in bad. It's not so bad, but it is bad.
Yeah.
It could have been explained, but they didn't.
If you get rid of that, she's up here in mostly functional, but I think that I've got to put her in bad for that reason.
I think you're right. Yeah, if that part hadn't been the case, then mostly functional. But
okay.
Otherwise, yeah, bad.
Right. Next character is this guy, the fishman. His real name is Steb, which is never spoken in the show. Steb does not speak in the show. He is a member of Caitlyn's strike team. He is maybe a medic because we see him patching up Henot in episode 3. And then he takes part in the ground battle in the finale, and that's basically it. He is an enforcer. And
how does it doesn't like a random screw get stuck in the bomb and he can't get it out?
Yeah, what happens there is that Maddie sabotages the bomb because she can't allow, why is a completely different question, but she can't allow the bomb to go off and destroy the Victor egg.
So she got her hand, well, that's more her, but I guess they didn't check any of this before they used it.
She is seen tinkering with the bomb, and you can see her do this. It's just that at that point in time, you're not suspicious of her. So it is accounted for in the show, and I don't think it speaks to Steb as being a dum-dum for not seeing that.
Okay.
Yeah, there's basically nothing to him. I mean, his characterization, he's a non-character, but he does do a lot. He is an enforcer. He is a man in uniform with a gun who does the things that you would expect him to do. So he's either inoffensive or he's a non-character. There are no individual moments that make you go, okay, this guy has some personality.
I feel like non-character. I think that if you do not have any sort of personalization to speak of, I just don't know what any of his thoughts are. I guess it's like, well, I better defend my home.
Yeah.
I'm an enforcer. I'd better do enforcer things. If that's all we know, I think it's going to be non-character. Because his role would have just been another person in his place. If it had been another enforcer, then they would have done exactly what he does, barring any characterization that would say otherwise. I'm going to go with non-character.
I think I agree. We'll stick him... Yeah, he's got to go in the middle because he has more characterization. Yeah, I mean, he has as much characterization as generic enforcer wearing mask. But
I thought you were going to say he has as much characterization as the girls stuck in the sarcophagus. And I'm like, I think that's technically not quite... That's not exactly true, but it's almost true.
Well, they have the same amount of dialogue. Okay.
Like, well, I guess he's pro-Piltover. Which is, I don't know that about her, technically, so...
Yep. Okay, next character is this character, Felicia. So this is Vine Powder's mother. She appears in a flashback in episode 5 of season 2. And I'm pretty conflicted on her because she heavily damages Vander and Silco, but I don't think that's her fault. I think that as a character... Yeah, I think that as a character, I got no problems with her. She's nervous about being a mother. She hasn't yet told the husband. She's having a chat with her friends and is kind of telling them, you guys need to sort out this shit because I want my kids to grow up somewhere nice. That's basically it. And I don't take any issue with her actual characterization. It's how she's used and the down-the-line impact that her scene has. That's where the problem comes in.
I think she's... So, what are we going with? Because I'm thinking...
She's definitely not a non-character, so if we start her at inoffensive, she's either going up or down.
I feel like I'm thinking inoffensive to mostly functional. I think inoffensive is probably where I'm sticking her, because if we start getting into the functionality aspect, well, what is her function? Oh, no. But what she says makes sense for her character to say.
Yeah, so just to be clear, because chat is disagreeing, chat is majority saying that she breaks the show. I agree that scene, we can say that breaks the show because it seriously damages Silco and Vander. But that is because of... That's not her fault. If we're viewing her as a character in a show, it's not her fault. It's that the writers decided to do that, to use this character to do that to Vander and Silco. There is nothing that Felicia says or does to where you're like, you shouldn't have done that. That's out of character.
Yep, I think it...
I think
that makes a lot of sense. I don't agree with Isha here. I think Isha has a particular special role in her impact on a protagonist's active actions, whereas the worst you could say about Felicia is that she retroactively damages other characters in a story that isn't actually this one.
Yeah, chat also says that like she's a retcon, which they do use her as a retcon, but it doesn't contradict anything about her own character. I can believe that a person or that this person could end up dead on that bridge. That's the only connective tissue that she has to connect to. This is making me think that maybe she should be in mostly functional, but she's somewhere around here. Because if we're just isolating this to her personality and characterization, then
she serves a function. It's just a terrible function.
Yeah.
But you get credit for serving a terrible function when it's not character related. The
damage that she does is not to herself. That's what's making me think that she should be in mostly functional. Because she as a character is entirely functional. She does what she's there to do. It's just that what she's there to do is...
Yeah, there's no contradictions, no breaks. She doesn't act out of character. She doesn't do anything that is unintuitive that we would, bat an eye at.
Yeah,
If she,
it's not her that does the damage, it's the scene that she exists within. And if we're distinguishing her characterization from the scene itself and the function that the scene serves, then I think I would probably put her in mostly functional. And yes, chat, the reason why I'm thinking that she's going up here, not down here, is because we are not factoring in the damage that she has done to Vander and Silco. The damage that she has done to Vander and Silco, we will see that when we rate Vander and Silco. She doesn't damage herself because she damaged them. Because that wasn't her fault, you know?
Yeah, I think I'm fine with her being in mostly functional.
Okay. Which so far means she's the best new character. Well, she's the best character that exists in season 2.
Oh boy,
which says a lot.
Yes, it does. Already, our distribution of characters is a bit of a departure from the season 1 list, but
yeah.
Well.
And if you could overlay screen time onto this, all the ones with a lot of screen time are down here at the bottom. So
interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
Interesting. Where have I seen this before?
Next character is Mel, who was right about there in
Top of
season
excellent,
1.
I think.
She was top of excellent.
Top
Yeah.
of excellent.
So, yeah, Mel in season 2, she's a wizard now. She's a mage. But she doesn't.
A wizard, Mel.
Yes, but she doesn't know this at the start, and she's just like, oh well, that was lucky. But anyway, and just doesn't do anything about it. Doesn't consider it a little bit weird.
Doesn't investigate.
Yep.
Doesn't really look into it. Almost seems like she knows, but dismisses it from Jace. Jace is like, how are we okay when the people next to us died? And she's like, oh, these things just happen.
Well, so that was my thinking in Act 1, but then Act 2 kind of clarifies that she didn't know until she woke up her powers in the prison, which means
that implies she didn't like look into it or investigate or want to know, which seems not like her really. You think that she's kind of a like answer finder. She's a problem solver. She's a affirmative sort of person, but maybe she does think the randomness of explosion and carnage is such that this maybe, I guess.
Sometimes you're sat in your room on the computer and a bomb goes off very close to you and you're just totally fine and there's a big circle of totally fine surrounding you and you're just like,
happens all the time. Yeah. Sometimes that's just how it goes.
Sometimes that's the way of the world. Nothing weird going on here at all. Yeah, that's her in Act 1. In Act 2, she discovers that she is a mage, and that's it. Then in Act 3, she goes back to Piltover and fights against the Victor robot with Jace. And then she goes back to speak to her mother, because her mother has teamed up with Victor, and she realizes this because Victor tells her for some reason. And she's like, well, that doesn't sound like something my mum would do. So she goes to confront her. And this is where she learns about the Victor Ball. But how that happens, I don't know. The only way that she can know about that is if Ambessa and Victor were like, or if Ambessa was like, this is the Victor Ball. Anyway, you can go now. And Mel then just presented, like that information must have been leaked to her that they had a Victor Ball and Victor was going to be in the ball. And then she leaves and presents that information to everyone in episode 9. And the fact that she does that is just, she's an idiot. They let her go after giving her information and didn't suspect that it was dodgy. Then she sits around ordering troops around during the battle, even though she's now a mage.
Yeah, I don't know why that gives her like tactical acumen or why that she makes her a military leader. I'm sure the enforcers have a hierarchy of generals and division leaders and whatnot and commanders.
Yeah, and the most damaging part, I think, for Mel from Season 1 is that we're told that her magic powers include her ability to sense others' inner selves, which means that everything she did in Season 1 wasn't that she was really clever and really good at, reading people and manipulating them. It's that she had a magic power that made her be able to do it.
Yeah.
Yep. So it seriously damages her. I think that she is of the main cast of characters, she gets off better than some of the others, but she's definitely not higher than terrible, in my view. Possibly bottom of bad. What are your thoughts?
Bottom of bad. I feel like with how terrible is stacked up, Mel doesn't get that low. Definitely low. But
she's above all three of these, that's for sure.
Yeah. She's at least above those three. The Trinity of bitches. Okay, let's see here. Is she terrible? Does she break that? Does she cross the line into terrible?
Well, the worst parts, it's difficult to assess because the worst parts for Mel is you've got everything with the Victor egg, which happens off screen, and you've just got to go with it. She received that information somehow and communicated it because she wasn't suspicious. Okay, fine. You've got her not questioning how she survived at the start. Apart from that, the most damaging part is the retcon that she had magic powers that made her good at politicking and stuff in season 1. That's really, really cheap. But
the effect of that is that it means that we wouldn't, if we retroactively had to rate her from season 1, we'd probably put her down in like mostly functional to good, probably good instead of excellent, because she's just using her powers well, but it's like a cheat she's using effectively. She still has characterization and things of that nature, and all the other stuff would apply. It would lower her rating. So that's not... Like, it sucks, and it's lame that they wrote it that way, but it doesn't hurt her that much. It just makes her less... It makes her competent, not, like, really competent. Like, she's just using her powers as one would use them to get what she wants, effectively. Which is not nearly as impressive as not having the powers and doing that.
Yes.
I feel like it's worthwhile to not put her in the same tier as Ambessa, Caitlyn, and Vi, because they're special in how bad they are. She's bad.
To clarify here, for some confusion in chat, or either that or I'm confused. We'll find out. Mel did not ever trust LeBlanc. She pretended to, and then revealed at the end. She basically came up with this plan to trap her mother somehow by pretending to go along with the plan and then ambushing LeBlanc and defeating LeBlanc instead. I don't know if Mel intended for her mum to die as a result of that. It's unclear. But all of that relies upon Mel having, like, pretty clear understanding of the limitations of her powers that she repeatedly says that she doesn't understand. And that could have gone very wrong very quickly, because the last time LeBlanc abducted someone, they got teleported across the planet. Whereas, you know, if that had happened during the battle with Ambessa, Mel would just be standing there like, oh, she's gone. Like, what now?
And taking the necklace, putting it on.
That's dumb.
What do we think of there? Yeah, that's really stupid.
But
even with that in mind, I think that might be a calculated risk to get out of that situation, maybe. She just had to accept the risk of the necklace doing something really bad to her, because otherwise there's no way out, or she doesn't think there's a way out.
Or alternatively, she used her magic empath powers and knew that the necklace wasn't going to actually hurt her. That's possible.
Potentially.
It's just it's a cheap get out of jail free card, but I mean that's what the writers have given us. Yeah, it's difficult to rank her because, I mean, you guys are saying largely breaks the show. I don't think that she breaks the show in the same way that either of these two do. And I'm leaning towards the bottom of bad. She's not terrible. She doesn't get that low, though.
I agree. I think the bottom of bad. She's fallen a long way. She's fallen 1, 2, 3, 4 tiers. We don't count Isha tier because it didn't exist before, but she falls 4 tiers. And she's at the bottom of that tier as well so far. I don't think she's as bad as Ambessa, Kate, and Vi, but she's definitely bottom of bad. One more thing, and she could have gone into terrible.
Yes.
It's all coming together.
It really does feel like they were going to kill her off at the end of season 1 and then decided not to because they wanted to make her a champion in League. Because she really, everything that she does in season 2 feels tacked on, and her dying at the end of season 1 would have felt very natural.
It would have been a shame, but it would have just, I guess, sold the tragedy of sort of what happened, her dying, and what it would have done to Jace
And her mother.
and what it would have done to Ambessa.
Yeah.
It would have been really interesting to see, but
Okay, next character is Marcus, who gets to stay in Perfect because that's where he was in season 1.
Yep. No retcons for this guy.
Yeah, which means that well, no, let's not do that. So the next character is Rictus, who in season 1 was a non-character because he didn't do anything. He smiles in one scene. That's all we get for Rictus. And if we look at what chat is saying, you are saying predominantly perfect, but also excellent and good. He's towards unironically, he's towards the top.
I think so too. I think that he is quite competent at his job. He is loyal. He makes sensical decisions for the most part. I think the worst thing he does is that when he goes to talk to Renee, he wears his outfit, his
yes,
his
not very obviously Noxian armor.
Noxian outfit, yeah, his obviously Noxian armor.
But then the thing is, like, that could have been Ambessa's plan, and he was just like, "Won't someone recognize me?" No.
Maybe it's so that it's like proof that he's a representative of hers, but there's better ways to do that than that. But I think that's the biggest wrong move that he makes. I mean, he kind of gets unfortunately paired against Warwick, who he just can't compete against in terms of combat.
Yeah,
but
it feels like the writers accidentally made him sympathetic because he is
a
a
victim of the plot.
Well, yeah, because like he's a very, very physically imposing man. He's very skilled at fighting, and he's Noxian for one, and he's also massive. And he's Ambessa's bodyguard. She trusts him more than basically anyone else. He has been training for his entire life to be really, really, really good at fighting. And then he loses because a werewolf jumps on him and tears him to pieces. Like, that feels very unfair. And
yeah, it does. He took out Savika's arm with one spear throw.
That's true. Yeah, he also took out the Chungus Chemtank man with a spear as well.
Right.
And had he got the jump on Warwick, like we could have had a fight scene with Ambessa and Rictus against Warwick, and then Rictus dies to save Ambessa.
Showdown.
Like, that would have been such a good way to send the character off, even if the rest of that is shit. Like,
at least we could walk away saying, well, Rictus was a good character. I like that guy. What a cool dude.
Chad is correctly pointing out.
But it could have been better.
Chad is correctly pointing out that Rictus did fail to capture Savika at the rally. He just didn't follow the trail of goo, and if he had followed it, then he would have found Jinx.
He might have been super busy with the rest of the riders and stuff, fighting them, dealing with them.
I think that's what they want you to believe. The problem is that, like, it should have been a sure thing. You spear her, you catch her off guard, you remove her robot arm. She's the highest priority target there. She should not have got out. We can dilute his own personal responsibility.
Is that a credit to her ability, her familiarity with the area, having lived there her whole life, and her ability to escape capture?
Possibly. We could chalk it up to that. But again, I feel like given that they got the jump on her, they injure her, and they really should want to capture her as a priority, them failing to do that indicates incompetence. And Rictus is never shown to be incompetent apart from that scene.
I think it's fair to say that Savika would be really particularly good at avoiding capture. It's more her skill than their incompetence, I feel.
Does the leaking goo trail, does that change anything? Because we don't see it until Savika arrives back at Jinx's lab. But if she's literally leaving like a Looney Tunes thing, then yeah. I mean, honestly,
Yeah,
that
maybe.
that would potentially knock him down a tier, but it's yeah. So I mean, the character is of course really quite simple.
Yeah, he's quite simple,
He is
but in a good way.
Yeah, he's very clear in his functionality within the story. And if we're not memeing, then I'm putting him right there. I'm putting him in good below Milo and Clagger.
Fair. I think he does more than be mostly functional, but he's got little issues, but I think that still keeps him in good.
Yeah, I don't want to put him on the same tier as someone like Grayson because I don't think they're comparable.
Yeah, he's not Grayson level. No.
But yeah, I hopefully chat won't be too angry that we put Rictus in good. It won't be another Waldreg scenario where I put Waldreg in bad. Okay. Next character is Caitlyn's mum, who was in... Where was she? She was at the top of Mostly Functional, I think? Yes. Okay, so she's going to stay there because she is not in Season 2, apart from as a corpse. And the next character... She is indeed. The next character is Maddie.
Madeline.
Okay. So chat is saying predominantly terrible. The only real question with Maddie is, when did she start working for Ambessa?
Yeah. When and why did she flip sides? We have no explanation given whatsoever. It's not even hinted at. It just sort of happens. I suspect because it is a lazy and poorly constructed way to make the audience not feel bad that Caitlyn cheated on her.
Yes.
So...
The part of it that I find quite funny is that what I think they were going for ends up making Maddie a very sympathetic character, but the nature of her like flip and her betraying Caitlyn, that is clearly meant to be a, oh, you bitch, you're going down moment. But yeah, what I think they were going for is that Maddie was in a relationship with Caitlyn for anywhere up to about a year, which is longer than Vi and Caitlyn even knew each other. It's possible that it was just a one-night stand, but we simply don't know. So then Maddie becomes worried. Then when Vi comes back into Caitlyn's life, and she is told
as anyone would be.
Yeah, sure. And she is told by Caitlyn to go and check on Caitlyn's dad, which Maddie doesn't do that. She then hangs outside the room and eavesdrops because she is worried that Caitlyn is going to dump her and go back to Vi.
Which is fair.
Which is fair. So then I don't know if it's reasonable to assume that Maddie knew that they banged in the jail cell, but at some point she then went and spoke to Ambessa. She must have gone down into the Noxian camp where the commune used to be and spoke with Ambessa and said, Caitlyn has betrayed me just like she betrayed you. Also, who are all of those robots? And then Ambessa will have said, oh, don't worry about the robots, dear. Now, go back. This is our plan.
It's a weird world. I mean, that's assuming that Ambessa hadn't already influenced Maddie before then. Like, even, like, before... Because remember when Caitlyn was essentially declared the Supreme Führer or whatever, Madeline was, like, smiling when she was beating her chest. Like, she was, like, happy that this was going on.
Yeah.
So... Because that's the thing, all of the information that we need to determine whether or not this character is potentially really good or really terrible, we do not have.
Yeah, and chat also quite correctly points out that Maddie was introduced as a massive fangirl of Vi, and we just don't explore what that means.
Oh, pardon me, I'll be right back just a second.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, it's difficult to rate this character because you guys are saying terrible. I'm definitely thinking that she's somewhere in between bad and terrible, but she's also similar to an Isha in that she is really very one note and very simple. And she is not, like, neither of these characters are complex enough. They're definitely not complex enough to go and breaks the show. I don't know if there is enough to her for me to put her in terrible. Alternatively, is there anything else to her that I've missed? She's introduced as a Vi fangirl. She helps fighting. She joins Caitlyn's strike team. They start banging after Caitlyn dumps Vi. I mean, yeah, that's basically it. I think bad, and honestly, I think towards the top of bad. That's what I'm thinking. She honestly really does remind me of Isha in that the character herself, if I'm correct about my interpretation, or if what Rag says is right, and like it's possible that Ambessa corrupted her from the very beginning. Potentially she came from Noxus. Like, we don't know that that wasn't the case and that she was planted there as an enforcer. We just don't know. So I don't think there is enough to the character for us to knock her any lower than that, even though, as with Isha, every time I see her, I'm just like, fuck off, go away, what are we doing? So Sainto says in chat, she's terrible because the writers had to specify post-show that she was Noxian the whole time. Is that confirmed? Because, I mean, it's not confirmed in the show, so to some degree I don't care what the writers have to say about it, but if the writers do think that that's what happened, then, yeah, that's telling, because that's definitely not the vibe that I got from her. Amanda Overton said that. Okay. Interesting. So Amanda Overton is responsible for the Vi-Caitlyn romance, so she probably is also responsible for the Maddie character, and didn't want her to be sympathetic so that way the audience wouldn't question the Vi-Caitlyn romance, and therefore tried to make her unsympathetic and accidentally made her quite sympathetic because she didn't want to lose Caitlyn. That's quite funny. I will have a quick drink and then we will continue. Okay. The next character is Deckard, who is going to remain in mostly functional, and he's going to go right about there because that's where he was last time. The next character is Shula, who was a non-character. What do you guys think about Shula? Honestly, I think she's still a non-character. She really only has one scene where she does anything, which is the initial council meeting in episode 1. She does a tiny bit in the second one, but the purpose of the second one is for Caitlyn to roll up and be like, fuck you, I'm in charge now. So in the first one, she does disagree with Mel, and she's like, we're not leaving things to chance. I'm with Salo. We do need to go in and apprehend Jinx. So that shows that she has opinions about things, but it's barely more than a non-character. So, I mean, you guys are going to be saying non-character to inoffensive. Yeah. She's somewhere in between the two. One of the things about Shula that just confuses me is if you look at who they had on the council in season 1, why did they have her survive? Like, what did they do with her? They didn't do anything with her. They do things with Salo, and I don't like what they did with Salo, but they do things with him. There was a reason why they had him survive, because he was the sort of vindictive, ignorant councilman who loses his legs and then falls into a spiral of alcoholism after his planned coup with Ambessa falls through. But Shula, we've got very little to work with. If she is not a non-character, then I'm thinking that she's probably almost Isha tier. She's almost inoffensive.
I feel she's a non-character. I just don't think we really get that much, other than she's kind of upset at Zahn, but willing to not go all the way and be sort of chillish and try something, but kind of it.
Yeah, we get more for her than we do in season 1. That's all I can really say about her.
But it's not saying much even then.
It really is not. She has one scene in season 1 to do things, and she just doesn't really.
I do agree with Maddie being in bad tier, though.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I think that's where she belongs.
Yeah.
They owe us explanations. Why would she fight against Vi's side when she idolized Vi? What happened in the time gaps? What changed her? You owe us an explanation.
Well, apparently it was confirmed by the writers that she was Noxian the whole time. which
was that in the show?
it's not in the show. It's possible, given what we get in the show, but
yeah,
it's definitely not.
It's not impossible.
Yeah,
It's just not at all hinted at, or
no. What's hinted at is that she was just in love with Caitlyn and didn't want to get dumped. So she made a deal with Ambessa, who she also looked up to. Okay. Next character is Tobias Kiraman, who is Caitlyn's father. He was in non-character before, and he is going to remain in non-character. Unless you can convince me otherwise. He doesn't do anything, he's sad, and then he's not in the show again.
Yeah, there didn't have to be a role for him really in the story, but it would have been nice to get some characterization from him, considering so much of the story is about Caitlyn, and now that Cassandra's dead, it'd be nice to get something, but we just don't really get anything out of him.
Yeah, pretty much. So, we'll leave him in non-character. Next characters are Hoskell and... Sallow we do need to do. So Hoskell is going to go in mostly functional, because that's where he was in Season 1, and he is not in Season 2. The next character is Sallow, who was here for Season 1. And Season 2, I think he comes off okay.
I think so too. I'm trying to think of anything that would sort of break his character, or that doesn't seem like he would do.
The only question marks is everything leading up to him going to Victor to, get his legs healed. Everything up to that, I think,
checks out.
It completely checks out. The question mark is, after that, is he still Sallow? Or is Victor...
Is it a brainwashy magic thing? Are you the same person afterwards? It's like
Huck.
Henkel was his Huck, right? Huck. Is he still Huck? And I'm like, I don't know. He seems pretty different. That experience would change a person, sure, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously you look very different and you sound I don't know.
Yeah, it's they're very vague with how much control Victor has over Huck and Sallow, because it's possible that they were just that Sallow was convinced that, okay, Victor is essentially God now, and I need to work for him for the rest of my life to repay my debt. But that is a massive flip in his characterization, and the only thing we have to work with is that Victor healed his legs.
Yeah, and what's it like to be connected to Victor in that way? Because when Victor dies, they all die. So what does that mean? I don't know what to say. Yeah,
we just don't know. So we don't know if Sallow chose to work for him or if he had to, or we just don't know. The biggest problem with him is all of the counselors, he doesn't notice, apparently, the giant circle of undamaged table in the council chamber. Because all he would have to do is he sat there just angrily ranting at everyone else because he's there in a wheelchair, and they're like, "Nah, we're not going to listen to you." All he would have to do is just look slightly to the left and be like, "Hold on a minute, is what's going on here? Why are you alive? Why are you alive and I lost my legs?" He has every reason to be very angry.
To the floor, so he should know more than anyone else. But I feel like that's almost like a problem with just the world, is that no one notices when they should. It's just it's this blanket writing issue that they just say, yeah, no one noticed. No one noticed in this world. I'm like, oh, okay, they would though. We noticed and we're the audience. So
and they do make it clear.
Investigators would.
Yeah. I mean, the fact it is going to damage multiple characters. It already has. So I think with that in mind, he is worse than he was in Season 1, because there's more to him, and what there is hit and miss. So I would say he probably goes down to inoffensive, but I don't think that I would say that he's bad.
He's not. No, I don't think he's bad. Most of all the chunk after he meets Victor is a question mark. We don't know his state of mind. Something's happened, clearly. What is it? Not sure. So I think the biggest hit is just the same thing that hits everybody else in the world, which is not noticing, or at least everyone, the council chamber stuff, which is not noticing the safety bubble. Which, I think he takes a hit for that. Is it enough to bump him down a tier?
I would say, yeah, who's he comparable to? Because these two basically don't have anything, but I think it definitely knocks him down because specifically the way that Salo is characterized, he is vindictive and he is, he would be looking for a reason to be angry with the other counselors because he has lost his legs. He feels like he got off unfairly and that they are just miraculously okay, but he doesn't notice why. He doesn't question why. He just seems to be like, well, shit happens, I guess, and doesn't notice the obvious signs of damage in the council chamber. So I think that that's enough to knock him down.
Okay, all right.
Okay, next character is Heimerdinger, who was up here just above Marcus.
Yes.
And yeah,
He was up and perfect.
Yep. So, yeah, what is there to Heimerdinger? So Heimerdinger is now a completely different character from the get-go.
Yes.
He reminds me of if the writers had not watched season 1 and they had just gone to the video game and been like, well, Heimerdinger's like goofy and funny and silly, so let's do that. But they didn't realize that they had already done something in season 1 that was not that, which is why he just feels like a completely different character. So he sneaks into Jace's office in episode 2 with Echo. And he does, I mean, forget the logistical issues of why that's possible. Heimerdinger just knows that it is because he helped build the city. And he encounters Jace pointing a weaponized Hextech hammer in his face and doesn't question Jace making Hextech weapons. Even though the last time Jace saw Heimerdinger saw Jace, he was booted from the council because he was trying to stop Jace from fucking around with the Hex Core, because he was, terrified by the potential for harm. But Jace has weaponized it, and Heimerdinger just doesn't care. We don't even know, because it's just never acknowledged whether he knows about what happened with Jinx's attack on the council. He never questions if his colleagues are alive, or we don't know if he knows if...
He doesn't show up at the memorial.
Yep. We don't know if he knew that was going on. I don't know why.
I totally would. Everyone would know about enough to
You
where
would
the
think,
Zonites
yes.
knew about it to fucking launch an attack on it and plan everything out.
Yep. He doesn't notice that there's a giant Victor-shaped hole in the wall while he sits there and drinks tea for a very long time.
Tomb. Yeah.
Yep. He doesn't notice the goon tomb. And then Jace explains off screen to him what happened, and Heimerdinger is not horrified. Like, we have to assume that Heimerdinger knows that Victor survived because Jace combined him with the Hex Core, and he just does not address this ever.
Nope.
Yep. Then he goes down into the Hex Gates. They find the anomaly, and he gets zapped into the other universe, where he possesses the body of alternate Heimerdinger for 4 years, becomes a street musician, and sings songs about how nothing matters, and is convinced by Echo to help him make Hextech because Echo asked him nicely, even though he didn't help Victor in season 1 when Victor asked him nicely.
Yeah.
And then he vaporizes alternate Heimerdinger's body without his consent because he didn't plug the machine in properly, in order to send Echo back to his original timeline. And then he's never mentioned again. That's what they do to Heimerdinger. They completely destroy him. Honestly, the damage done to Heimerdinger, I think, is more than, cumulatively, I think it's more than any other character. I think I
agree.
I think it's indefensible. I think that, like, the individual thing with, like, the sexing with Vi, I think that is worse than any individual component of Heimerdinger, but there are defenses I have seen people try to make of that. I do not know how you could possibly defend what they do with Heimerdinger.
He has turned into a completely different character, mocked and then discarded.
Yes, the writers just did not care about him at all. And yeah, he's just now a silly goofball who needs to die. He's in terrible. I don't think he breaks the show.
He doesn't break the show. His characterization does allow Echo to get back to the first universe, which allows him to save the universe. And he does all of this out of character, though. There's no reason for Heimerdinger to have helped Echo and do all this stuff with the Hex Core knowing him.
Well, there's
So
also
I guess
there's also arguably no reason for Heimerdinger to still be in that universe because he was there for 4 years and all he needed to do is get out is find the shards of Hex Crystal and do it himself. Which, I mean,
would
yes.
he do it himself?
Well, I think you could argue that he would, given that he obviously knows that this is not his universe. He would know by his change in appearance that he is possessing the other Heimerdinger. And he knows that everyone he knows and loves, the city that he built, is in serious risk. There's a bunch of like bad shit going down in his original universe. Would he compromise on his values and create Hextech to go home? I think he quite possibly would, yeah.
I think you could work to getting him to do that. I think you definitely have to. You'd have to work for it, but I think it's possible.
Yeah. Whereas
I wouldn't assume it is the default.
Well, what they end up doing in season 2 is they just establish that there is no way he is going to do that, period. And then he does it when Echo says please.
Oh, so how could I say no to you?
Yeah, how could I... what is it? How could I turn down like a brilliant young lad in need? And I'm just thinking of Victor sitting there with cancer. Like am I a joke to you?
Also, you think this might end the universe or whatever. You think Hextech might destroy the world, but true. How could you say no to a young guy in need?
Oh, yeah.
It certainly hits the hardest in terms of the destruction. You know, obviously it's bad to see all the other characters destroyed, but there's something about the way that Heimerdinger is destroyed and then discarded so casually and never mentioned again.
It feels malicious in a way that some of the others don't.
It's like they want to... I mean, the potential for the stuff you could have done with him and how little time he got. I mean, I think he's got more lines in his fucking song than he does of actual dialogue.
You're probably right, yes. I think bottom of terrible just because I think that it's more offensive than the other 3 in terrible.
I agree. It tastes just the worst.
Yeah. Okay, next character is Marcus's daughter, who is obviously remaining a non-character. Next up, we have Gert. Does anyone remember Gert?
Yeah, you remember Gert? Yeah, it's Gert, everyone. Come on, you know Gert.
So I find it quite funny that Gert has no dialogue, but alternate Gert does. The alternate version of Gert has more dialogue than the original Gert.
Because the alternate version of the story is better, and it's a nod to that.
Yeah. So this character is like the leader of the Jinxoids.
Jinxonauts, yeah.
That's it. She decides to fight alongside Piltover. What we get in episode 8 is that she tries to leave, like she starts evacuating, like fuck this. Then she changes her mind and commits to fighting against Victor and Ambessa, and then she dies off screen before the battle starts, and we see her corpse. That's it. That's all there is to Gert. Is there any argument for anything?
On screen. I thought she does die on screen.
Well, sure. So she breathes her last breath on screen.
Shots.
She breathes her last breath on screen, but what happened to cause her death is off screen. The battle begins with Vi carrying her to safety, and then she dies.
Okay, I gotcha. Yeah. Non-character. We don't know anything about her. Why she does anything.
Yeah, we got nothing. Yeah. Okay. Next character is Mr. Silco, who in season 1 was right there. Now
he's at the top of our list, the highest tier of perfect, best character in season 1.
Now, this is going to get tricky because we have to account for both seasons together. We're not just accounting for the damage done with season 2. Chat is saying predominantly bad, and that is what I'm thinking because I think that the damage to Silco means that he is now a bad character, but I don't think he's terrible.
If everything else about his characterization stays the same except for the retcon, how low does that take him? I guess the question is for me it's between bad and inoffensive to me. Is that one thing enough to bring such a stellar character? How low does that one aspect bring him?
Okay, so the damage The damage done to Silco, just to be clear, I may miss something, but the damage done to Silco is that we get the suggestion that all he needed to do is forgive Vander and everything would be okay. And that's not direct damage because Silco doesn't do that, but it is suggested with Jinx's line, and she obviously knew Silco. And it's also suggested in the alternate reality version of Silco that, yeah, they made up and everything was fine. So the perspective of the show is that if he'd read the letter, he would have forgiven Vander, which no fucking way.
Although that is a different version of Silco making that decision, and we don't know what the different version of Silco's life and everything would have been necessarily. That there's too much of an unknown. The show is making that implication, which is retarded, but we don't actually know from the show itself how closely the two Silcos are to make that decision.
Yeah, if we're being purely mechanical, then there has to definitionally in a multiverse be a universe where Silco character assassinated himself. So like it doesn't, we can explain why that should never happen, but it did happen in one universe. We can't get around that.
There's too many unknowns between the points of data that we have, so we don't know if it makes sense or not for him to make that decision or be that character. It's a different Silco.
Yeah, which means we've got to limit it to the flashback scene in the last drop with Vander and Felicia. So what happens there is that he is told by Felicia that she is pregnant with Vi, and that Silco and Vander are both on the hook now to make sure nothing bad happens to her, and that they need to sort out this whole Zorn thing because she wants to give her child a nice life. She doesn't want her child to grow up in a hellhole. This means that when Silco met Powder in season 1, this was not a case of him like empathizing with her and seeing himself in her because of the whole betrayal thing and deciding to adopt her and taking pity on her and all the rest of it. That was at least partially informed by him having previously been told, you need to help me look after my children if anything happens to me, which he then does. So it neuters that. It doesn't destroy it, but it neuters it. And then you also have the fact that his decision at the end of season 2 to not give up Jinx is also partially informed by the fact that he promised Felicia that he wouldn't. But then probably the most damaging bit is that in episode 3 of season 1, Silco doesn't know who those kids are, and he doesn't care. He just knows that they are Vander's kids, and that removing them is necessary in getting rid of Vander and, you know, creating his cover-up story so that way he can then do what he wants to do in getting independence for Zorn. See, so he was willing to kill kids that he didn't care about, essentially. Season 2 then says that actually he had a very good reason to care about them, and he definitely knew who they were, and he chose to kill them anyway, despite the fact that loyalty is kind of Silco's thing, which is made explicit in episode 9. There is no way that Silco... If Silco was betrayed by Vander, there is no fucking way that would ever cause him to back down on a promise that he made to Felicia. There is no way.
Makes no sense. Totally, it's totally antithetical to one of the biggest elements of his character. I mean, the fact that he wouldn't give up Jinx, even if it would secure Zon's independence, just goes to show how deep that runs in him. There's no way, unless there was some major change that happened that we're just not privy to, there's no way he would have killed the kids that he promised Felicia he'd take care of. There's no way.
The only possible wiggle room is to say that he didn't know who they were, but season 2 does enough to confirm that he absolutely knew who they were. There's no way that he didn't. So, yeah, the question is then, how bad does he go? And the fact that he is going to go down to somewhere down here should reinforce how impressive it is that season 1 had so many characters that we put up here. Because all it takes is for one scene, and you can, like, seriously damage your character.
Yep.
But they understood what they were doing in season 1. So,
he drops at least 4 tiers.
Yeah, well, we can't put him in the Isha tier, but I guess we disregard the Isha tier. I want to put him there. I want to put him below Maddie just because it's funny, honestly.
They do some pretty big damage to him, but it's like, how much do you have to damage such a stellar character to bring him down to bad? Is like, well, a lot, but did they do it? Oh boy.
A massive part of like the emotional impact of the ending of season 2 is built upon Silco's relationship with Jinx, and this damages Silco's relationship with Jinx. That you just do not touch.
Fair.
So,
yeah, it's fair. I think putting him in bad is appropriate.
yeah. How the mighty have fallen. Sorry, Silco. You're a bad character now. Yeah.
It's a good thing season 2 isn't canon, or else you'd be in bad tier. This is all hypothetical, assuming season 2 is canon, which I certainly don't accept, but there you go.
Okay, the next character is Locke, who does appear during a music video montage in season 2.
Yes.
He punches things, and he gets punched, and I don't know why this man is out of prison, do you?
Good behavior.
Does he seem like the type?
Listen, Locke knows he doesn't like being nice, but if it gets him out of prison, he'll play along, all right? He's a man of action, and sometimes the action is being good and well-behaved. I have no idea. He was one of Silco's big henchmen, personally. So it'd probably take him a lot to get out of Stillwater. But we have no idea. It's been a while. We just have no clue. I'm erring on the side of no.
Yeah, I don't see how he can possibly be out of prison, because unless they freed him in episode 4, which is possible. That would be funny. But yeah, because he has been in prison for anywhere up to about a year. It definitely isn't longer than that, and it's probably less than that. Which means if he has been released, that the sentence for his crime, which was the distribution of shimmer and working for, a criminal organization, was less than a year. And I don't believe that. Given that Piltover seems to have a tendency to just throw people in prison and then forget about them, I don't believe that. But that's not a problem with Locke. That's a problem with the world building.
Yep. One of many problems with the world building.
The question is Locke worse than he was in season 1? I want to say no, but we get a lot less of him. We get no dialogue, so that probably puts him in no character, is my thinking.
It would have been nice to get his perspective, as it would have been nice to get the perspectives of a lot of people following Silco's death, but that's just not the show that they made. I guess non-character. We have no idea what he thinks about anything.
Yep. We got nothing. He exists to be punched by Vi. That's all he does in season 2. Okay, next character is Mr. Huck, who was in the middle of Mostly Functional. He was right about there.
He was right below Renee, yeah.
Where is he on this? Because the order has shuffled itself. Yeah, so Huck, there he is.
We get the Salo problem as well. We don't know most of his characterization, if he's a different person or what the effects of being linked to Victor is.
Yeah.
Before that, I think he's A-okay. I think that's a natural result of his addiction and desperation.
Yeah, it's a continuation, into the depths of...
still a shimmer druggie, and he's not like a brave guy, but he's trying to feed his addiction and tries to, steal from Victor, and he does it in a very timid, weak sort of way that I think befits him.
Yeah, and he says, I believe his dialogue is that, like, please don't, I think he calls Victor friend, and he's like, we're just here for the gear, friend, don't do anything stupid, and he, like, stutters as he says it. He doesn't want to be doing that. He's not the man to be doing that, but he's hooked on a drug, so he is going to do that.
Fantasy psycho drug, yeah. I think that's totally in character.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to think about everything after he gets flumed by, he gets cured by Victor, if we can call it a cure.
Yeah, because the question is, like, he is if he is in his right mind when he does this in episode 6, he is very dedicated to making sure that no weapons enter the commune, because he tells career criminals, psychopaths, and a fucking army.
An army.
Yeah. And he doesn't back down when a 8-foot giant man stands in front of him. Like, come on, really? He doesn't back down. So either that tells us that Huck has a spine made of steel, or that Victor made him do it. And I don't know. It's somewhere in the middle.
I don't know either. It looks a little brainwashy because it's such a shift from him being so timid and weak to him being that brave and probably like willing to die there if they didn't surrender their weapons. It was like, it could happen, but I don't know if that's him. It seems so different. He seems so different. So does Salo.
Yeah, I think I'm willing to say, I think it's probably easier if we just don't acknowledge everything after he got cured, which means we've got basically
Fair.
2 scenes to deal with. Because we can't, regardless of how much control Victor has over Huck, that doesn't damage Huck as a character, so it's not going to impact our decision, I don't think.
Yeah. I think he remains where
I think he stays
is,
where he is,
mostly
yeah.
functional. Yeah. I don't think that anything changes. He remains in character, but we don't get enough of him to elevate him into good, so he remains mostly functional.
He does exactly what you would expect a drug addict in a spiral to do.
Yep.
And then his life is turned around, not for the better, by Victor. So yeah, I think he stays where he is. Bulbuck is next. Bulbuck is not in season 2, so he remains a non-character. Next up is Victor. And Victor was number 3.
He was number 3 in Perfect, number 3 in Arcane.
86% of chat say that he breaks the show. Oh my God.
Is there an argument can you possibly make an argument otherwise?
The only argument I could possibly make is that the show picks and chooses how much control Victor has over his actions. How much of it is him being convinced by the Hex Core or Sky to do what he ends up doing, and how much of it is the Hex Core, literally adjusting his brain to make him do it, as if it's like piloting him like a computer. We just don't know. I don't know if Victor has any critical thinking skills in season 2. I think that
the writers.
Yeah. I think that the only fair way to analyze this and to put him somewhere on this tier list is to assume that everything Victor does is something that he wanted to do. Because otherwise he goes in non-character because Victor doesn't appear in season 2. So I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to assume that everything he did is what he wanted to do.
From the moment he wakes up from the Goon Tomb, is essentially his involvement. So yeah, essentially what he does is he wakes up from the Goon Tomb and he's not happy that Jace has resurrected him. And then he leaves because I guess he's like, they share a frighteningly short conversation, and then Jace allows him to leave.
Yep. And he wanders off with the Hex Core inside him. That's another problem, actually, with Jace that we didn't mention, is that Jace lets Victor leave with the Hex Core inside him. But yeah, so Victor leaves because he's done doing science with Jace. He thinks that he's been betrayed, and he doesn't know what to do now. He doesn't understand what he is. He needs to do some self-reflection and try and find that out. He is guided into Zorn by the Hex Core because we see him like hallucinate footprints. And that leads to him crossing paths with Huck, and he then realizes he has magic powers and zaps him and cures him and makes his first servant or cult member. And then a whole bunch of bullshit happens off screen for the next 4 episodes, and the next time we see Victor, he is a hive mind with a commune filled with cultists. And he has decided to, what he's doing is morally ambiguous because it appears from the outside looking in to very obviously be creepy, like what he's doing with, body snatching Salo and communicating with Jace. But his motive seems to be to just make the world a better place. He's just going about it in a way that is a little bit creepy. But at that point, he's definitely not evil. He's not in world domination mode.
Yeah, this is weird, but, I mean, you're curing people of their horrific, terrible addictions and fixing their ailments. So, you're doing some good for the world. You just, really bad vibes, and I've seen this movie before, and, I'm kind of waiting for the bad part to hit, but it hasn't hit, so it's okay, it's weird.
Yeah, and
bad.
He tries to cure Warwick, and he to some degree succeeds. We don't know what would have happened had he been allowed to continue. Then Jace shows up and shoots him for some reason, and Victor won't have understood why, or at least the show thinks that he won't have understood why. Because if you recall in episode 5, he is in Sallow, and he notices that there is something wrong with Jace. Jace is adamant that he needs to stop Victor, and that he can't let Sallow leave, and Victor knows that Jace murdered Sallow, and he doesn't, and then he just forgets that Jace is on the warpath and probably wants to kill him too, doesn't question why, and then allows himself to get shot. But I don't know if that was just Victor being forgetful, or if the Hex Core made him forget because it wanted to go to stage 3 and evolve into a transcendent energy being. But if we're not attributing the Hex Core...
Jace, right?
Well, you would think, yes. So, yeah, especially if the Hex Core knows that it can do that, because all the Hex Core needed to do that was Warwick Goo from Singed. So it just needed to convince Victor to say yes to Singed's idea that he presents in episode 6, but he doesn't do that. So plan B is to get shot by Jace, I guess. So yeah, he gets shot by Jace and dies, and then he gets resurrected by Singed, who pumps him full of Warwick Goo. And then he decides to access the anomaly, believing that that will be necessary to get himself a new body. And he tells Ambessa that it will also allow him to evolve her soldiers. And he teams up with Ambessa because he really, really wants to get to the anomaly because it will give him a new body. So how does he go about getting to the anomaly? You would think that the way that he would do that is to just do it. But he doesn't. He tells Jace, "Hello, Jace, I'm going to access the anomaly. Please don't stop me." Which obviously gives Jace warning and makes Jace try to stop him. And then it's revealed at the end of episode 8 that actually he doesn't even need the anomaly because Singed is able to evolve him anyway. So he does. And from that point on, Victor is like, let's fucking go. It's time to lobotomize the universe. Until Jace gives him a hug, he reads Jace's mind, realizes that's probably a bad idea, and then they get sucked into a black hole. That's Victor in season 2, pretty much.
You know, my mind just like blanked for almost all of that. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, I see all the scenes in my head. I remember a lot of the lines and everything, but then like just to hear it be stated out is like, yeah, that is what happened. That's where Victor's story leads from season 1 to season 2. That's where it goes.
And there's a complicating factor which I don't want to get into now because it will take ages to try and go through it, but I am 99% certain that the future Victor that we see is not this same Victor. It's a different universe's version of Victor, which means that there is no continuity of characterization of his consciousness, which means Victor, the character from Arcane, dies at the end of season 2, and a different Victor is involved in the time loop with Jace, where he gives him the different runes and tries to avert the apocalypse. I don't think that that is the same Victor, because, I mean, predominantly because he doesn't look anything like the evolved Victor. And also because if that is the same Victor, then it means that he would have known what he did in his own past, but didn't tell Jace of a better way to stop him, other than just shoot him. But that, you know, you could attribute that to bad writing, so that's why it's unclear, and I can't say definitively, but I'm pretty certain that it's not the same Victor. Which means Victor's story ends at the end of season 2. He gets zapped into a black hole, and after realizing that he was wrong to try and lobotomize the universe. Yeah, I mean, Victor breaks the show. I don't think that's up for debate here, right?
I think he's the king of breaking the show in this season. I don't know how anyone else could even really compare to his level of multiversal, time-traveling, magic floomp, cult stuff. He's on another level. I would not have guessed in a million years after seeing season 1 Victor that this is where he would end up, and this is the plot line that they would put him through. What a wild ride through nonsense. Yeah,
it's a complete mess. And I also find it very funny that the writers crunched however many seasons they were going to do into one season. And they were like, fucking hell, we've only got one episode left. What do we do? Quick, turn Victor into a raid boss. Because, like, Victor isn't an antagonist until the end, or until about halfway through episode 8 of 9. And he's the big bad of the season. Like, it was very clearly meant to be Ambessa, and then they were like, actually, let's do Victor as well.
Yep, you're right. It shows. It feels like a weird shift kind of happens in the story, and we pivot to something else.
Okay, next character is Benzo, who died in season 1, so he's going to stay where he was, which was in good. He was above Clagger, so we'll stick him there. Next character is Elora, who actually does exist in season 2. She barely does anything. She was in Inoffensive. I mean, I think she probably stays put, because there's nothing wrong with her. And given that we put her there for season 1, I think the same argument could be made for season 2. She exists as Mel's assistant and then dies. Yeah,
she's another character I feel bad about. She's just like, she's around, then she gets killed in a way that absolutely did not have to happen. And then it's just like, all right, she's done. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, fine.
Never mentioned again.
Okay. That was a person, but okay, well...
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much to say about her. We'll leave her in Inoffensive because that's where she was before. Some of you guys are saying non-character. I think I'm happy to say Inoffensive for the same reasons as season 1. Okay, the next character is going to be Harold.
Also, yeah, Mel doesn't ask about her, I guess, afterwards, which is like, yep, that sucks.
That is true, indeed. Okay, so Harold remains a guard in the Academy of Science. He also goes into Zorn and eats at Jericho's little bar thing, restaurant thing, eatery. That's it. He's a non-character. That's it, right?
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be very good at his job, but I guess, could he stop Vi? Probably not.
No, but... unless he has a gun, arguably, but I don't think he does. And to be honest, it's the second... I find it quite funny that we see him in season 1 and in season 2. Basically, all he does is fail to guard things in the Academy of Science. So he's not very good at his job, but he's the guy that you just keep around because he's been there for 40 years or something.
Yeah, maybe he's retired and he's just... Or quasi-retired. They just... Yeah, you know, he just moonlights a bit as a guard. Yeah, a lot of the times, just the fact that he's there is enough to deter people. They just don't want confrontation.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, there's not enough of him for me to call him a character. Okay, next one is going to be Singed, and this is going to be interesting. So Singed for season 1 was right about there. And here we go. So, yeah, there's a pretty even spread across basically everything. The problem that I have with Singed is that his plans make absolutely no sense. He just plugs things into each other and makes giant monsters and claims that it's going to save his daughter, but never asks Victor to help him save his daughter. He tries to bust himself out of prison by summoning a rampaging monster to break him out, even though it would just kill him, surely.
Yeah, what a bizarre plan. Like, why did you design it such that... Because originally I thought it was, like, it's his blood specifically that summons Warwick?
They don't make this clear. So it's his blood that activates Warwick. Because you can see when he slices his hand at the thing, he hasn't just sliced his hand, he's actually carved like a little shape into his hand. So it looks like he has done a thing that somehow activates Warwick. But then in episode 5, we clearly see that Warwick reacts to blood that is not singed, which means that the whole lust for blood is a factor. So
that's the part that is really stupid. Any blood, and like when you know that there's this big conflict, even without a conflict, just like people cutting themselves by accident as what happens, is like blood. People are full of the stuff. Everyone, if you designed it such that he would just kind of go crazy at blood, that's an incredible indictment of his intelligence. He's supposed to be a super smart scientist guy. What are you thinking? What's the plan here? What are you doing? You don't seem like the type who wants to sow mass chaos. That seems uncharacteristic of you.
Yeah, and like I think a large amount of the problems that I have with Singed is how he impacts the plot, like all of the logistics surrounding what he does and how he's able to do it. I think that his characterization is... It's definitely not good because there are so many just weird things that he does where it's like, why would you do it that way?
Yeah, like why would you go to the rally just to get
Yeah.
captured, to summon Warwick to go to the prison and bust you out so that you can just get back to where you were? Surely, if you wanted to contact Mbessa, you could have done that any other way. You're a smart guy. That's your decision. If anything, that might make her extremely wary of you and make her want to destroy you because you're a potential thorn in her side.
So
or you can't be trusted.
Yeah, the really, I guess the question, as far as I'm concerned, is: does he go in bad or does he go in breaks the show? Do you think he goes elsewhere?
I'm thinking he's definitely at least bad. He does too many stupid things to be above there. Break the show. Break the show.
The argument for breaks the show, I think, would be that his singular justification for everything that he does is that he wants to resurrect his daughter. Very little of what he does seems to be in service of that goal.
Yeah, it's about the mutation in Warwick and turning him into a super killer mega monster, which is like, listen, that's totally cool and very metal. But like, what is this? And maybe this is a hobby and has nothing to do with the daughter bit, but
seems to be, yeah. He doesn't visit Victor, even though he knows that Victor is the Herald now and has insane healing powers. They had not met prior to, or they hadn't seen each other since season 1 when they met in episode 6. You also have him turning Victor into a demigod because, again, he just likes creating monsters to see what happens, I guess, which is fine. And then but then he's just, lying to himself by saying, I'm doing this all for my daughter. Like, no, you're fucking not. No, you're not. But then he takes the goo out of Victor and gives it to his daughter, and it works. So I don't know.
Shouldn't he be really, really concerned about like the effect that Warwick's going to have on the world that his daughter wants to live in? And so you make Victor the super mega magic angel person who changes the world and lobotomizes everybody. This is bad. This is really, really bad. Why would you facilitate this?
He doesn't care about what will happen after Warwick, after he creates Warwick, and he doesn't care about what will happen after he creates Ascended Victor. He just wants to make cool shit. And like that would be fine if that was his thing, was just making cool shit and seeing what happens. But he is so unbelievably reckless given that he has the daughter. And so that's...
And he's supposed to be very intelligent.
He is supposed to be very intelligent. And it does all end up working out for him perfectly. So you could say that this was some 7-dimensional chess move. Yeah, like there's no way that he could have seen that all of this was going to work out exactly as planned. But the show seems to think that, yes.
This bad.
Yeah. He read the script, had an aneurysm, and was like, no, I'm changing it. I'm going to evolve Victor.
He would have been
like,
smart enough to think it was a trap.
So
an argument can be made for terrible. But I think bottom of bad is pretty bad.
It's pretty bad. Do we think he's below Mel?
I think Mel has fallen further, and that should mean something. She has fallen further. She was at the top of excellent, and now she's at the bottom of bad. And he goes from the middle of, or the low middle of good. So he's taken a hit too. Just not as... I'd put him right above Mel.
Okay. We'll keep him there for now, and we may end up adjusting people once we get through to the end. So...
Sure.
The next character is Vanda. And, yeah, Vanda is in Season 2 in the flashback with Silco. The damage done to him is not anywhere near as bad as the damage done to Silco. But essentially, he did not just decide to adopt... excuse me, that's my dog. He's dreaming. I don't know if you can hear him, but yes.
A little bit.
Yeah, so he did not just decide to adopt Vi and Powder because he realized the consequences of his actions, and he gave up violence and decided to adopt them and abandon his fight for independence. There was also the added factor that their mum had said, please look after my kids. So the fact that he then got that woman killed and was then looking at the kids that he knew intimately because he was Uncle Vander. He was very important in their childhood. He knew exactly who they were, and for some reason didn't make sure that they don't walk onto a battlefield. And that doesn't remove the meaning of the opening scene from season 1, but it simplifies it and I think definitely damages it.
It doesn't make him a bad character. It just makes him less of a good one. It offers recontextualization that's certainly less interesting, less meaningful. I think one of the things that worries me, though, about one of the flashbacks is how he specifically is training Vi to fight. And then he trains Vi to fight knowing who, like, Vi is, which makes me wonder what he had in mind for Vi, if this is pre-season 1 Vander teaching his daughter how to fight. Did he expect her to be a combatant in this battle to fight against Zahn? Is that what he was trying to do here? Or what? Because this is, again, pre-season 1 Vander, so
that
before
was
his change.
Yeah, that was originally kind of my thinking on it as well, but like on reflection, there are suggestions in season 1 that Vander was not completely against the idea of Vi engaging in violence, like to protect herself. Because
I can believe that. Yeah,
he
would know the importance of it more than anyone.
Sure. So you could argue that it would be irresponsible for Vander to not teach Vi how to fight. But yeah, we don't have enough information to say conclusively either way, I guess, in season 2. The other factor that I need to mention, Jack of Blades in chat says that gay little note he wrote, though, makes him look so stupid.
That is
we have to remember that.
Like,
yes.
Just forgive.
Yeah, hey Silco, sorry, my bad, whoops. And he just thought everything was gonna be okay. Why would it be okay? And that letter doesn't fit with season 1 because he describes Silco as there are worse creatures than enforcers out there. There are worse things than enforcers. Why would you say that about the man you were forgiving? It just doesn't fit at all. And also, yes, chat, we are discounting Warwick here. Because Warwick is not Vander. Warwick is a giant rage monster that sometimes hugs people. So I'm not going to count that as damaging the character of Vander.
I'm just sort of mulling it over. It's about how far does it sink him a bit?
I'm thinking inoffensive or top of bad is where I'm considering putting him. Because he is no longer... I mean, I guess you could argue that he is mostly functional, actually, because for the most part, yeah. It's just that you have the whole... It damages his relationship with Vi, or specifically Vi, and it also damages his relationship with Silco. And those are the two core parts of his character in season 1. So I don't think I'm willing to put him in mostly functional.
Yeah, I don't think he's that high. Does he go from perfect to bad, though? Does it just, instead of lowering him, I mean, what would be the biggest argument that it doesn't... man, I'm torn on it. Like, I don't...
To minimize the damage, you mean?
Bring him... I mean, I think sort of. Like, he's still, like, is there something to be said about the idea he's still a good person? It's just, it lowers the impressiveness and the elements of his character that made him so well written. And it just kind of shifts him into, like, yeah, I guess, that's a good thing he did.
Partly.
Being good on his promise.
Yeah, partly. The issue, I think, is that his relationship with Silco is damaged because he just didn't have any conviction. Whereas in season 1 he did. Season 2 instead says that he wrote a letter and was expecting Silco to just show up in the last drop like, hey, I read your letter and I accept your apology. Let's live happily ever after. That is so naive that he would ever think that.
Damn.
And then you've got the Vi stuff as well, specifically relating to Vi, because we never really get anything for Vander and Powder, that he just adopted her because obviously that's what he would do. He knows who this kid is and her mum's now dead.
Well, here, let's think of it this way then. With that, you just said, does that, if we put Vander at the top of bad, he is really close to Silco. And I feel like Silco's damage is way bigger than Vander's.
I agree.
Is it worth having him in the bottom of inoffensive for the distinction? Or do you think that they're just both plain bad? Or that even though Silco fell further, that's just goes to show he's not lower because he started out so good?
The thing is, it's making me want to push Silco lower, but that's why this is so difficult to rate, because we're dealing with two characters that were up here and now they're down here. Like, how do you quantify the damage that has been done? Because with characters like Jace and Caitlyn and Vi and Donga, you get a continuation of their story and you get the good bit followed by the bad bit, which now means that the character is complete nonsense. Whereas with Vander and Silco, you get the good bit or the amazing bit, and then you get this little scene in season 2 that says, actually, the reason why that happened was because of this. And it retcons it and diminishes the value of what was good. So it's so difficult to rate. I do think that he is probably a bad character, but I could understand putting him in inoffensive, because I do find it offensive what they did to Vander.
I guess you're right. That's the thing. I mean, if inoffensive is almost like a balance of, it's like a so-so tier, the meh tier, the mix tier.
I don't have strong feelings tier, which, I mean, I do. I think Vander is now bad. Or at least I think Vander in season 2 is bad.
You
and
have
unfortunately
feelings about him, like, subjectively, or you don't have strong feelings about him in terms of, like, the balance of the good and what was done to it with the bad that they introduced. God, this is tough. This is one of the tougher ones.
It's really difficult because if we were just looking at season 2, he would be here. He would be right here. Because there's no way he would be in terrible if you were just looking at season 2. So given that we're counting both of them,
it's not season 2 alone. It's the letter, I think, that does more damage than anything else by showing that kind of naivety. Because you wouldn't have the context of what was ruined if we're only taking season 2 into account. And we didn't know who this was, and then they were introduced in this way.
It's also difficult because we've got no one to compare him to in inoffensive because they're all very thin characters.
Yeah, I mean, by just the sheer company that he keeps in the tiers, it does feel like he belongs in bad as opposed to the inoffensive. Because the inoffensive ones, either we have basically nothing or
yeah.
Or
I think for now then let's stick him in bad.
And I feel like that almost necessarily means Silco has to be lower.
Yeah. We'll leave him where he is for now, but at the end we may move him down.
Okay.
Yeah. Next character was Amara, and Amara in season 1 was at the bottom of mostly functional. And you guys are saying non-character or bad.
I think bad. She's too incompetent.
She's tremendously incompetent. She is...
Yeah.
I've seen it speculated that Amara that we see in season 2 is not actually the Amara from season 1. This was a body snatch by LeBlanc. Okay, that's not in the show, but okay. So I'm just going to treat this character as if she was always a Black Rose agent, because that is what the show seems to tell me.
I would assume that she was always a Black Rose agent. It would be weird if in between seasons she got inducted and then got this incredible power and then was sent to do this mission. That seems really weird.
Yeah, or that this, they killed the real Amara and then LeBlanc showed up disguised as Amara. That's, I mean, okay, maybe, but there isn't really any reason to believe that. Yeah, that would obviously be in the show. So the retcon with Amara being a Black Rose agent means that she is at the very least bad. I don't think that she's a non-character. I know a bunch of chat says that she is. I think that there's enough of her. Yeah, there's definitely enough of her. It's just that everything about her is incompetent.
So which incompetence is generally just enough to get you into bad. I think she's just bad at her job. Very bad at her job. But
similar to Rennie, I guess.
Kind of. I think she fucks it up worse than Rennie, though.
Yeah.
Rennie can be somewhat excused by being very personally, as you mentioned, she's personally invested in maybe even drawing it out, making Jace feel terror before she kills him. But with Amara, it's like, do you feel that strongly that you need to like monologue and try and gloat and stuff before you kill Ambessa when you know that you're taking risks and you should know that, you know, there's these runes nearby that can... I mean, she knew about the runes. It's one of the first things she did was to try and disable the runes.
Yeah. She didn't attack when Ambessa was not with Rictus, which happens multiple times. I counted, there are 9 separate occasions in Season 2 when Ambessa is not with Rictus, where either Amara...
find him when the bodyguard's there?
Exactly, even if not for the runes. Why would you do that? Yeah, I mean, we'll stick her in bad, I guess. There's not a huge amount to her.
I agree.
I guess
below
bad.
Renee, above, Cat Girl.
Okay. Right, next character is Finn, who died in Season 1, which means he gets to remain in good.
Stay in good. Yeah.
Next character is Theorem/Chuck. So he actually does appear for about 2 seconds in Season 2 because he joins Savika in Episode 9. When you get that one shot of, like, her leading all the idiots into the middle of Piltover that they got there for some reason. He's one of them. He throws, like, a Molotov cocktail, and that's it. Non-character. There's no... We get nothing.
Yeah, don't know.
Okay, next one is Scar. This is Echo's number 2, and he was a non-character in Season 1. He is a character in Season 2. And he's a bad one. Because he's an idiot. So he seems to believe that Silco has been replaced by someone just as bad as Silco, even though he hasn't. Because no one has replaced Silco.
And this would be common knowledge that nobody has replaced Silco. If anything, this should be the basis for why there is a gang war that happens.
Yep.
Because there is not anyone under which to unify. And even though it is essentially all resolved in a stupid music video, this is still knowledge in the universe that he would be aware of. It wouldn't be a secret.
And he then, after Echo gets blapped out of existence, he paints a picture of Echo on the tree and then decides to attend a rally held by Savika, with, who he hates, who has probably killed a bunch of his friends.
Maybe he's just there to see what's going on, to get intel, to find out what is being organized there. It would make sense that he would want to know.
Possibly, but by the end of the episode...
Right?
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, we can say that he wasn't there to earnestly be like, yay, I'm on Team Jinx now. But by the end of that episode, he seems to be, because he gives Savika like a respectful nod. Like, thank you for busting me out of prison. I respect you now. We're on the same side. Like, she...
Yeah, that's bad.
You hate her, you know? You remember who this character is.
Yeah. The Firelights hate Silco. And so all the people who worked for him, Savika more than most, what might be the number 2 person that they hate.
Yeah, pretty much. So I think for that reason, he's in bad. I think he has enough characterization to say that he is a character, but that's about it.
Yes, I think that he's above Maddie. Maddie we don't know enough about, but she's still bad. We need explanations. He just seems to be downright contradictive.
Yes. Okay, next character is the Warden, who was right about there in Season 1. The Warden gets one brief scene in Season 2. All we learn about him is that he is incompetent, which you could say that he was in Season 1. But he basically just doesn't notice that Jinx is disguised as an enforcer and has apprehended Savika, whom blue hair, ill-fitting uniform. Very dangerous. Savika is very dangerous and has been caught by one enforcer. And he's just like, oh, cool, you got her. Well done.
Oh, I never got the news. No one radioed us and told us about it. Interesting that you just show up with her.
So, I mean, I think he's worse than season 1 for that reason, but not by much. So I think he probably stays in inoffensive.
I'd just lower his ranking. I'd lower him I'd put him at the bottom of inoffensive.
Okay. Yeah, chat's saying
I don't
bad.
think the
I'm
others do anything.
not sure I want to lower him that low because the issue is incompetence versus comic levels of incompetence. Because in season 1, he is not a guy that should have that job. He was abusive and careless. But, you know, a prison warden being abusive and careless is not a problem. That's a thing that can absolutely happen. Someone like that could get that job.
Yeah.
So yeah, the suggestion in season 2 is that he is also just so careless that he doesn't notice this obviously suspicious individual claiming to have captured Jinx. So it damages him, but given that he was already shown to be careless and a bit dense, I think I'm happy to keep him in inoffensive.
I agree. I feel like putting him in bad is a bit too far. Stupid,
okay.
But almost fittingly stupid.
Maybe. Now it's time for another glow up. We got Smeech.
Smeech.
So Smeech was a non-character in season 1 because he did nothing. Smeech only appears in episode 2 of season 2. And he is probably the reason why I would say episode 2 is my favorite episode of season 2. Despite...
Yeah, he's one of the few likable parts of the entirety of season 2.
Yeah. And that's despite episode 2 being the one that destroys Heimerdinger, as well as episode 7. Okay, so Smeech is, I mean, the voice actor is fantastic. I love it. His absolutely fits the character perfectly. His whole demeanor is great. He doesn't care about the numbers, and he just wants to, he wants to do what he thinks Silco did, which is grab hold of Zorn with his bare teeth. But he's just not smart enough to do what Silco was able to do. Which is why he ends up essentially pissing off the wrong person, Savika, by, Bird without wings, just a funny-looking rat, which I quite like that line. And Savika's just pissed off with him and then eventually gets the chance to beat him in a battle because Jinx gave her a random bullshit arm and then he dies. But, yeah, Smeech was willing to cooperate with the Enforcers because he made a deal with Caitlyn to hand over Jinx, which is what he was going to do until Jinx got in the way, and Savika. Which it is interesting that that's different to the perception of the other Chem Barons, including Savika, for some reason. So Smeech was able to do the things that they were not in order to gain power. Yeah, I mean, what else is there to say about him? The whole coked up cyborg is such a cool aesthetic. I just really like it.
I think the fact that he doesn't tell Savika that, well, I guess this gets into, shouldn't he tell Savika that Jinx is responsible for Silco's death?
Yes. That's the biggest problem with him, because he learns that, and then the fight happens, and he can't really communicate that during a fight. But then there's a nice low point in the fight, where he says, wait, we can make a deal. It would have been entirely reasonable for him to say, what is wrong with you, Savika? That Jinx killed Silco. Why are you working with her? Because
why he doesn't say that is, I have no clue why not.
I have no idea, because it should seem so nonsensical to him. Because he knows who Jinx is, and he knows who Savika is, and the fact that they're working together should be why on earth? That would be like revealing that Silco was working with fucking Victor or something. It's season 1 Victor. It just doesn't make any sense. So he just doesn't question it.
He has extra reason to save his skin with that information.
Yes, it would have saved his life, almost certainly.
Unfortunately, that's a really dumb move. I really like Smeech, and I love the memes.
Yeah. It's making me lean towards mostly functional, because I think for the most part he is. You've got that as a slight on his character.
Yeah, it's a spot on him. But otherwise he seems to act in character and be fairly consistent. It's very easy to imagine what he would do in scenarios, and he's characterized well.
Yep.
Does that drop him down to inoffensive?
I would say...
I feel like that would have a lot of plot repercussions if he did.
Oh, it's very impactful, the fact that he doesn't.
I think that's enough to drop him to inoffensive.
Yeah.
Like I feel like he has all of the reasons to say it, especially reasons that fit within his character, like to save himself, to cut a deal with her. And it has a lot of, like I said, it has a lot of plot repercussions that he doesn't. I think that's as much as I love Smeech in terms of his design and aesthetic and everything and all the little mannerisms and such and the animation. He doesn't have enough strengths to balance out that mistake.
Yeah, and I think a big part of it is the animation, the voice acting it's great, and he is the most memorable character from season 2 for me. Even though he doesn't really do very much. So
no,
yeah,
he doesn't.
Okay, we will leave Smeech there for now. So the next character is Mr. Jericho. Again, memes, he will probably, maybe 55% say that he's up top.
Yeah.
So he still, Jericho still runs his little eatery in Zorn. Alternate Jericho does the same. And he shows up in the battle at the end because he listened to Savika and decided to fight for in this existential battle against a god, because obviously that's what you would do.
Listen, if evil Victor God takes over, then he can't run his stand and chop up his fish and make soup.
Yep.
All right, he's got to do it for the love of the craft.
So yeah, we'll stick him at the top of non-character because I like him.
Yeah.
Next character, new character, is Mr. Loris, the Shieldman.
Ha! Shieldman.
So, I mean, what do we say about him? He's a guy with a shield, and he's not Braum from League of Legends. He is
non-character.
Kind of non-character. Like, what does he do that's characterful? He claims...
I don't know why he does anything.
No. I mean, he's an enforcer. Like, he is similar to the Fishman. He is an enforcer, and he generally does what you would think that he would do. The difference between him and Steb, the Fishman, is that he has a little bit of extra, I don't want to say complexity, but he has the extra layer of the fact that he turns away.
Character.
Yeah, he turns away from being an enforcer because he disagrees with Caitlyn's dictator thing. He also gets drunk in a ditch because he apparently lost someone in Jinx's attack. How that works, I don't know, but he apparently did, so he gets drunk while wearing the uniform of an enforcer, which, I mean, okay, that's character information.
Yeah, because you might be led to believe if he's sad about that, then he would want Caitlyn to be tough on the Zonites. Potentially.
Possibly.
But we don't know. We have no clue what his character is. It can go either way.
Yep. And then in Act 3, he gets mistaken for Vander, which is funny. And then he pilots the railgun thing and gets shot.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. That's all this guy does.
That's it.
I am leaning towards non-character, honestly, with all that in mind, because why does he do anything?
He's a non-character.
Yeah, can't tell you why he does anything.
What he does makes sense, I guess. It's just that we don't know why he does any of it, so those are character things.
Yep.
Absent of character things means non-character.
Okay, next character is, again, the Hordle, and I think she was in Mostly Functional, somewhere in the middle of Mostly Functional last time. So in Season 2, she doesn't do anything. She attends the rally, gets arrested, and gets busted out. We don't see her taking part in the final battle, because that would have been very funny. But yeah.
I wouldn't put it past this show.
Jericho just swinging her around his head.
I guess she remains where she is. Nothing about anything that happens in Season 2. I guess it makes sense that she's in those scenarios, so...
Yeah, I can understand her doing that. She wants Zorn to get better and go back to... Well, not even go back to the way it was. I guess go back to the way it was under Vander, and she maybe thinks that, well, everyone's worshipping Jinx. Savika seems okay now, so let's see what happens. Yeah, I can accept her being there, I think. Let me just make sure that is exactly where she was, if she is going to stay there. No, last time we had her above Deckard and below Huck.
Yes, she remains. Yeah.
Okay, we got 4 more characters to do.
All right. Who's
Jinx. Next is Jinx.
Oh my god. All right. Jinx. Jinx went from number 2 in all the show, an incredibly well-written character who is an extremely rare example of the sort of crazy fighter lady archetype done extremely well. Complicated and impressive writing to keep her so consistent and well-written throughout the show, to give reasons for all of her changes that doesn't rely on just her saying, ooh, she's crazy, so she does whatever we need her or want her to do, because, ooh, she's crazy, she's kooky, she's crazy in the coconut. Then season 2 happens.
Yeah. Season 2, she gets out of Act 1 pretty okay. But then Act 2 is when we do the whole Isha thing, and yeah, she basically falls off a cliff during the time jump, because we're expected to believe that she was able to harness her not explosive potential. We'll get to that later. She was able to harness her deep, like, defining mental trauma and instability and channel it for good and use it to bust people out of prison. And this is because she has decided that she is a hero, and she successfully busts everyone out of prison, becomes convinced by them that she is a hero because everyone has just decided that Jinx is the hero now. Even though she
they should think the opposite.
Yes,
they
because
should hate her.
Yes, she is the reason why Zorn has invaded and is oppressing them in the way that they are. And
depending on what is known about Silco, they might even say, because we don't really know, which is another failure of the world building, but they might be like, well, a lot of people didn't like her when she was still around with Silco. Now that Silco's not around to protect her, well, she's probably made a lot of enemies. It's clear that not a lot of people like her. She's unstable. So the idea that she becomes this, savior figure is really wild. She's the cause of all their suffering. And she's the one who ruined the peace deal. And there's no way that wouldn't get out. Surely, like, to have Jace make that offer and tell absolutely no one except literally Silco is wild.
Well, the rest of the council knew about it. He tells the rest of the council in season 1. So that information is getting out there.
So if the council knows, then that means that the people should know that this offer was made. It is only in the advantage of Piltover to say, yeah, we made an offer. It was a generous offer to all you Zonites, and guess what happened? Jinx fucked it all up. It's her fault. She's the one who ruined it. She killed Silco. We were the one who made the generous deal. Of course he was going to say yes, and she ruined it all. Piltover has all the reason in the world to spread that news far and wide.
Yeah, and of course you got the relationship with Isha, which is very funny, but it's not supposed to be. Where she basically inspires this child to go and blow herself up and behave like her and act like a deranged lunatic. And then she gets really sad and decides that, yeah, I mean, I can't be happy. And she decides to kill herself, is convinced by Echo to not kill herself, and is then convinced off-screen to fight for Piltover against Victor because I guess Savika explained that. And then somehow, for some reason, Jinx and Echo decided, well, yeah, okay, that makes sense, let's fight, even though Savika had decided not to. So I don't know, because they're hearing the information that Jace delivered through Savika, who didn't buy into it. So I don't quite know how that works. And then during the battle, she shows up, and then she sacrifices, they do some fighting, and then she sacrifices herself to save Vi, and then escapes and flies off into the sunset to live happily ever after. Because she essentially convinces herself, she has the hallucination scene with Silco in the prison, where he says that, like, I think the cycle of violence only ends when you find the will to walk away. And when you see that, it's a misinterpretation or a misunderstanding of what that means, because there's two ways you can go with it. One is that she is convincing herself. Well, before I get into that, there is no way that Silco believed that, because Silco did not do that, so there's no way that that was a representation of an actual conversation that these two had in season 1, which means she is imagining Silco delivering that information to her because she wants to, like, psych herself up to walk away as in blow herself up and end her own life. But then she changes on that and decides, no, I just need to walk away, as in literally I need to just leave and get away from everyone because I am the cause of so much pain and suffering. But that's not how that works, because she essentially, by walking away, she creates this shitstorm that is Zorn and Piltover's conflict in Season 2.
Yeah, she
And
causes
then
it, walks away from it, and escapes accountability.
Leaves without facing any consequences for her actions. Caitlyn lets her do it because Caitlyn is too tired of being angry. Yeah, so everything's okay if you forgive each other and if you walk away, is kind of what we've got to get from Season 2.
I mean, the fact that she's a vessel of this thematic element puts her and breaks the show, I think, by itself. Like, she is
I think so.
She delivers this incredibly potent end of the season theme, which is devastatingly poorly characterized, spits in the face of everything that's been led up to thus far as her character goes. When you look at her at the end of Season 1 and then you see this new character, even from the get-go, it's like, oh, you're different. You've changed a lot in not a lot of time. And then by the end, breaks the show.
Yep.
Absolutely breaks the show. Ruin. This is the biggest. Oh no! Both her and Victor have fallen the same amount. Interesting. Yep. They're side by side. They went from perfect to breaks the show.
Technically Jace as well, but Jace is slightly further away from them. But yeah, I think Jace is not quite damaged as much as Victor and Jinx. But they're comparable.
Even though he's ruined, but
he's absolutely ruined. Yeah. Okay. Next character is Skye, and where did we put Skye in Season 1? We put her in mostly functional.
As far as I know, she was a hard one to rate. She was an odd one.
She would probably have had her own tier. She should probably have gone in the Isha tier because it's comparable purpose, done a lot better with Skye because Skye has what 10% of the screen time that Isha has.
Yes.
So with Skye, it's difficult to rate her because the show is unclear as to whether she exists. Is she Skye, a continuation of the character that got vaporized in Season 1? Is she a metaphorical representation of Victor's humanity? Or is she the Hex Core tricking him? We don't know. And I don't think we can answer that question.
Would the Hex Core need to trick Victor with Skye, or would Skye, if she was alive, she would just believe? Well, I guess we don't know. I don't know.
That's kind of what I mean, is that we can't... If she does something that Skye from Season 1 would probably not do, is that the Hex Core? I don't know. So I think it's impossible to rate her. We should probably just put her where she is.
Out of curiosity, did they ever confirm this out of the show as to if she was
apparently the writers have said that she was the Hex Core tricking Victor, which I don't like that as much as saying that it was actually Skye.
I think it's more interesting if it's Skye. I mean, even as they did it, I don't like it, but at least I think it's more interesting if it really is Skye after she's been sucked into the Hex Core and like been made part of it, even in a way that Victor isn't a part of it.
Yeah, because also there's two specific like deliberate cutaway shots where we see just the camera focuses in on Skye's reaction to something, and she's worried about what Victor is doing. But that's only there for us. So if she is a manifestation from the Hex Core, exactly, it would be, if anything, it would be doing like an evil grin. It would be doing the Sauron, the like tipping his head forwards and doing the evil smile thing. It would be doing that because Victor's not looking. But yeah, the show depicts it as if she is Skye and then pretends that actually, no, she wasn't. So I think we just leave her where she is.
The idea of this relatively unimportant character in the grand scheme of things being sucked into the Hex Core could potentially be used as a way to say, oh, well, the literal nature of what the Hex Core is changes because it's been fused with a human mind that has its own human concerns, foibles, and virtues. Could be very, very interesting. Like, it literally changes the nature of what the Hex Core wants to do because it's partially human now. But that's not something that they get into when it could be interesting, and she could have been potentially one of the most important characters of Season 2.
Yeah.
Just because she got sucked to the hex core, and the hex core is so phenomenally important in the plot.
Yeah, like you say, there could have been a more of like a back and forth between the struggle of humanity versus quote unquote machine, but we just don't have that.
The pure utility of the machine, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Like they complement each other, and she's what enables that, or I don't know, whatever.
She's basically impossible to rate, so I guess we'll leave her in mostly functional.
Remains.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, next character is Echo, who was... she was just above Grayson in Excellent. So...
Yeah, Echo was up there.
I need to try and find a charger quickly. I will keep my headphones on, but if you have anything to say about Echo, then do go for it.
Sure. I think that Echo is, as I had mentioned before when we were doing our Season 1 rankings, I was particularly looking forward to the Donger and Echo and their relationship, what they talk about, the difference, the immense, vast difference in their ages, and what that meant for the potential exchange of perspectives and opinions on things. Echo's perspective on the Zon and Piltover conflict could be wildly different from not only a Piltoverian's perspective, but imagining that, you know, Donger has been, I think he's the oldest person in Piltover. He's been on the council for ages.
He's 300 years old. We don't see any other Yordles in Piltover, so yeah, he could well be.
The idea that you have someone like that who is so entrenched in the Piltover life, meeting someone who grew up in Zon and is surrounded by that Zonite culture, and who's been fighting this battle against Silco with his band, you could have done a lot with Heimerdinger and Echo. And instead, we get virtually nothing, and what little we get is contradictory or horrifically damaging. I would say that maybe the strongest moment in all of Season 2 is a tiny, tiny little moment where Echo becomes overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing Benzo in the alternate universe. That in isolation is maybe the best moment in all of Season 2, because it's a very reasonable reaction for someone to see that happening. However, all of this is surrounded by the fact that Echo, pretty much all of Echo's characterization, certainly the vast majority of it, is a multiverse story that's told shockingly poorly.
Yeah. I mean, it revolves around... In Act 1, he basically doesn't do anything. He notices that there's goo on the tree, speaks to Jace, and gets zapped into a wormhole. And then we have the multiverse thing in Episode 7, where he pilots someone else's body knowingly, takes advantage of alternate Powder, who just so happened to be in a relationship with alternate Echo, so he's able to do that. He fucks around and invents a time machine. He acts like an idiot and accidentally insults people multiple times because he forgets that they are different people. And then, like Mad Season says, Echo essentially pulls a Wonder Woman 84 at the end of the episode. I don't think it's anywhere near as bad as in Wonder Woman 84, but it's definitely in the same ballpark because she is unable to consent to this. And if she knew...
Yeah, he never tells her.
Yeah, the way the scene goes, it seems to be suggesting that he might, because she leans in to kiss him because she thinks he is her boyfriend. And then he pulls back because he's uncomfortable, because obviously he would be. And you'd think like, oh, okay, good. Like, that's what Echo would do. Like, is he now going to explain what's really going on? And then he says, can we pretend like it's the first time? And they make out. So I guess not. Yeah, Echo he is very selfish. He doesn't have any morals. He believes that he gave up on Zorn, even though he did not. Like, that's the opposite of what he did.
You got sucked into another dimension, man. That's not your fault. I don't even know how the fuck that happened. I don't know if anyone knows. It just sort of happened. That's what happens when you mess around with the wild rune down there, I guess.
Well, I mean, I think that Victor sent him there, future Victor sent him there so that he would make the Z drive. Otherwise, like, if it's not that, then it's just, well, wasn't that lucky? You're in the happy universe.
All right, so Victor has the power to send people to different dimensions in order to orchestrate changes in the
Yes.
original dimensions. Okay.
Can't think of a better way that he could have used that power.
No.
Maybe sending Victor to that. Yeah, never mind. Sending Victor to the Apocalypse universe would have done it. But yeah, I mean, is there anything else to echo? What does he do in the final episode? He rescues Jinx because he has decided that he is in love with Jinx, even though the last time he saw her, she tried to kill him.
The time travel suicide thing that
Yep.
they play as a joke is really weird.
Yep, that happens. He convinces her not to kill herself. They both get convinced to fight against Victor. And he does, and he... rather amusingly, like, Echo has no context for any of what's going on because he's been gone from the story since episode 3. So
Yeah,
he shows up.
back up.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
He shows up, and Ambessa, an army of Noxians, an army of robots, and Victor, who is like a space wizard now, are assaulting Piltover. And he just has no context for why any of this is happening. He joins the fight and ultimately decides to throw his time machine at Victor, which explodes for some reason. And
all time machines explode when you throw them. This is common knowledge.
I mean, I guess so, apparently. And I mean, that's what saves the day, because Echo doing that is what allows Jace to make his emotional appeal to Victor and prevent the apocalypse. So, yeah.
I like how the time machine enables the power of friendship.
Well, the time machine's explosive potential enables the power of friendship. Because going boom is fine as long as you go boom in the right place. That's what season 2 taught me. Yeah, where are we putting Echo? He's obviously not staying in excellent. I would say that the damage done to him is not as severe as some of these other characters, but he is in the region of bad and terrible, is kind of my thinking.
He is certainly becomes either a morally bad person or a moral coward.
Yeah, definitely. Which is not what he was in season 1.
Yeah, he was a very upstanding, very brave person who was willing to take risks and willing to, take in people to his, hideaway in Zon. Even knowing the risks of it, because that's the kind of character that he is. He'll take those risks to help people. And how low does that sink him? Unfortunately, I feel like he was even though he was up in excellent. There is a lot that we were left wanting to know about what he would do next, like I said before, particularly with Heimerdinger. I almost want to feel like the sheer opportunity cost that was lost by not having him essentially be in the show much at all it makes me upset, both for him and the Donger.
Yep.
Oh, is he in bad or terrible?
I
just feel like this completely does him. It seems so uncharacteristic of him.
I guess the argument for him not being in terrible would be that he doesn't... The problems with him are separate from the impact that he has on the plot. Everything relating to the Z drive is mechanical, logistical bullshit that doesn't make sense, but fine, he saves the day with the Z drive. The character problems are the things relating to alternate powder, and how the writers just copy and paste that onto Jinx. Like, I could accept that potentially if they had done enough work, but they don't. So I don't think that he is as bad as someone like Ambessa, who just does... She does the opposite of what she was established to do, and that is what causes the climax of season 2 to happen. It's very, very important. Whereas
a lot of his flaws are isolated to his own character in this alternate universe.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm thinking towards the bottom of bad. I would probably put him between Singed and Mel.
I was about to ask if you think he's better or worse than Mel, is just to kind of start us off.
I would probably say better, but when you get to Singed, there's enough wiggle room to where I would say that Echo is conclusively bad.
I think so. Singed isn't so much contradictory as much as he just does things that are really, really stupid. But this seems to be going against what we understand about Silco and the things that he's done.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with having him be below Singed in front of Mel.
And yeah, just to be clear, so the whole like ethical problem with him taking advantage of alternate powder, like that is of course a very bad thing to do, but we're not grading Echo's ethics, we're grading how well written the character is. And this is something that a character could do. The bad writing comes in because the show does not acknowledge that it's a bad thing to do, essentially.
Yeah, remember, we put Silco as the top of the list, and he's a bastard, so...
Yes. Yeah, Silco kills children. He's not a nice person.
Jinx is a mass murderer, and she was number 2, so that's, not grading morality.
Okay.
All right.
So we got one more. And then we will see if we want to rearrange anyone, and then I will look at super chats. So
sure.
The next character is Savika, who was right there. Chat is saying terrible to bad. I would be leaning towards terrible, because the thing with Savika is she doesn't suspect that Jinx is possibly involved in Silco's mysterious absence, and the Savika from season 1 would be jumping at the opportunity to pin this on Jinx. It doesn't matter how likely it is. It just so happens that it's quite likely that it was Jinx. Savika would just be like, was this you? You always cause problems. What have you done? Where is he? And that's not a conversation that ever happens. And had that conversation even begun, then we would have got more information about what actually happened after the end of season 1, as would Savika, which means the plot of season 2 just can't happen. And then obviously the writers just completely forget about her after the end of episode 4. And she essentially does...
That I particularly really hate, how she just disappears from the plot essentially after... I mean, she's essentially gone in the second act. She's just around, she does a fight, and then she gets broken out of prison, and that's it. Done.
Yeah, she exists to follow Jinx around and to facilitate her character development. I don't know what she thinks of Isha.
Well, yeah, we don't get much between them when they've been hanging out a while. The fact that Savika was kind of set up to be the number 2 in charge of Zon, who I think would be capable of doing it, who would have the toughness to do it, project the strength necessary to do it, and would have a great invested interest in wanting to emulate Silco in achieving his goals, which were also her goals all the time. She would be like, she should be the one in charge. She should be the one who's working to unite the Kim Barons under essentially her. And I think that she's competent enough to be able to pull that off. And I don't even think that they would have necessarily a reason at all to not think that she could do it. What a huge loss. But she's another victim of the fact that the entire Zon Piltover plot is just essentially dropped in the second season. It barely even pops up at all. And she would be central to that.
Yeah.
And the idea of her having a council seat at the end of the second season is something that would be very interesting to see how we got there. But it just sort of happens at the end. So that's a payoff that just has no work or effort done towards it whatsoever.
Yeah. Where she is at the end of season 1 is that she's, again, struggling to light a cigar. She's struggling to assume the role of Silco. She doesn't know if she's going to do it, presumably. But she's now in this situation where she's just on her own. She doesn't have anyone. I mean, I guess by that point, she probably doesn't know that that's what's happening. But if that scene was happening slightly in future, then she would have realized, oh, well, Silco's gone. What now? And then at the end of season 2, Savika is on the council now. Like, how did that happen? I don't know. The writers deleted everyone else from Zorn, which means that you now only have one character from Zorn, so obviously she's on the council.
All right. Yeah, I guess she represents Zon now. Okay.
Yeah, I don't believe that would ever happen. And I think that if you wanted to do that, you would have to do so much development with the character. Because her whole thing was that she just hated everything about Piltover. Just, yeah. They could wish her a happy birthday and she'd give them a middle finger. Like, she just does not like them. She doesn't want anything to do with them. And the events of season...
that it was
good for Zorn.
She could do. Yeah, and she could potentially facilitate that. She would be like, maybe, just maybe this will be worth my time. I'll go there. I'll at least listen to him. But she'd be leaning back in the chair with her feet up on the table. She'd be listening and seeing if they were trying to fuck her over. She wouldn't trust anything they have to say. She would assume that they'd be trying to minimize her vote or say in any politics whatsoever. But I think she could be convinced to give it a try. And that should have been a job of season 2.
Yep, get her to that
like
point.
I said, that plot line just ends. It just doesn't exist.
Yep. I mean, apart from that, we've got generic idiocy, such as organizing a rally in the daytime in the very obviously occupied zone and expecting that no one will notice. Yeah, and then, I mean, we've got the whole idiot plan. We didn't even mention this earlier because of all the other Jinx problems, but we've got the idiot plan with busting everyone out of Stillwater, where they pretend that she's got arrested. And they have to dress Jinx up as an enforcer, and all of that. The enforcer's not recognizing Jinx. It's just so fucking dumb. Mm. But then after that episode, you get nothing for Savika. So, I mean, she's somewhere down. She doesn't break the show. She's not that bad.
No, it's a matter of. I think it's bad.
You don't think terrible?
Terrible is. It may be. She's so absent for so much of it, though.
Yeah. The main problem with her is that I think that the first half of episode 2, which is the first episode she appears in, pretty thoroughly just destroys everything about her from season 1.
Yeah, I think so.
And it's because the writers just force her clumsily into this relationship with Jinx to where she is able to just facilitate Jinx's actions. They get rid of that conflict entirely from season 1. And then they obviously delete the other Chem Barons, so that's gone as well.
Oh, bad or terrible, bad or terrible.
So, well, is she worse than Mel? I would argue yes, because her actions are,
I think so,
more damaging to her supposed intelligence and her values than Mel's. And they're
agree. She's worse than Mel.
They're also more clear in how bad they are, whereas with Mel, it's that, well, a conversation happened off screen that can't have made any sense. Whereas with Savika, it's that, no, you are directly doing the opposite of what you would do.
I might say, yeah, because I was really looking forward to seeing her in season 2, and because we got such a flip on her character and her plot line was essentially deleted from the show.
Yeah.
To put her at the top of terrible, I wouldn't feel bad if she was at the top of terrible. She's definitely worse than Mel. So
yeah. She's somewhere around Ambessa. I would say probably better than Ambessa, but we're splitting hairs at this point.
So, but yeah, I think you're right. We are splitting hairs. As long as she's below Mel, I really, probably alongside Heimerdinger, these are the two that I was most upset about them ruining because of all of the potential that we had to, work with them and see what they would do and see what their roles in this new world would be. The idea of when Heimerdinger learns that Silco is dead, Saviko is taking charge, and feels like the best thing that he could do is be almost like a liaison between the two. Could be so. I want a conversation with Heimerdinger and Saviko, where Saviko's like, "Here's what's going to happen," and Heimerdinger's like, "Well, actually, here's what we should probably do. That's more logical." That could be really cool. The foil between the character, like her strength and her own kind of conviction against his own, maybe more pragmatic and understanding his newness to Zahn and coming to terms with that and learning about it.
What could have been, indeed.
Yeah, what could have been, indeed. Yeah, sticker at the top of terrible.
Yeah.
What a weird looking list. I can't believe that the only survivors were basically in perfect to excellent were Marcus and Grace and
yeah, you remember that scene in season 1, episode 1, where those two scary looking enforcers walk up to Benzo's with their masks on? You ever think that you'd be in a situation where you're like, man, those two were the best characters in Arcane?
Yep. You didn't know it at the time, but after 2 seasons, they somehow are the 2 best characters. Wow, that's wild to think about in retrospect. If I ever watch the first season again and I see those two together, I'll be like, oh my god, it's the two goats. We
So
just never knew.
it will be difficult to see. Oh, can I do, if I put that here, hold on. Yeah, there we go. So it's kind of zoomed out, but the one we've got on the right, that was season 1. The one we've got on the left is season 2. Or the one on the left is both of them together, I guess.
Okay, yeah.
So the characters, excluding characters that do not appear in season 2, the best characters you've got from season 2 are Rictus, Sky, but I feel like she doesn't count because what do you do with
Sky
her?
doesn't count. Yeah, if we can't determine whether or not she's her, she doesn't get season 2 credit.
You've got Huck.
Yep.
You've got the Hordle. You've got Vian Powder's mum.
Felicia. Yeah.
You've got Smeech, Sallow, the Chem Barons, Elora, the Warden, and then you get into all the bad ones.
Yep, those are the only ones, and they fill up inoffensive and mostly functional, and a lot of them don't even budge because they're basically not present. They're around, or they're displayed, but they're not, participants really in the story. Wow.
Yeah, Zach has just counted these up. So 4 characters improved, 1 of them stayed in the same tier, and 15 of them got worse.
And 15 of them didn't just get worse, they got significantly worse. They were destroyed in a lot of cases.
Yeah, and it's important to, if we've got Savika, Ambessa, Caitlyn, Vi, Heimerdinger, Jace, LeBlanc, Jinx, and Victor. Exclude LeBlanc because she was not in season 1. All of those were major characters in season 1.
Exactly. All the main characters are they just tanked. The main characters tanked. And they didn't even have to be alive. They retconned a couple of them.
Yes, exactly.
Not satisfied enough with allowing the survivors to be good. No.
I don't understand how this can possibly happen. Like Game of Thrones, I understand how that can happen. This is a mystery.
And a new process, a new group of writers that was smaller than the first, a different process that was made for creativity. I don't know, maybe they're getting high on the fumes of their own success, and boy.
Possibly. I don't know.
What a catastrophe. Like I said, it's the biggest drop off of anything that I've ever seen. Nothing is as complete a destruction in terms of the world building, the plot, and the characters as the gap of quality between season 1 and season 2 of Arcane.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if I would be able to put a number on it, but season 1 is one of my favorite seasons of TV.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely, we're talking like top 5 probably.
Easily. I think it is top 5, yeah.
Season 2 is, I mean, it's nice to look at. It's sometimes fun to watch. Like if season 1 didn't exist and you were to just watch it, you'd be like, oh, that's pretty cool. There's a werewolf. All right. But as soon as there is just so much that they try to do that they just completely fail at. But honestly, like the biggest problem with season 2 is that they destroy the best thing about season 1, which is the characters.
Yep. Characters are king, and many have been dethroned, destroyed. They've been murderized, assassinulated. This is a tragedy. This is a catastrophic. This is awful.
I almost feel like this will be taught as a lesson.
It needs to be. This needs to be taught as this is what happens when you change your amazing process and you don't repeat the methods for your success. Oh my god. This is, it's just looking at the tier list and the differences, how highly weighted the first season was, and how horrifically poorly weighted the second is, considering that so many of those who fill up bad, terrible, and breaks the show were among the best characters in the first season, and the fact that they're main characters as well. Wow.
Okay, so I have a handful of super chats to read out, and then I think we will end the stream because we have been going. I was thinking this would take maybe 3 to 4 hours. We've been going for nearly 7.
Oof.
I never try to put a time frame on streams because they just last as long as they do.
Yeah, it happens as it happens.
Yeah, and
Well,
it has been good fun. So
it has. Let me use the loo real quick, and I'll be right back.
yeah, go for it. Okay, let me just find where we were on the spooper chits. Okay, yeah, super chat from Mad Season. Ambessa doesn't know what a triangle is. That is absolutely true, and it also seems that Arcane doesn't know what a triangle is, because the show doesn't seem to understand how to count to 3. Because we get the line in episode 6, rage, compassion, and hate. 2 sides of the same coin. Like, motherfucker, that's not a coin. That's a triangle. Yeah, so I don't know if that's Ambessa's fault or if that's just the writers, but yes. Bartlemage Mucha says, if he had attended the council meetings, and it's worth adding that according to his characterization in the first season, he certainly would have attended them, he could have stopped many of the events in the first season. Yeah, this is relating to Jace, of course. So if Jace had attended, then it would have affected the votes that went through regarding what to do following Jinx's attack. It is almost certain. I would say if we add to that, had he come clean about the reason for Rennie's attack, then he would have blocked, prevented Caitlyn from taking her enforcers into Zorn, which would have prevented Jinx's retaliatory attack, which would have then prevented the full-on military occupation with Ambessa, even if he did still get zapped into the Wild Rune. So yeah, it would have completely changed everything. And the writers had to have him not be there, simply. Right. Next super chat is from Zodlander saying, most shows or movies fuck up their characters when they introduce time travel to solve things. Star Trek screws it up. It's mostly bad writing, IMO. I'm trying to think of an example of, because with movies, we've got a handful, most obviously Marvel, when they introduce time travel, and then the multiverse, you just dilute the stakes of your story because you can't stick to your rules. But yeah, with TV shows doing that, it would be, I can't think of an example off the top of my head. But yeah, it's a trap because it is very, very difficult to deal with that kind of thing because of how like determinism works. You know, you can't tell a time travel or multiversal story without considering things like fate, determinism, free will, and most stories are just not equipped to deal with that. And most stories are not interested in dealing with that.
Yeah, it's easy to. It's one of the reasons why. I mean, like, determinism isn't necessarily proven, but it's obviously a strong contender for being decently possible, or at least partially possible, or possible. It's certainly possibly. It is certainly partially the case. How can you? Yeah, the idea of like, why are any two universes different? If there's multiple universes, why are they not all exactly the same if everything began the same? And the only thing that determines things are other things, and they all started in the same way, There's ways to resolve it. There's ways to say that there's some element of particle randomness or whatever. And if you wanted to go into supernatural stuff, you could say, no, there truly is like libertarian free will in souls of agents and things, and magic and stuff like that. These sort of wild card elements that shake things up and keep things a bit, on their toes. But if you can't, maybe if you can't resolve those narratively, don't even mention them, and a lot of people won't even think of them. Not that should be used as like an excuse, but a lot of the times it's better to leave things unsaid than to say them terribly.
Yeah, things like that, I find them very interesting, but they're also pretty high concept, which means most media is not going to touch them because they're interested in, the fight scene and the explosion. But yeah, when it's done right, it can be done really quite well. One example would be Primer. Another example would be Everything Everywhere All at Once. Another example would be Dark, the TV show. Yeah, so it exists, but as soon as you start factoring in those extra layers, it becomes so much harder to keep it coherent. Next super chat from What the Film saying, when will you play God of War Valhalla? I will play it when I have time. I kind of want to replay Ragnarok first, though, because it's been a little while since I played Ragnarok, and I think I would like to experience it without streaming it, having streamed it the first time, just to make sure that I fully get everything. But yeah, I definitely will play it. I can't put a date on it, though, I'm afraid. Next super chat from Mad Season. The biggest sin of Season 2 was when they had French be a language in the Arcane universe. Well, they also did that with Spanish, and arguably Italian as well, which is very...
And Greek plays, depending on how canonical you want to make the credits, which I don't like myself, but...
yeah. Hold on, let me...
Yeah,
so this...
I don't like the references to like the real world languages, and the implication that the English that we hear is just a device that all of our brains just accept as a way to have characters in a fictional world communicate with us as an audience. Such a commonplace thing that we don't even consider that to be something that's an issue. Just sort of a necessary thing that needs to be done.
Yeah, I'll briefly read this. So in episode 9, there's a song in Spanish that sings when it's the like techno music when Jinx arrives in the battle, and the Google translated version of the lyrics is very funny. So you've lived it up if you didn't believe in me. We're here with the combo ready to cause a breakdown. Careful, I have a short fuse and your gum might explode. I'll light a fire and burn all your merchandise.
All right.
Yeah, that's
a really good lyric. It's no Jeff Lynne, but you know.
Yeah. Right. Next super chat was from Mad Season again. Thank you. LeBlanc should have tried to what? Sesbian Lex Mel. LeBlanc should have fucked Mel. Would that have changed? Would that have improved Season 2?
Yes.
I mean, LeBlanc is a shapeshifter, so that can really go any direction we want.
You bet your ass it can.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, thank you for the super chat.
Absolutely would have improved it.
Turkey Showcase says, love your videos and coverage. I saw your videos for Season 1 come out and wasn't interested in Arcane until your video on Act 3 came out. Bought the 4K, watched it and all your videos, and now I'm sad at how they messed up Season 2. Well, aren't we all? And these tier lists, I think, thoroughly demonstrate how bad Season 2 is. I've seen a lot of people in the comments of my Season 2 videos just be like, well, yeah, it's not as good, but you're exaggerating. You know, you're being hyperbolic. Nah.
Yeah, but no, if you separate the actual writing, the things that are said and the things that are done from the vibes and the animation and maybe your optimistic energy about the show, it is catastrophically bad.
Yeah. Super chat from DLXX, thank you. Also random, I'm not sure if you know, but the leaked version of Season 2 showed that the people coming into the Firelight Sanctuary were meant to be coughing from the grey. So that happened during Caitlyn's assault.
Why would it be the grey?
Well, it would mean that Caitlyn had already started gassing everyone at that point.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That happens in episode 2. Yeah, so to be completely honest, from memory, the way, if that's true, that Echo was taking in like refugees who were being hit in the crossfire from Caitlyn's attack, then that makes the timeline function better. But the reason why they will have removed that is presumably because they didn't want to show like real consequences for the average Joe in Zorn suffocating as a result of Caitlyn's actions. That is my guess as to why they changed that. Super chat from Bathroom Toaster says, counterpoint, there wouldn't be a show without Victor. I mean, sure, but like Victor is a large part of why Season 1 is really good, and he's also a large part of why Season 1 is really bad. So, yeah, he's pretty integral. I will grant you that. Mad Season says, bacon and banana pizza, what do you think?
Negative. I don't like bananas.
Yeah, I'll have bacon on a pizza.
Love bacon on a pizza. It's one of my favorite toppings is bacon. My favorites are like grilled chicken. I love grilled chicken on a pizza. mushroom, zucchini, bacon, any meat, basically any meat. But yeah, I love bacon on a pizza. But bananas, I don't like bananas.
Yeah,
I
I
do not
wouldn't.
find them appealing.
I wouldn't go bananas. I wouldn't go pineapple either. I think that's weird. On a pizza, if I was just choosing my perfect topping, you got pepperoni, jalapenos, I guess ground beef, probably some bacon, maybe some ham, meatballs, all that good stuff. Again, lots of meat.
Yeah, I love a meaty pizza. But I like some plants. Just chuck some like spinach and zucchini on there and some mushrooms, and I'm all for
Peppers.
it. But here's a mistake that a lot of people make when they put mushrooms on a pizza. They don't cook them enough. You got to cook the mushrooms. First off, don't worry about overcooking mushrooms. You can't. Second, if you put like undercooked mushrooms on a pizza, like it's fine, but they kind of stand out. So, got to cook those mushrooms enough.
I can't say I'm a fan of mushrooms, to be honest, but yeah, I will usually have the meat instead of the mushrooms.
Yum.
Okay, next super chat from Mad Season. Last year was interesting for television. A terrible season 2 for Arcane and Squid Game. A disappointing season 2 for House of the Dragon. But at least we had Smiling Friends season 2, Shogun, and The Penguin.
I don't think season 2 of Squid Game was terrible. I think it was a mixed bag. There was some really good stuff in there. There's also some bad stuff, but it was a bit of a mixed bag. It wasn't as good as season 1. But
I've not seen either of them still. You recommend them?
I think I'd recommend season 1. It's got Floomp in it. It has like an entire like plot line that's kind of worthless and pointless, but when it's good, boy, it's really good. I think it's worth seeing. Yeah, it's worth seeing the season 1.
Okay. Yeah, it's been on my list for a while. I just never got around to it. Where are we? Super chat from, again, Mad Season. Thank you. Loris is budget Vander, who was clearly designed to look like Vander so that Vi can confuse him for Vander in that one scene. I mean, pretty much. Like, what else is there to him? I thought that he was going to be like a League of Legends adjacent character. Or, well, if not a character in the show, like to be something taken from the games to remind people of the games. But no, he was made to look a bit like Vander. I mean, but the nickname Blander is one that I've seen that I find quite funny. But yeah, there's nothing to him. We got nothing. And super chat from Mad Season, Echo pulls a Wonder Woman 84. I read that one already, but that is quite funny how similar those are. And Lightning Stab, member for 1 month, says, writers don't recognize how deranged the relationship between Jinx and Girl is. Shows that the writers have been replaced with morally bankrupt Redditors. I assume that you're referring to Jinx and Isha. And yeah, it's pretty fucked up. And I'm not convinced that the show is interested in even acknowledging the, moral landmine of what that relationship is. It's completely fucked. It's abusive. It doesn't matter if Isha thinks that Jinx is the savior of Zorn and the best thing that ever happened to her. She's not. She's a child. She has no idea what she's doing.
I think a lot of stupid shit.
Yes.
It's the responsibility of guardians and adults to shepherd their thoughts, for lack of a better term.
Yes,
Let
and
them know that what they're thinking about is stupid, and they should fix that and improve.
And Jinx does not do that as her parental figure / older sister. She does not do that. She allows Isha to behave in the way that she does, and very bad things happen as a result. Okay. That's it for Super Chats. Thank you, guys. I did notice during the stream as well that Mad Season gifted 50 subs, so thank you for that. You are indeed mad. But yes, thank you. For some reason, it didn't pop up on my list, but I did notice it, and thank you very much. So everyone who's now a member, you have emojis, including Rictus. Yeah. So enjoy them. Yeah, it's 2 a.m. now. I should probably be heading to bed, but yeah, before I go, is there anything that you want to plug, Rags? Thank you for joining and sticking around for essentially 7 hours. But yeah, do you have anything to plug?
No worries. It was good to refamiliarize myself with this, and glad to be entrusted with joining you on a tier stream. Hopefully, my input helped to sort of settle things where they were. Let me see. I guess tomorrow, EFAP. I think we're talking about Daredevil, Born Again. So if you're interested in that, come on and join us. Or even if you're not interested in it, we're gonna have a lot of fun talking about how incredible that show is. So be there.
Awesome. Yeah, I will be busy tomorrow evening, so I will not be able to tune in. But at some point, I will make sure I catch up on the EFAP coverage of Daredevil because, yeah, it will be
another thing that ruins.
It's another thing that apparently has got very bad, and I did quite like seasons 1 and 2 of Daredevil. But
too. I think you'll really like season 3 if you ever are interested in finishing it up.
I probably will. I think I liked season 2 enough to where I will do that. And then I might check out the EFAPs. I will see. Yeah, as far as what I've got next, I've done a lot of work on the Arcane Part 3 video. My plan, copyright permitting, is to get it out a week today. So, I mean, copyright permitting, that should absolutely be possible. And then after that, I'm going to take a little break, and then we're going to be going full steam ahead for Return of the King extended theatrical comparison video. So, yeah, people have been apparently waiting for that one, and sorry that it's taken me a long time to do. A lot of things got in the way, including Rings of Power and Arcane. So, yeah, that's what's next from me. But yeah, we will leave the stream there. Thank you for joining. Thank you again, Rags. And
thanks much. You're welcome.
Yeah, I hope everyone has a good rest of the week and a good weekend. See you later.